Well, folks, we were just experiencing a little technical difficulty with our time slip printer. So we're just trying to get that figured out, and then we will be calling cars and running them as soon as possible. But just to let you know, we are working on a little bit of a technical difficulty right now. We should have it fixed very quickly here.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronic cars. This is your first call. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Non-electronic cars. First call, staging lanes 1 and 2. I need electronic cars on standby, racers. Electronics on standby. Time to light the fires and kick the tires, racers. Let's get this thing going. Again, non-electronic cars. This is your call to staging lanes 1 and 2. Non-electric cars. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Racers, heads up. Listen closely. For the first round of qualifying here today, due to a technical difficulty, you will have to pick up your time slips here at the tower, not at the ET shack on the return road. Again, to repeat, for the first round of qualifying, you racers will have to come to the tower to pick up your time slips. Thank you. Second call, racers, non-electronic cars, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. No box cars, staging lanes 1 and 2. This is your second call. Electronic cars and motorcycle on standby, please. Electronics and motorcycle on standby. Check test, you folks with the live stream at home, out there in internet land, YouTube and Facebook, can you hear me yet? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Third and final call for no box cars to lanes 1 and 2, please. Third and final call for non-electronic cars to lanes 1 and 2. This is your first call for electronic or box cars, staging lanes 4 and 5. First call for box cars, staging lanes 4 and 5, please. All right, fans at home, fans in the stands, we are going live as of right now. Already pulling up to the line, catching me a little unprepared. Jason Graw to Abbotsford, the 81 Z28. Taking on Jason Birkenbos out of Richmond, 95 Chevy Camaro. Again, racers, we need box cars, staging lanes 4 and 5, please. That's electronic cars, the staging lanes 4 and 5. I need motorcycle on standby. Jason goes .1 red, 748 in his Camaro. Jason Graw, the 81 Z28 in the TCS lane, 691. Glenn Martin, clean Chevrolet Vega racing out of Surrey. Like to thank Heads Unlimited. 72 Vega 383 small block taking on Fox Body Mustang with a 408. Bobby Ellers at the wheel out of Maple Ridge. Again, racers, remember you will be picking up your first round time slips from the tower, not from the ET shack. 02 light for Martin. He goes 667 at 106. Ellers goes 695, just over 100 miles an hour. Looks like Charles Sidden racing out of Lake Country, Kelowna, BC. 97 Dodge Dakota, brought to you by Tops Auto Repair and Sidden Family Racing. Hank Vermillion out of Langley. The Screamin' Demon 1971 Dodge Demon, 408 cubic inches of poked and stroked small block Mopar. Once again, welcoming the entire world. Early qualifying here for this weekend's Doorwarz 9 event. This is day 2 of the 3-day event. Vermillion gets there first, 698 at 98. Charles Sidden, 1032, 65 miles an hour in the all-stock Dakota. Grant Gordon, that beautiful Dodge Dart racing out of Four Cycles Customs, paired up against Chris Lloyd out of Oyama, the Motor Tree Racing Special, 1969 Chevy Chevelle with a 468. Again, we're looking for electronics cars, staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Electronic cars, staging lanes 4 and 5. Motorcycle on standby. Chris Lloyd will get there first in the Lordco lane, 672 at 100 miles an hour in the 8th mile. Grant Gordon, 745, 92 miles an hour, goes .01 red. Jeff Whitworth, Nanaimo, British Columbia, racing that 84 Chevrolet S10 383 under the hood. He'd like to thank Precision Mechanical Repair. Paired up with Barry Checkluck. 1984 Mazda RX-7 350 small block Chevrolet stuffed under the hood of that machine. Wheels in the air for the S10. 626 at 109 for the Chevrolet. The RX-7 713, 97 miles an hour, not a slow pass. Very clean looking Ford Mustang, Sylvia Hoogstein. Looks like Hoogston's out of Maple Ridge, 66 Stang. Paired up against Veronica Hodgson. 69 Dart, powered by a 360 small block. Again, this is round 1 qualifying for this afternoon's bracket program. Brought to you by Mission Raceway Park, the BC Custom Car Association. Both cars away clean and green, 05 to 08 light. The Mopar gets there first, 806, 85 miles an hour. The Mustang's 822, 85 mile an hour. Rob Monroe out of Surrey. 1969 Pontiac Acadian 383 small block taking on that 68 Plymouth Dart. Eric Hansen at the wheel of that machine. Final call for boxcars to staging, please. Final call for boxcars to staging lanes 4 and 5. I need motorcycle on standby. .708 for Rob Monroe. Eric Hansen turns 8:19, 86 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Joel Smith. All right, racers, just getting an update that you pick up your time slips at the base of the tower. Do not come up into the tower, please. Again, pick up your time slips at the base of the tower, on the east side of the tower. Joel Smith, Zap Strap Racing 1971 Pontiac Ventura, taking on an altered that I have got absolutely zero information on. Well, that little altered hiking the tires past the 60 foot. A little bit difficult to drive. He's going to get there first, a 609, 112 miles an hour. Smith, a 699 with a 6. Carson Barlow out of Mission. Local guy, the 1970 Chevrolet long box pickup, 355 under that copious hood. Daryl Staub out of Abbotsford, general contractor. He'd like to thank his own company, Staub Construction. 64 Chevy Chevelle powered by a stout 327 small block. Again, racers, you pick up your time slips on the east wall of the timing tower, please. Again, pick up your time slips for the first round of qualifying at the east wall of the tower. Thank you. Once again, thanking everybody at home watching the live stream presentation through YouTube as well as Facebook and Instagram. Hello world. Broadcasting live from Mission Raceway Park, nestled along the Fraser River just outside of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Again, going to bring you all the qualifying and elimination rounds of today's bracket program, as well as the continuing program of the Doorwarz 9 Door Slammers and Pro Modified event. Front wheels in the air for Staub, the Chevy. 0-2 reaction time. He goes 650 in the 8th at 102 miles an hour. Carson Barlow an 890. Vic Carraro at home. On the internet, Top Fuel Harley should be running about 330, plus or minus. Kevin McCauley, the 83 Oldsmobile Cutlass, taking on Tony Mendonça. Mendonça, the Scary Canary 73 Ford Maverick. 408 cubic inch small block. Mendonça goes 01 red. 04 on the tree for McCauley. He goes 747 at 91. Mendonça 722 off his red light start. Folks, get up against your TV screen or to the edge of your seat, because this malfunction Nova yesterday put this thing on the back bumper almost to half track. This guy is hooked up here at Mission Raceway Park and putting on a show during Door Slammers 9. Hal Peterson at the wheel of that 68 Acadian, paired up against Jamie Roth in that clean 64 Comet. Poked and stroked 347 small block Ford in that Comet. Absolute final call for box cars to staging, please. Again, absolute last call for electronics cars to staging lanes 4 and 5. Motorcycle, junior dragsters on standby, please. Motorcycles and junior dragsters on standby. Dennis Winton, that 66 Bel Air station wagon. Using all that extra weight to plant those Mickey Thompson slicks, paired up against Ray Bollinger out of Maple Ridge. Testandtune.com sponsored 1963 Pontiac. Winton goes 14 red, 04 in the tree for Bollinger, goes 668 at 101, 770 for the big bad wagon. Larry Rodenizer, 1946 Ford sedan, paired up against Dave Chung, that 96 Chevrolet Camaro, 305 small block. Yeah, sure, Dave, that's got a 305 in it. Again, racers, I need motorcycle and junior dragster suiting and booting and getting ready. No call yet, but I need you on standby. Again, motorcycle and junior dragsters on standby. Front wheels in the air, both sides of the track, they both go red. It's okay here in qualifying. Chung will get there first, a 704, 96 mile an hour. The big 46 Ford, a 773. Craig Johnson, the TCS Tower Lane, calls this the G-Wagon. He'd like to thank Johnson's Custom Exhaust, paired up with Blair Criddle, 1927 Ford Model T Roadster, 434 poked and stroked small block Chevrolet. All 4 bulbs lit. Tree is hot. Little T-Bucket gets out strong. Roadster's gonna get through the 8th first, 570 to buck 19. 687 with an 898 miles an hour for Johnson. Ralph Pritchett, Duncan, British Columbia. He's a glazier by trade. Piloting a 65 Nova, powered by a 383, paired up against John Tabak. Don, the other announcer here at Mission Race, the announcer here at Mission Raceway Park. Having a heck of a time getting both of my feet into one of his shoes. I'd like to thank Rad, Fortins, and Big O. 365 inches of small block in that S10. Pritchett gets there first, 647 to Tabak, 673. Ren Schwartz racing out of Langley, that Titanium Auto Group sponsored 1983 Monte Carlo. 462 big block, paired up against Ron Clark. 69 Chevy Chevelle, powered by a 350. Ron says he's retired. He'd like to thank his big fat wallet for all of his sport. Track crew just dusting off the starting line a little bit. They are ready for this pair of cars. Lorenz Schwartz and Ron Clark. Lorenz Schwartz, self-employed. I guess boss obviously gave him the day off, right? Who's gonna fire him? Hands away strong off a 0.3 tree, goes 6.57 at a $1.04. 8.05, 85 miles an hour for Clark. Ross Walker, that clean 66 Chevy 2, 427 big block, paired up against a fast, beautiful machine. Ryan Johnson out of Gonar, Manitoba. The Investors Group 1963 Corvette, 598 cubic inches of romp and stomp and big block Chevrolet. Connor Macbeth at home. No, we are nowhere near capacity. If you want to get a ticket, come on in. You are welcome. We have a cap of 5,000 and we are nowhere near that. 0-1 light for Walker. 638, 106 miles an hour. Against a 540, 130 for the Corvette. Rob Monroe having to hang on with both hands in the burnout. 1931 Model A with a strong 414 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. Paired up against Robin Redding out of Merritt, British Columbia. Junkyard Dog bringing you that 1927 Ford 350 small block. Both machines go red. 635 in the TCS lane, 753. 88 miles an hour for Redding in the Lordco lane. Going into the electronics class, also known as box racers or Super Pro at some tracks. These cars getting the aid of delay boxes or throttle stops, other such electronic driver aids that the Pro class or no box does not allow. Just waiting for them to roll up those electronics cars now. All right, attention in the pits, racers. The ET Shack is now spitting out time slips, so you will be able to pick them up on the return road, same as usual. Again, time slips available at the ET Shack on the return road as per usual. Gary Fisher, that beautiful 1975 Pinto 422 small block Chevrolet underneath that hood, paired up against Ted Buss out of Shawnigan Lake. Absolutely gorgeous flame 1934 Ford 427 fat block Chevrolet. Again, I need motorcycles and junior dragsters on standby. That's motorcycles and junior dragsters on standby. Again, racers, you can pick up your time slips at the ET Shack as always. Both cars away, clean and green. 0-1 tree for Ted Buss. He goes 582 at $1.16. The Pinto 601 at 114. Brad Vinge out of Langley, B&C Racing, sponsored 1968 Chevy Camaro here in the Mission Raceway or TCS lane. Paired up against Mike Stewart, 67 Chevy 2 with a 421 stroker. He'd like to thank Ken's Specialty Auto, Gibson's Transmissions, and Horizon Paint and Body Supply. Finge goes 0-1 red on the tree. That's okay here in qualifying. A 6-0-3 is his ET in the 8th. A 6-41 at 107 for Mike Stewart. Richard Love out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia. 1989 Chevy S10 brought to you by SS Motorsports. Paired up against the Anthel Towing 2011 Cobalt. Andy Andrew at the wheel of that machine. Love away first, goes 7:04 at 95, but Andy Andrew is hauling 5:52 at $1.32. Yeah. I think the sun was in his eyes. That'd be his excuse. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, motorcycles, staging lane 1, please. First call for motorcycles, junior dragsters. This is your first call to staging lane 2. Junior dragsters, staging lane 2. Motorcycles, staging lane 1. This is your first call. In the box, that beautiful 66 Mustang and Jason Gibson taking on Peter Lacanas. At 63, Vet's going to get there first in the Lordco lane. A 5.58 at $1.22. 6.48 at 105 for Gibson off a 0-2 red light. Dan Parsons, the Quality Racing sponsored 1970 Dodge Duster. 500 cubic inches of big block Mopar. Paired up against Emily Gerard. That Super Pro rear engine dragster brought to you by Shear Solutions. 582 cubic inches of Sunset Racing engines built big block Chevrolet. Her last 2 reaction times, I believe, were 004 and 001 in her licensing passes. Again, Emily Gerard, Dan Parsons under the beams. Top bulb lit for Parsons. Emily taking her time, putting some heat into that big block Chevrolet. Top bulb lit for Emily. 4 bulbs lit, trees hot. Front wheels in the air for the Mopar. Gerard's gonna step out in the dragster, 483 to 144. 662, 108 miles an hour for Dan Parsons off his 0-2 light. Martin Rachel out of Surrey, 78 Chevy Malibu, 468 Fat Block Chevrolet. Paired up against Herman Chan out of Vancouver. He'd like to thank Lordco Auto Parts for all of their help on his 1967 Camaro. Another 468 big block. Again, motorcycles and junior dragsters. This is your second call. Motorcycles, staging lane 1. Junior dragsters, Lightning and Thunder, staging lane 2. Second call, racers. Martin and Chan ready to take the line. Martin away strong, but a 0-1 red light here in round 1 of qualifying. Turn 643 to 104 in the 8th. 6-5-1 at 106 for Herman Chan. Lauren Ridley out of Mission, British Columbia, 1980 Monte Carlo, 469 big block Chevrolet. Taking on Ron Fawcett, 1923 Ford T altered, 565 cubic inches of fed big block Chevrolet. Again, racers, another reminder, time slips available at the ET Shack as always. That was just for the one run that we had to have you come to the tower to get your time slips. We appreciate your patience, but you can pick them up at the back ET Shack as per regular. 005 red for Lauren Ridley. Altered goes 008 on the good side, turns 608 at a $122. Lauren Ridley goes 6002 at 114. Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack, the Postma Farms 94 Beretta, 600 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. Paired up against a man I've seen before, but it's been a while for me, Ty McCann. That 1969 front engine dragster. Both machines easing into the beams. Again, this is the electronics or box class. Some of these racers, but not all, using the aid of driver electronics such as throttle stops or trans brakes. While trans brakes are legal, delay box is not. In regular pro racing, they are legal in this class. McCann goes 005 red, Robinson 006 to the good. Robinson a 504, a 17 for Ty McCann. Al McKay Smith out of Merritt, British Columbia. Like to thank MTMM Performance and all the farmers of the world. He is a farmer. 65 Nova wagon, 585 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet, paired up against Steve Lowe, his 396 powered 68 Camaro. Both racers go red on the tree. 703 for Steve Lowe in the 8th. A 606 for Al McKay Smith. Third and final call for motorcycles and junior diggers to staging, please. Third and final call for motorcycles and junior dragsters. I need motorcycles in lane 1, juniors in lane 2, please. I need test and licensing on standby. That's test and licensing on standby. Strong hit for Mike Robinson. 004 reaction goes 580 at 117.3 in the Lordco lane. All right, getting to see a pair of pro-class motorcycles lay down a pass. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. These machines are all engines and a place to sit. These aren't the Nitro Harleys, but they're not much easier to control. Some of these bikes capable of well over 200 miles an hour. And folks, other than the helmet on their head and a little bit of leather, there is no safety equipment, you know, no roll cage, no airbags. It's you and the asphalt. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can I have Junior Street to staging lane 5, please? That's Junior Street to staging lane 5. Again, I need licensing and test on standby. Again, Junior Street, this is your first call to staging lane 5. Thank you, racers. Again, reminding you that you can pick up your ET slips at the ET shack on the return road as always. Thank you. Again, racers looking for Junior Street to staging lane 5. Junior Street, staging lane 5. Junior dragsters, if you're not here, you're late. This is your final call for junior dragsters. All right, gonna fire those motorcycles to life. Austin Christopher out of Hope, British Columbia. That 2014 Kawasaki over there in the Lordco lane. Here in the Tower lane, Matt McKay Smith out of Merritt. The MTM Performance 2018 Suzuki. 1,300 cc's between the knees for Matt McKay Smith. 1,428 for Austin Christopher. McKay Smith into the stage beam, waiting patiently on Christopher. Christopher in. Christopher staged, both bulbs staged. Nice pass by McKay Smith, 7:13, 168 in the quarter. Austin Christopher having all kinds of problems getting down the course, hoping that machine's still under power. Coasting through the lights at 28 miles an hour for Austin Christopher. I'm not going to bother announcing his ET because nobody wants to hear it. Yeah, it looks like Austin's having some issues getting that bike down the far end of the track. We're going to have to be patient and make sure that he clears the top end before we get to see another pass. Again, huge thanks going out to the MRP staff here this weekend doing a fantastic job in preparation for Doorwarz 9. They've been out here all week, preening, cleaning, getting that track ready to scream, and it has been. We had a 60-foot time last night, sub 0.8, well, 0.84 is what it was. Absolutely blew my mind. I mean, this track is as good as it gets anywhere on the planet today. Racing at just slightly above sea level, the oxygen almost shoved down the throat of these machines there, making good power this weekend. Bill McDonald, Wild Racing. Again, I need Junior Street, staging lane 5. This is your final call. Junior Street, staging lane 5, final call, racers. I need test and licensing on standby. Coming up next, Junior Dragster, both Lightning and Thunder. Bunch of young kids with way cooler toys than what I played with when I was their age. I had one of those plastic pedal Volkswagen convertibles back in the 70s. That's as good as it got for me. But hey, I thought it was cool. Again, we're still just looking to get the track cleared. Just opening up the first shutdown area for the junior dragsters. They run the 8th and then they turn quickly off the track, but we usually have a gate across, so we move some stuff around for these juniors. Some of these cars capable of running in the 750s at about 100 miles an hour. And as I've said before, in a bracket race, you could give me 2 seconds in my BMW convertible and these cars would hunt me down and pass me by the end of the 8th. These kids are fast. All aluminum, alcohols, powered, tiny little engines, but they make pretty good power. Start out with a Briggs & Stratton 2-stroke engine from a lawnmower, and then you throw all that garbage away and you go to companies like Arius or Blockzilla and you buy yourself an all aluminum power plant and make some power. Emily White here in the Tower Lane, brought to you by Lordco, TNT, and Morin Motors. Paired up against one of the newest racers on the track this weekend, Hunter Gallant. BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tires, bringing you that cool little orange junior dragster. Again, this guy's all but knee-high. Absolutely wonderful little man. Hunter Gallant having a blast here this weekend. His dad, Justin, one of the quickest and fastest X275 drivers we have here. In fact, I think his dad is sitting #1 in the qualifier of the 275 class for this afternoon's eliminations. Hunter's got a good teacher. Both cars easing into the beams. Both machines away, clean and green. Emily White with a 0.3 reaction time. But boy, it is a close race. At the 8th mile, 12:14 for Emily White, 49 miles an hour. Hunter Gallant drove around her, 11:63 at 54 miles an hour. Way to go, Hunter. Wesley Armstrong in the Lord Co lane closest to the fans. Racing out of JK Speed Shop. Paired up against Alex Green. Alex waiting patiently in the pre-stage beam for Wesley to get up into the beams. Wesley's rolling up slowly, building some power in that all-aluminum alcohol plant. Absolute final call for Junior Street to staging. Final call for Junior Street to staging. I still need licensing and test on standby, please. Licensing and test on standby, racers. Thank you. Both of those juniors pre-staged. All the bulbs are lit. The tree is live. Both machines away strong. 1 full second red light for Wesley Armstrong. I think he left on the second bulb. And then the machine died. (15.07), 43 mile an hour for Alex Green. You folks at home, glad to see you're enjoying this live stream presentation through YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. Again, broadcasting to the entire world live here from Mission Raceway Park, bringing you Doorwarz 9, one of the biggest, baddest races of the year. Bringing you Canada West Door Slammers, Northwest Pro Mods, and the finest of the X275 small tire class that you're going to see anywhere on the planet. And you at home, the live stream presentation, it is all free, all day. Abigail White racing out of Pioneer Truck and Trailer, 9:25 with a 171.9 miles an hour. Hair straight back. Wesley Armstrong going to try again. Again, racing out of JK Speed Shop. Licensing and test, you can start booting up. Folks, we're probably going to be calling you very shortly again. Licensing and test on standby, racers. After that, we're going to need non-electronics on standby as well. You know the run order, racers. It will be exactly the same. I will keep you up to date on what lanes you need to be in. Easing Wesley's small front tire into the beams. Those tires are so small that it's hard for those starting line lights to pick them up. As you roll from the pre-stage into the stage bulb, there's a dead spot in there where the car kind of hides. Wesley away clean that time, 0-3 red light. Again, leaving on the middle bulb, I think. 3:17, 60 foot. 9 second, 3:30. 16.979 at 25 miles an hour. Good job, Wesley. Licensing and test to staging, please. That's licensing and test, I believe, lanes 1 and 2. Sorry, guys, I got a little behind there. A lot of stuff going on here in the tower. Sometimes I can't hear the calls, but I need licensing and test to staging right now, racers. Licensing and test to staging. Like to remind everybody here on pit side, the HMK Mobile Kitchen is on site right behind the stands. Hot food, cool treats, whatever you need, situated right next to the BS Espresso. Espresso, cold drinks, and mini donuts. I go nuts for donuts. The pro shop in the center of the pits, of course, is open, as well as the flippin' burgers and hot dogs there at the barbecue at the pro shop. CL Gagnon out of Qualicum. Big Kids Racing sponsored junior dragster here in the tower lane. Calls that machine whatever. Taking on Colton Morin. Racing the Tires Plus JBS 2018 rear engine alcohol junior dragster. Again, licensing and test, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. That's licensing and test, I believe, lanes 1 and 2. Zero-2 reaction time for Gagnon here in the tower lane. Gagnon will get there first, 8.004 at 81 miles an hour. Against an 8.04, 81 miles an hour for Marin. Not sure if Marin's supposed to be in the program. I think he paid for yesterday, but not today. Scott Sikora. RAD sponsored 2006 rear engine dragster here in the tower lane. What a beautiful machine. Paired up against the Antle towing machine, piloted by Cody Plews. I do believe this is Thunder class of junior dragster racing. Oh, no, the other way around. This is the Lightning class of junior dragster. What do I know? I'm just the announcer. Both racers leaving substantial while leaving red lights behind. Sakura gets there first, 8:55 with a 5 to a 9:47 in the 8th for Cody Pews. Again, licensing and test the staging, please. Licensing and test the staging. I need no box cars on standby. That's non-electronic cars on standby, racers. Emma Debris. B&D Lift Track Services, rear engine dragster. Ammo away clean and green. 192 60 foot. 9002. 71 miles an hour out of that junior dragster. Like I said, that machine had passed me. My BMW runs 9/8 in the 8th. Final call, licensing and test. That's final call for licensing and test. Carson Brimacombe, 2015 Junior Dragster, brought to you by Lord Co Auto Parts. And the fire went out in that junior before we even got to see it make it hit. He's going to yank its cord, see if he can make it go again. Well, okay, so they're going to stand there and discuss restarting the car. The whole world is watching you guys. All right, they are in fact going to fire that junior back to life. Again, Carson Brimacombe. As I've said, racers, if I destroy your last name, have a crew member or yourself come and talk to me and I will get it right in the later rounds. I can only say what I see, and sometimes what I see is very hard to pronounce. So help me out, guys. Yeah, this is a licensing pass. First time racer for Carson Brimacombe. Basically just going to make a launch in his first licensing pass to make sure that he can handle the starting line. Just like that. As I said, in licensing passes, they ease themselves up into a full pull. First you do a launch, Then you'll do a 60-foot hit, then maybe a half-track pass. They do ease into these licenses. They don't just tell you, throttle down, hair straight back to the other end of the racetrack your first time out. All right, they are easing that machine into the beams. And away. I would say that's 2 perfect launches, 0.375 light. All right, 2 clean licensing launches for Carson Brimacombe. Looks like the child got it done. Send him back to the pits. He can wait for the next round. Again, absolute final call for Junior Street. And I need licensing and test, obviously. Non-electronics on standby, racer. Non-electronics on standby. Just waiting for licensing and test in staging lane 5. Again, final call, licensing and test right now. Final call for licensing and test. I need box and no box on standby, racers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, non-electronic staging lanes 5 and 6. That's first call for non-electronics staging lanes 5 and 6. I need electronics cars on standby. Thank you. Bo Dickey. Out of Morin Motorsports, 1993 Chevrolet S10 paired up against young Emma Sidden out of Sidden Family Racing. Out of Kelowna, 1997 Dodge Dakota, tuned by none other than Charles Sidden at Tops Auto Repair. She'd like to thank Mom, Dad, and her brother at home. Heather Brown Junior Street is young unlicensed drivers that are allowed to make a race pass under race conditions with a licensed driver in the passenger seat. Bo Dickey got there 987, 73 miles an hour. Emma Sidden 1407, 57 miles an hour for herself. Again, I am looking for no box cars, staging lanes 5 and 6. That's non-electronics, no box cars, staging lanes 5 and 6. This is your second call, racers. Just waiting on the last couple of licensing testing drivers to get suited and booted, and we'll be sending them cars down the track almost immediately. Again, bringing you early qualifying for today's bracket program in advance of this evening's eliminations for Doorwarz, the Outlaw 275 class, as well as more qualifying hits for the Canada West Door Slammers and the Northwest Pro Mods. Again, this is Doorwarz 9 being brought to you by the BC Custom Car Association, the West Coast Pro Mods, Canada West Door Slammers Association, and the X275 class. All right, going into the licensing and test program, Daniel Rodrigue stepping up to his advanced ET license. Tom Price at home. Top Fuel Harleys will run sometime shortly after 3:30. Daniel Rodrigue, the Boo, Chevrolet Malibu, nitrous oxide assisted big block Chevrolet. I believe currently situated number 2 in the Outlaw 275 class going into this afternoon's eliminations, but they still have 1 round of qualifying left. Travis Hamlin at home. Top Fuel Harleys, I think we've got actually more than 2 of them now. There was only 2 yesterday, but racers and fans are trickling into the facility as we speak. I do believe we'll have more than just the 2. Daniel Rodrigue into the beams. You folks out there in the stands, you'll have to bear with me a little bit. We are also presenting a live stream presentation to the entire world, and I get to interact with the text and the messages that these people are sending in. So if you're wondering what the heck I'm talking about, well, I'm talking to the folks at home on the computer. Daniel Rodrigue with an ugly pass. If anybody complains about what data he learned from that pass, well, they're confused. He didn't get anything out of that. Very, very good friend of mine and one of the guys that bankrolled my trip here to the coast, Bob Love out of BDL Automotive. Absolutely beautiful 1967 Chevy 2. Says he's completely changed this car and he's still trying to get a handle on the rear suspension. Says the car makes a big crazy move towards the wall as soon as he pulls the trigger, and he's trying to get that worked out of it. This is a 4-speed car, folks. 3 pedals on the floor, 3 sticks on the transmission tunnel. And hey, that car is going straight today. Bob's pretty happy. He wasn't sure if it was going to go left harder or straighten the car out. Nice hit, 845 at $157 for Robert Love. You fans at home in the online presentation, we will be giving away some more of those West Coast Pro Modified t-shirts supplied by the West Coast Pro Mod Association. Their motto, just send it. Again, I'll come up with a few trivia questions throughout the day. First one to answer will get that shirt. First one to answer from here in the stands at MRP as well will get almost an identical shirt. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a motorcycle starter or junior dragster starter sitting down here in the starting line burnout box area. We need to have that crew come and remove that starter, please. It's a little bit of a hazard and in our way down here. Again, either a motorcycle starter box or a junior dragster starter box. We need you to come and get that piece of equipment, please. Again, looking for no box cars. This is your 3rd call. That's no box cars, staging lanes 5 and 6. This is your third call. Wow, massive move by that machine. Pulls the plug early and he is going to coast. Boy, that'll fill your shorts in a big, big hurry, won't it? Big move towards the wall as soon as he pulled the trigger. This 67 Chevrolet is absolutely beautiful. Darren Buck with a test pass. Don't know where he's from or what he's running under the hood, but this car is clean, mean, and beautiful. Darren Buck just easing into the beams for this solo pass. Again, this is a licensing or test pass. I believe it is a licensing pass. Can we have Tony from Tech? Come to Tech, please. That's Tony from Tech. Please come to Tech. Thank you. 952, 112 mile an hour for that machine. Looking at all the data, looks like it was a clean, smooth pass. Again, absolute final call, racers, for no box to staging. This is your very last call for no box to staging. I need electronics cars on standby, guys and gals. Electronics on standby. Thank you. Just waiting for those licensing and test racers as well as the non-electronics class all getting suited and booted up for this hit. Little bit of debris at about the 600-foot track. I'll tell you what, this track crew is unbelievable. They shut down the cars, they go roaring down the track because they see something on the track. This guy happened to spot a wristband on the racetrack from the starting line. You want to talk about eagle eyes. And because they don't know what it is, they go down and they check it out and pick it up. So again, a wristband is what stopped us from racing this time around. Safety first, race fans. Again, if it was a piece of metal, the next guy in the right lane wasn't going to be happy. Again, HMK Mobile Food Kitchen in behind the grandstands on the pit side of the track. Barbecue smoking over there beside the pro shop. The pro shop is open. BS Express serving out mini donuts down behind the stands. I love mini donuts. Cold drinks, espresso coffee, you can get it all at BS Espresso, where the BS never stops. Getting ready to see another licensing pass. I was asked about this guy yesterday. Terry Shiflita, I'm being told. I'll work with that. Pontiac Firebird. '97 Firebird. 500 cubic inch pro stock engine in that machine. Trying for a 699. Attention in the pits, attention in the facility. If you have a jump box, a booster box, we need it on the starting line ASAP. Again, if you have a booster pack or a starter box, we need it down here on the starting line immediately, please and thank you. All right, that Firebird into the beams. Shiflita gonna take a test pass. Easing into the pre-stage. Rolling in slowly, fully staged and ready. Nothing wrong with that pass, boys and girls. A to B and reasonably quick. 7:17 at 192. Still over 2/10 out of the 699 that he was hoping for, though. Electronics cars, I need you on standby, please. Electronic cars on standby. Not sure if they found that booster box down here at the starting line or not. Carson Barlow lighting the hides in that Chevy pickup. Jason Graw to Abbotsford, the 81 Z28 406 small block. .002 reaction time for Jason Graw. 688 at 100 miles an hour. Barlow in the pickup, 892 with a 577 miles an hour from that long box. John Jenkins racing out of Titanium Auto Group, that beautiful 1966 Nova. 496 Polk Stroke to Massage Big Block Chevrolet. Paired up against Richmond's Jake and Birkenbos. 1995 Camaro 383 Stroker. .015 reaction for Birkenbos. Burke will get there first. No, he doesn't. Jenkins drives around him. 643 to $111. Birkenbos a 745. Rob Monroe, 69 Acadian, powered by a 383. A mechanic out of Surrey. Paired up against that beautiful 31 Ford Model A. Rob Monroe at the wheel of that car. Monroe goes 0-1 red on the tree. Good thing it's qualifying or he'd be going on the trailer. He turns 710, 95 miles an hour. Monroe is stepping out 595 at 116 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. In the burnout box, Dodge on Dodge Crime. 1968 Plymouth Scamp taking on a 1969 Dodge Dart. Eric Hansen in the Scamp taking on Veronica Hodgson. That green 69 Dart powered by a 360 in the Lordco lane. Veronica Hodgson, better reaction time by 2/10. She'll get there first in 8:05, 85 miles an hour, and 8:20, 86 mile an hour for Eric Hansen. Joel Smith, the Zap Strap Racing 1971 Pontiac Ventura. Paired up with Barry Checklock out of Surrey. Like to thank Fire Actors Tech, that small block Chevy powered RX-7. Both racers go red. 7:03 in the Tower Lane versus 7:18 for Checkluck in the Lordco lane. Chris Lloyd out of Oyama, British Columbia, the Lloyd's Custom Fabrication 69 Chevelle. He'd like to thank his teammates with Motor Tree Racing back in Kelowna watching him on the live stream. Paired up with Ralph Pritchett out of Duncan. 1965 Nova 383 stroker under the hood. Chris Lloyd's gonna have to polish up on the tree. He went 0-4 red, but still turned 667. Pritchett cuts a .1, goes 651 on the ET. Daryl Stobe, general contractor out of Abbotsford, at the wheel of that 327 powered Chevelle. Jeff Whitworth, that wheel, well, not wheel standing, but wheelie machine 1984 S10 brought to you by Precise Mechanical Repair. Front wheels in the air each and every pass for Whitworth. And that S10 will get there first, 625 at 109 versus a 650. Listen to this, folks, a 652 with a 5 versus a 625 with a 2. I'm going to go into dyslexia here. Both machines over 100 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronic cars. First call to staging lanes 1 and 2. That's electronic or box cars. Staging lanes 1 and 2. This is your first call. Glenn Martin goes 671 to a 741 for Grant Gordon. Both machines going red. Very, very nice looking little Ford Mustang. Sylvia Hodgson's at the wheel. 66 Stang with a 302. Paired up with Ross Walker, that 66 Chevy 2 powered by a 427. Front wheels in the air for the Chevy 2. Goes 007 red. Good thing this is qualifying. Turns a 642 at 106. Hodgson's going 816 at 85 mile an hour. David Jung's 96 Camaro with a 305 small block. Paired up against Merritt's Robin Redding. Robin at the wheel of that 27 Ford. 350 small block. He'd like to thank Junkyard Dog for their help. Again, looking for box cars, staging lanes 1 and 2. That's electronic cars to staging lanes 1 and 2, racers. Dave Jung getting out good off an 018 light, goes 706 at 96. Robin 754 at 88 and a half. The Ren Swarz. The Ren's going to make a single pass. They pushed Ryan Johnson out. The Investors Group vet not keeping under fire. The Wrens would like to thank Titanium Auto Group for all their help on that Monte Carlo. No reaction time on that card. Car still shows. At 1946. Larry Rodenizer at the wheel of that machine out of British Columbia, paired up with Craig Johnson out of Langley. The G-Wagon. He'd like to thank Johnson's Custom Exhaust for the big bad pipes that are no longer under that wagon. Both racers with a decent reaction time. 594 on the ET for Rodenizer in the Ford. Johnson a 686 with a 598 mile an hour here in the Tower Lane. In the burnout box, folks, this is the wheel stander of the weekend. He put this car in the back bumper last night. Absolutely wowed the crowd. And folks, Lucella did not get a picture of it. We can't believe it. Taking on that monster station wagon 66 Bel Air. Just a tiny little 327 small block trying to move that 5,000 pound car down the track. Dennis Winton at the wheel. Well, I'm sure he's whittled the weight down to about 4,800. But again, watch that Nova. $684 for the Nova, $783 for Dennis Winton in the Bel Air wagon. Hal Peterson not quite hooking up on that pass, but I'm telling you, that Nova has been putting on a show for 2 days. G-Body taking on a Fox Body. Bobby Ellers out of Maple Ridge, the 89 Mustang 408 small block. Kevin McCauley, also out of Maple Ridge. Old school 1983 Cutlass with a 355 small block. Both races away clean and green. 0-2 on the tree for McCauley. But the Mustang's going to drive through him. 682 at 101. Beats a 7.5 to 90 miles an hour here in qualifying. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is your final call for box cars to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Third and final call for box cars to staging lanes 1 and 2. I need motorcycle and juniors on standby, please. That's motorcycle and juniors on standby. Jamie Roth away strong in that 64 Comet. The Malibu trying to chase him down, but it ain't gonna happen. 654 for Roth in the Comet. 712 for Dustin Jones in the Malibu. Again, final call for boxcars to lanes 1 and 2, racers. Final call for boxcars. Both racers into the beam. Hank Vermillion, John Tabac. John with a 006 reaction time. Hey, you take the microphone out of the guy's hand, maybe he can cut a light. 672 at 101. Beats Hank 692 at 98 miles an hour in the Screaming Demon. Again, John Tabac, and the pickup is the regular announcer here at Mission Raceway Park. Trying to stuff both of my feet into one of his big shoes. I'm having a heck of a time here with the facility. Again, beautiful sunshine, slight cloud cover here along the Fraser River. Sure, a whole lot better than it was last week in the 40s with the humidex at about 1,002. Thought you were breathing soup. Folks, I'm from the Okanagan Valley. I am used to blistering heat, but the humidity you people have down here is wilting my hair, man. Pair of altereds. Pair of altereds pulling up to the starting line, clearing the pipes. Blair Criddle over there in the Lordco lane closest to the main grandstands. 27 Roadster with a 434 small block paired up against a big block Chevy and Jamie Wellwood, the 32 Bantam altered. Good pass by both racers. 548 for Wellwood. Blair Criddle a 604. Again, racers, final call for electronic cars to staging, please. Absolute final call for electronics cars. Ray Bollinger, the Test and Tune 1963 Pontiac, paired up against Ron Clark's 69 Chevelle. Both machines powered by a small block Chevy, just slightly over 350 cubes. Bollinger's going to get there first in the big Pontiac, 667 at 101. Beats an 800 85 mile an hour pass here in qualifying. Again, this is just qualifying. There are no winners, no losers. These guys are just getting datas and a dial in for this afternoon's elimination program. Again, this is still round 1 qualifying for the electronics class, known as box class or super pro to some racetracks. These machines, wow, these are the non-electronics cars still. No driver aids, no delay boxes, no retards, no throttle stops. Tony Mendonça, Scary Canary, 408 cubic inch Maverick taking on that Chevy 2 that I've got no info on. That Chevy 2 is stepping out on that Maverick. 606 at 115 for the no-name racer, beats a 738, 90 miles an hour for that clean Maverick. Kevin Patco, Test Pass 1977 Chevrolet Vega. No information, so I guess that thing's got a V8. Like to thank HRK Racing. .016 reaction, 720 in the 8th, 73 miles an hour. All right, folks, we're going to stand down just a second while our track preps the track a little bit. Again, electronics cars, final call to staging. We are going into you guys next, as far as I know. Yes, we are. I see them lined up in the staging lanes. As I said, I have got a whole bag full of giveaway stuff here from the Northwest Pro Mod Association. Not exactly sure how, when, or where I'm going to give away all of this stuff. Some of it's going to go to you fans at home on the internet. Some of it is going to go to you fans here in the stands. And as soon as I can figure out how to get all that done, we'll make it happen. Again, take this opportunity to go down to the HMK Mobile Kitchen located behind the grandstands. Well, the pit side grandstands. Mini donuts, espresso coffee, cold drinks available at the BS Espresso. Of course, the pro shop in the center of the pits is open if you are looking for Mission Raceway Park merch. Of course, check out some of the fantastic merch that these Pro Mod, Top Fuel Hurley, and Outlaw 275, as well as Door Slammer teams have brought. There's some great looking merchandise. If your clothes are looking a little bit worn and raggy, you could buy a whole new outfit here at the track today. As for all of you fans in the stands out here enjoying the race in this blistering heat, again, please remember to keep yourself cool. Hydrate, 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 people. Keep yourself covered if you can. Bring an umbrella or whatnot. I find that having a bottle of water and a wet rag, and I wipe my face off with that wet rag once in a while, makes me feel much, much better. But again, all the joking aside, people, hydrate, 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 and keep yourself safe. If you start to feel dizzy or something like that, perhaps seek out one of our staff here at the track and we'll see what we can do for you. But again, be careful, folks. It is very hot and very humid out here this weekend. Again, you folks at home, sure glad to see you on the live stream feed. Going out over Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube live for the last 3 days. Again, this is a new idea from Mission Raceway Park, and we're embracing it in every way, shape, or form. I get to stand here and watch comments coming in from all over the world, people. I've been talking to people from Australia, Africa, someplace called the Americas. Yeah, just for you folks online, we will be going from static camera to full production at about which time, Kevin? Shortly after 2 p.m. this afternoon. Again, 4 cameras plus drones. You're going to see it all and more. We will be bringing you the Lucas Oil replay. You get to see all the action again, which we here at the track don't get to see. Once the pass has happened, you know, it's over. Well, not over for us, except for whatever we might have to do after the fact. But basically, once you see it, we're done. Lordco Auto Parts live stream. Again, we will be going completely live online at approximately 2:30 this afternoon when we kick up all of the cameras. This is just the pre-show. Again, this is the bracket race and qualifying part of the day. And then we go into full rock and roll at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Take this opportunity to thank Winter Harbor Marine and RV, Artex Barn Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and VP Race Fuel Distributor, Paradise Homes and Accurate Brake and Muffler. As I was saying to you online, folks, Mission Raceway Park, a beautiful 80-some plus acre facility nestled along the Fraser River. Mission City, British Columbia, just outside of Vancouver proper. We race at just slightly above sea level on an average day, and believe it or not, slightly below sea level at certain times of some days. World records have been set at this facility, folks. If you've never heard of Mission Raceway Park, you're never going to forget it after this weekend. Again, Doorwarz 9, one of the biggest, baddest events here at Mission Raceway Park for everybody involved. Some of the quickest, fastest, meanest Outlaw door slammers, pro modifieds, and Outlaw 275 racers coming to the field here this weekend, as well as our full bracket classes. So turn up your TV, grab yourself a beverage, sit back, and enjoy the show, folks. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, staging lane 1, please. That's motorcycles to staging lane 1. I need junior dragsters to staging lanes 2 and 3. That's junior dragsters to lanes 2 and 3. Motorcycles to lane 1, first call. In the burnout box, Gary Fisher out of Qualicum. That 75 Pinto Ford makes it. Chevy shakes it. It's a 422 small block Chevrolet paired up with Ted Buss. Ted goes 01 red on Gary Fisher's 007 green. Buss will get there first, 579, 116 in the Alter versus a 597 for the Pinto. Again, this is the electronics or box class. Peter Laconis, student out of Transporters Logistics, that 63 Corvette with a 502, taking on Brad Vinn. Brad at the BNC Racing 1968 Camaro. .009 on the tree for Brad Vinn, goes 604. Lacana's quicker with a 559 at 122. 0-2 on the tree for himself, so he wasn't sleeping. Mike Stewart, Ken Specialty Auto, sponsored 1967 Chevy 2, stroked 421 small block. Paired up with Dan Parsons out of Powell River, 70 Dodge Duster, 500 cubic inches in that Quality Racing sponsored Plymouth. Scott Robinson, that Posma Farms 84 Beretta, regular here. Rad Torque Systems bringing you that machine, paired up against Martin Rachel. Martin, that 78 Malibu, doing the G-body shuffle with a 468 under the hood. .01 on the light for Robinson. 514, 134 in the TCS. Mission Speedway lane, 641, 104 for Martin Rachel. Rochelle, as John says to me twice in the background. As I said, if I slaughter your name, have somebody come and straighten me out. Cool looking Ford altered here in the Tower Lane. Ron Fawcett out of Nanaimo. Straight line race cars bringing you that 23T altered 565 big block. Jason Gibson, 66 Ford Mustang 427 poked and stroked small block Ford. Gibson Family Racing. Both races away clean and green. 6:03 for Fawcett, 6:38 for Jason Gibson. There are dinosaurs down by the food truck for you younger visitors. Yes, I said dinosaurs, just look over your shoulder. Never seen anything quite like this before. Dinos in a cage. You folks at home can't see what's going on here, but we got dinosaurs on the property. You'll probably get to see it later. Al McKay Smith, that clean 65 Nova wagon taking on that Monte Carlo of Lauren Ridley. .601, Lauren Ridley beats a 6:08 for Al McKay Smith. Mike Robinson out of Chilliwack, that JBS Equipment 1927 Roadster, 447 small block. Actually, that pipes are all spread out. It's either a Ford or it's a big block Chevy. I'm gonna guess it's a 447 Ford. Taking on Andy Andrew. Ansel Towing's 2011 Cobalt. Motorcycles to staging lane 1, please. That's motorcycles to staging lane 1. Junior Dragster, staging lane 2 and 3, please. This is your second call. Motorcycles and Junior Dragsters, the staging. This is your second call. Sorry, racers, I was talking, forgot all about you. Altered and the Cobalt away. Robinson goes 005 red. Cobalt goes 527 to the Altered's 579. Again, Junior Dragsters lanes 2 and 3. Motorcycles staging lane 1. Junior Dragsters and motorcycles to staging immediately, please. Emily Gerard, Shear Solutions 2001 undercover rear engine dragster. Sunset Racing engines built 582-inch big block Chevrolet. Paired up against that 68 Camaro Steve Lowe out of Langley. 396 big block in that machine. Says he's a mechanic. I'm guessing he turns his own wrenches on that machine. I need Junior Street on standby, please. That's Junior Street and Test on standby. Emily Gerard getting everything set. Gonna roll into the beams. Been cutting some very good lights here this weekend in that dragster, even just in testing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, staging lane 5, please. That's Junior Street to staging lane 5. This is your third and final call for motorcycles and junior dragsters. 481 for Emily Gerard and the dragster of a 02 light. 145 was a mile an hour, Steve Lowe. 689, 120 miles an hour in the 8th for that Camaro. Again, racers, we are looking for Junior Street, staging lane 5. Racers, Junior Street, staging lane 5. First call. Again, last call for motorcycles and junior dragsters. Ty McCann, 427, big block Chevrolet in that front engine digger. That nostalgia dragster is super cool to a guy like me. Paired up against Richard Love on a Maple Ridge, that 89 S10 with a 350 small block. Richard Love goes 0-1 red on the tree. Ty McCann 0-2 to the good. 516 for McCann at a $132, a 701 at 99 miles an hour for Richard Love. Looks like it's going to be a single hit for Herman Chan. 1967 Camaro. Big block under the hood. Like to thank Lordco Auto Parts for all of their support. .653, 105.75 off a 007 reaction time. Nice clean pass, both ends of the track. Again, absolute final call, motorcycles and junior dragsters. Racers, I need Junior Street to staging lane 5, please. That's Junior Street to staging lane 5. Take this opportunity while everything is quiet to maybe run through a couple of the sponsors here for the facility itself. Not necessarily just this weekend sponsors again. Mission Raceway Park, owned by the BC Custom Car Association. Like to thank RH Race Cars, TCS Converters, Super Steve's Tire and Mechanical, Trailblazers, Factory Direct Tools, Summit Racing Equipment, of course Mohan Race Engineering, Remax, the University of the Fraser Valley, Abstry, new and used tires and wheels, Industry Workwear and Safety, and the Mission Station Grill, amongst many, many others. Again, race fans, sponsorship does make the world go around, and it helps to keep our doors open here at Mission Raceway Park. Please support the supporters that support the racetrack. Again, just doing a little bit of cleanup and prep on the track here before we go into the next round of qualifying. Dinosaurs blowing bubbles. Little child standing back just in amazement looking at that. She's a little too young to remember when the dinosaurs actually roamed the earth, but I don't remember them blowing bubbles. Yes, I'm being told it is getting hot out there, folks. Stay cool, hydrate, 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 wear a hat, carry an umbrella, put a book over the top of your head, whatever you got to do to stay cool. It is hot out there, folks. 130-degree track temperature right now, folks. It is hot for our crew down there. And as I've said, all of the crews, the starting line, the burnout box, the mid-track guy, the finish line guy, top end Bob at the other end of the racetrack, the ambulance operator, the tow truck operator, the ET shack, all of these people out here busting their butt in the heat. Throw your hands together and give them a great big thank you, folks, because they have really put this track together. Gonna see a pair of those pro-class motorcycles. Austin Christopher here in the Tower Lane out of Hope, British Columbia. 2014 Kawasaki 1428. Matt McKay Smith out of Merritt. MTMM Performance 2018 Suzuki. 1300 cc's between the knees for that man. Junior Street, this is your third call to staging, please. Junior Street to staging lane 5. I need licensing and test on standby, racers. That's licensing and test on standby. But again, final call for Junior Street. Anita Tim at home. Gary Fisher in that beautiful little orange Pinto. I love that machine. Nice pass by both machines. Front wheels in the air. How about a 696 over here in the Tower Lane? Just eking out a 710 at a $188 from McKay Smith. Emily White, racing out of Marin Motors, Lordco, and TNT. Paired up against Wesley Armstrong, JK Speed Shop, Alcohol Rear Engine Dragster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Licensing and test. Staging lane 5, this is your first call. Licensing and test. Staging lane 5. First call, racers. I need non-electronic on standby, please. That's no box on standby. Thank you, racers. Again, Emily White, Wesley Armstrong. All eyes on the starting line. You folks at home getting to see them testing their cameras, getting ready for the full production that's going to be starting in an hour or so. Actually, about half an hour, I think. Or right now, in fact. The live stream, full camera, full production begins now, race fans at home. You're going to get to see it all. Hunter Gallant, Chilliwack, BDL Auto sponsored Super Steve's Tires as well, paired up against Alex Green. Justin Gallant, Hunter's father, #1 qualifier right now, going into the final qualifying round of the X275 class. Again, we are looking for licensing and test staging lane 5, please. Licensing and test staging lane 5. Second call, racers. Hunter Gallant goes 386 red, but still turns 1193 in that junior. 1496 for Alex Green in the spectator side. Abigail White racing out of Pioneer Truck and Trailer. Beautiful looking alcohol rear engine dragster. Junior dragster, obviously. Again, all aluminum alcohol powered power plants. Again, licensing and test, staging lane 5. Licensing and test, staging lane 5. I need non-electronics on standby, racers. That's non-electronics on standby. Geez, the merch is piling up here in the tower. I'm going to have to start giving away some of this stuff. I'm starting to trip over it. The goodies keep coming in. Carson Brimacone, 2015 Junior Dragster, brought to you by Lordco Auto Parts and Mom and Dad. Oh, I assume Mom and Dad. Could be an uncle or maybe even a neighbor, but... This is your final call for licensing and test in lane 5. Final call for licensing and test. Thank you. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronic cars. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, drivers. That's non-electronics or no box cars. We need you in staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is your first call. I need box cars on standby, please. That's box cars, electronics on standby, racers. Thank you. Just gotta wait for Carson Brimacone to clear the top end of the racetrack. Don't want to get too much heat in these engines. Believe it or not, as small as they are, these things get hot and blow up just like any other engine. They do not have a cooling system. Some of them run on alcohol and run a little cooler than others, but again, you want the right amount of heat in the power plant, the drive line when you make your hits. Shutting these cars down, letting them rest for a second while we clear the young man toward the top end of the racetrack. Sitting here waiting very patiently to make their pass, Cody Plews out of Antle Towing here in the tower lane. Scott Sikora racing out of Rad Torque Systems. 2006 creative rear engine digger. right, they're just telling me that is in fact Lexi Winterbottom at the wheel of Scott Sikора's car. Again, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems over there in the Lordco Spectator Lane. Cody Plews, the Anthil Towing rear engine junior dragster. Again, attention in the pits. Non-electronics cars, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 racers. Non-electronics, no box cars, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is your second call. I need electronics cars on standby. All right, I'm being told that lunch is ready in the VIP suite. If you're a VIP pass holder, dinner is served. Again, lunch is ready in the VIP lounge. If you've got VIP passes, make your way up to the 3rd floor of the timing tower. Lexi with a very strong 0-2 reaction time. She trims the lights at 8.53, 76 miles an hour. Cody at 9.44. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers. There is a driver's meeting at Scott Robinson's trailer. Again, Canada West Door Slammers, driver's meeting at Scott Robinson's trailer. Please make your way over there. Colt Marin, CL Gagnon. CL would like to thank Big Kids Racing, that beautiful red and black machine. Colt Marin here in the Tower Lane. Like to thank Tires Plus and JBS Power Systems. Once again, Canada West Door Slammers, drivers meeting at Scott's Camp. Drivers meeting for Canada West Door Slammers, Scott Robinson's trailer. Attention in the pits, this is your 3rd call for no box, staging lanes 1 through 4 racers. 3rd call for non-electronics, the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 798 for CL Gagnon in the Lordco Tower or Lordco Spectator Lane. 809 right behind for Colt Marin here in the Tower Lane. Emma Debris, B&D Lift Truck Services rear engine digger. Emma away clean and green. .906, 70 miles an hour for Debris. That's going to take us into our junior street pairing. I believe we only have the 2 cars. Young Emma Sidden racing out of Kelowna Lake Country area. 1997 Dodge Dakota, brought to you by Tops Auto Repair. And of course, Sidden Family Racing. Paired up against Bo Dickey, racing out of Marin Motorsports, 1993 Chevy S10. Again, this is Junior Street. Both of these racers do have a ride victim, licensed driver along with them. Giving them occasional instructions, whatnot. Sometimes the co-pilot / ride victims just sits there and keeps their mouth shut. Emma Sidden, actually a very accomplished young racer. I believe this is her 2nd full year racing in the junior street. She's getting pretty good at it. Just got treed to death by Bo Dickey though. Bo goes 08 on the tree. 918 for Dickey in the S10. Emma goes 10.52, 64 miles an hour, a full second faster than her last hit. She's picking it up. Again, racers, now your third and final call for non-electronics to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Third and final call for no box, lanes 1 through 4, please. Kevin Patco, 1977 Chevy Vega. 01 on the tree. 675 in the 8th. 12:43 in the quarter, 69 miles an hour. I tell you what, this little Chevy 2 makes my legs stick straight out. Love this machine. Clean, mean, making good power. Darren Buck, 1967 Chevy 2. Poked, stroked, massaged, cleaned, preened, and ready to scream. Boy, these camera angles and shots are incredible on this live stream. Overhead shots, in-your-face shots, replays, zoom, pan. This is amazing. Great to see you fans in the stands here in Mission Raceway Park. Get to see your smiling faces for the first time in 18 plus months. Darren, 1092, 82 miles an hour, pulled the plug early. Again, racers, I need boxcars on standby. Boxcars on a short standby, please. You guys are up next. Absolute final call for no box. We are in that class right now. Carson Barlow, the Chevrolet pickup, paired up against Grant Gordon, the 69 Dodge Dart. 4 Cycles Customs bringing you that 440 powered machine. Clean pass by both machines. 745. For the Dart, 894, 76 mile an hour here in the TCS lane for the 70 pickup. Pair of old school, well, oldish school machines, 81 Z28, 406 small block, and that clean 66 Ford Mustang, 302 underneath the hood. Sylvia Hodgson's in the wheel. .01 reaction time for Jason. 691 in the 8th at 99 miles an hour. 817, 83 miles an hour for Sylvia. Lorenz Schwartz, Dialed 6'5", Jason Birkenbow's a 744. 95 Camaro against the G-Body 1983 Monte Carlo, brought to you by Titanium Auto Group. Again, this is round 1 eliminations for the no box class. I'm sorry, race fans, I didn't make that clear. Jason goes 06 red on the tree. He's heading to the trailer. Automatic win for Lorenz goes 654 to 104. Barry Checkluck, the RX-7 powered by a small block Chevy. 719 is dial. Eric Hansen, 68 Plymouth. 821 the dial. He's going to get pretty much a second head start on Barry. Then they're going to send that RX-7 after him. .03 on the tree for Hansen. .07 for Checkluck. Checkluck wins around with the RX-7. 725 on a 19 dial. 38 against a 21 for Eric Hansen. Round win going to Checkluck in the RX-7. Ron Clark, 1969 Chevelle out of Port Alberni. Small block under the hood. Paired up with Dave Jung's 96 Camaro. 305 little motor underneath the hood of that machine. .02 on the tree for Dave Jung. 2 full tenths better than his competitor. Ron Clark breaks out, hands the win to Dave Jung. Jung wins 721 on an 06 dial. Joel Smith, 1971 Pontiac Ventura, paired up with Jeff Whitworth. Jeff dialed 626 to Joel Smith 699. Gonna see a head start for the Pontiac Ventura. Both machines away clean and green. Starting line advantage going to Whitworth in the S10. Whitworth wins the round easily, goes 637 on a 26 dial. Joel Smith couldn't run the numbers, 705 on his 699. Veronica Hodgson, 69 Dart racing out of Mission, paired up with Daryl Stobes. 1964 Chevelle with a small block. He'd like to thank Stobe Construction. Anybody's race at this point. Veronica breaks out, hands the win to Daryl Stowe. 653 on a 52 dial. Veronica cut her a little too tight, goes 801 and an 06. Just a little bit too quick. That's going to send her back to the campsite. Rob Monroe, that's 69 Acadian out of Surrey. 383 small block, paired up against Ross Walker. Walker dialed a 642, Monroe a 711. Again, this is round 1 eliminations for the no box class. Attention in the pits, I need electronic cars on standby, please. Electronic cars on standby. 019 red for Robert Monroe. It was over before it even started. Ross Walker into the next round with a 640. A breakout on his 642 dial, but first or worse, the red light will hand him the win. All right, having a little hard time getting the information from this Cadillac. I do remember it's somebody's wife, a racer's wife. They're both racing, but I'm not sure who it is. Paired up against Kevin McCauley, the old school 1983 Cutlass 355 small block. There we go, Dustin and Jamie, and they're gonna send this racer away. Why? Single hit for Kevin McCauley. He's into the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronic cars. I need box cars to staging right now, please. That's box cars to staging. This is your first call. Can I have motorcycle on standby racers, please? Motorcycles on standby. Thank you very much. John Tabak. Mostly regular announcer here at Mission Raceway Park at the wheel of that 89 S10. 365 under the hood. He'd like to thank Rad Torque Systems, Fortins and Big O, paired up with Rob Monroe, that 31 Ford Model A, 414 cubic inches of poke, stroke, blown small block Chevrolet. Again, racers, we need box cars, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's box cars to staging lanes. This is your first and a half call. John Tabak still in the show. Competitor goes red. In the rolling up to the beams, Larry Rodenzer's 46 Ford, powered by a small block, taking on Motor Tree Racing and Kelowna Oyama's very own Chris Lloyd. All the friends and family at home from Motor Tree are watching this young man. Lloyd dialed 669 to Larry Rodenzer's 594. We're going to give Chris Lloyd a little bit of a head start. Let's see if he can run it out the back. Nope. Chris Lloyd goes 0-3 red. He must have been hungry and thought that the burger was at the other end of the track. Rodenzer wins with a 593 breakout on his 94. Bobby Ellers, 1989 Mustang Fox body out of Maple Ridge, taking on the wheel-standing Malfunction 1968 Acadian of Hal Peterson. Again, electronics cars to staging, please. Second call, electronic or box cars. I need you in staging. Motorcycles on standby, racers. That's motorcycles on standby. Thank you. Both machines with a breakout. Win goes to Hal Peterson in the Acadian 671 on a 75. Bobby Eller's a big breakout, goes 669 on a $75. So Hal Peterson moving on in the Acadian. Ralph Pritchett out of Duncan, that 65 Nova, small block under the hood. Paired up with the Junkyard Dog 1927 Ford for Robert Redding, racing out of Merritt in the lower Nicola Valley. Box cars, electronic cars to staging, please. Box cars, electronic cars to staging lanes. Thank you. Both races away clean and green. Redding goes 004 on the tree. But hey, Pritchett drives around him. 646 on a $45 for Pritchett. Robin couldn't run the number. Slows to a 61. We'll see the Nova back in the next round. '64 Comet, 347 small block Ford. Jamie Roth at the wheel of that machine. Pairing against Blair Criddle. Precision Performance sponsored 1927 Ford Roadster with a 434 small block. $575 for the Roadster, $6.5 for Jamie Roth. Clean start for both racers. Win goes to Jamie Ross, 659 on a 51 dial. Criddle nowhere near the number, slows to a 604 off his 575 dial. Dennis Winton, that big 66 Bel Air wagon powered by a 327, paired up against a friend of mine, Hank Vermillion. The Screamin' Demon 1971 Dodge Demon, 408 cubic inches of screamin' small block Mopar. Both cars into the beams. Vermillion goes red on 03 red, hands the win to Dennis Winton. John Jenkins, 1966 Nova, racing out of the Titanium Auto Group, 496 massive cubic inches underneath the hood of that little Chevy 2. Paired up with Tony Mendoza, the Scary Canary 1973 Maverick. Like I said, Jamie, how can they give me a raise when I just got here? Scary Canary dialed 735, 6-4 for Jenkins. 006 reaction time for Tony. Wins around with a 734 breakout on his 35, 1,000 too fast, or 100. Jenkins way too fast, goes 640 and a 43. We'll see the Maverick back in the next round. All right. Charles Sidden, racing out of Tops Auto Repair in Kelowna. Based out of Lake Country, Sidden Family Racing. 1997 Dodge Dakota, I do believe. 5.7 liter V8 in that machine, but I'm not sure. He's sharing that car with his young daughter Emma, racing in the Junior Street program. And the Altered, brought to you by T&T Automotive in Mountain View, that 32 Bantam, Jamie Wellwood of the wheel. 565 big inch. And it looks like they're pushing that car out. Charles is going to get a single. Hey, Thunder Mountain Raceway racers, going another round, fans at home. Charles Sidden, one of the most respected and toughest racers we have back at Thunder Mountain Raceway. Ray Bollinger, that beautiful 1963 Pontiac, racing out of testandtune.com. 667 is dial, paired up with Ryan Johnson. That beautiful Investors Group 63 Corvette. 598 cubic inches of big block underneath, well, mostly underneath the hood of that Vet. Man, that is a gorgeous paint job. Final call for box or electronic cars to staging, please. Final call for box cars to staging. Motorcycle on standby, guys. Ryan Johnson goes 01 red, hands around to Ray Bollinger in the Pontiac. Burt Worrell, 67 Nova. Out of Langley, 565 under the hood, taking on the G-Wagon. Craig Johnson, bracket racer out of Langley. Like to thank Johnson's Custom Exhaust, and this is bracketracing.com. Mike Bedsworth at home. My name is Todd Evans. I believe I am a temporary this weekend, and John is in his truck going rounds. Win goes to Craig Johnson, 689 on an 88 dial. Burt Worrell a little too quick, 600 on an 06 dial. We'll see the Tower Lane back in the next round. Looks like final competitor in the no box class, Glenn Martin, is very clean, 72 Vega. Heads Unlimited sponsored, 383 small block underneath the hood. Has owned this car since 1978. 17,000 original miles on this Vega. Dialed 659. Single pass, there's not much he can do wrong other than hit the wall or cross the center line. Blows the tires off, which means he's not going to get much data on that. 698, 104 miles an hour. That concludes round one of our non-electronic class. Gonna go into our electronic or Super Pro class next, or box class, depending on what sanctioning body you race with. Again, these cars will get the help of driver aids, such as a delay box. Some of them use throttle stops. You just never know what these guys have got to help them out in the car. Somebody whispering in the ear, go, when it's time to go. I don't know. Me, I'm a foot brake racer, and I run a 4-speed, so no driver aid there. Matt Lloyd watching at home. I can't wait either. Next race at Thunder Mountain Raceway. 1 week away, people. Next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday will be the first race up at Thunder, just so you know.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need motorcycles, 2 lanes 5 and 6. We need motorcycles lanes 5 and 6 with junior dragsters on standby. Enter the pits. Well, this is the absolute last call for electronics. Absolute last call for electronics.
Rolling into round 1 eliminations for the electronics or box class. Gonna be Emily Gerard paired up against Ted Buss. 34 Ford, powered by a 427, brought to you by Shawnigan Trucking. 481 the dial for Emily Gerard. Ted Buss a 578. Wayne McLeod at home. I'm not sure if Jay or Steve are here. I haven't seen their names in the run order in the last couple of days, so I'm not sure. Ted pre-staged, both racers pre-staged. Stage. Tree is high. 0-1 reaction time for both racers. It's anybody's drag race. And the win goes to Emily Gerard, and the dragster goes 482, 100th off her 81. 580 on a 575 for Ted Buss. Couldn't run the number. 578, pardon me. Gary Fisher, that beautiful 1975 Pinto. Somewhat unorthodox flames. 422 dark block AFR head small block Chevrolet with a power glide. Martin Rochelle, 1978 Chevy Malibu, 468 fat block between the fenders. Again, this is round 1 eliminations for the box or electronics class here at Mission Raceway Park. Day 2 of Doorwarz 9. Both racers clean on the tree. Rochelle with a 0-1 light. Rochelle wins the race 6:45 on a 41. Gary Fisher 5:95 was too fast. Puts himself on the trailer by 100th. Quality Racing bringing you that 1970 Duster. Dan Parsons wheeling that 500 cubic inch machine. Peter Lacanas, Transporter Logistics sponsored 1963 Vet 502 big block Chevrolet. $559 the dial for Peter, $667 for Parsons in the Mopar. Parsons gonna get a head start, nearly a full second. Both racers with respectable reaction times. Win's gonna go to Lacanas in the Vet. 560 on a 59 dial. Parsons 300s off, goes a 70 on a 67. Herman Chan out of Vancouver, Lordco sponsored Chevrolet Camaro with a 468. Taking on Brad Vinge in the Lordco lane. Spectator lane, 68 Chevrolet Camaro. I'd like to thank PNC Racing. 603 to a 55 is a dial. Vinge with the 03. Both machines in the O category for reaction time. The win's going to go to Herman because Brad went too fast. 59 on a 55 dial. We'll see Herman in the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters and Junior Street, I need you to staging. Junior Thunder, staging lane 1. Junior Lightning, staging lane 2. Junior Street, staging lane 3. This is your first call. I need license on standby, please. That's license on standby. Again, racers, that's Junior Dragsters and Junior Street to staging. I need Junior Thunder in lane 1. Junior Lightning in lane 2. Junior Street in lane 3, please. First call. Ty McCann. That very cool nostalgia front engine dragster powered by a 427 big block. Paired up against Ron Fawcett's straight line race cars, 1923 Model T. 565 big inch stuff between the fender wells of that Alter. Wow, sorry about that, Russell Stewart. Your family member and I forgot to run the microphone. Wow, huge red light for Ty McCann. I think he left last night sometime. Sends Ron Fawcett into the next round easily. Fawcett with a 6:05 off a 0-1 reaction time. Jason Gibson, 1966 Mustang, poked and stroked 427 small block Ford. Paired up with the JBS Equipment 27 Roadster of Mike Robinson. Again, Junior Street and Junior Dragsters to staging. I need Junior Thunder, staging lane 1. Junior Lightning, staging lane 2. Junior Street, staging lane 3. This is your second call. Gibson goes 004 red. Robinson into the next round with a 578. 1/100th breakout on his 79 dial. Again, Robinson into the next round. Steve Lowe, mechanic out of Langley at the wheel of that 68 and 396 powered Camaro. Andy Andrew out of Antle towing that 2011 Cobalt. Andy Andrew 520 dial, Steve Lowe a 690. Dragon Dawn at home, yes, this is good. Win goes to Andy Andrew in the right-hand lane, 26 on a 20 dial. Steve Lowe is too fast, goes 689 with a 7. 3 1,000ths too fast on his 90 dial. As I say in Dragon Dawn, is that Dragon Dawn Murray? We can talk to them and maybe have them slow that camera down. McKay Smith away strong. Robinson grenades the tires. McKay Smith will get there first. Look at that, folks. Runs a 609 on a 609. A near perfect run for Al McKay Smith. Again, Robinson blows the tires off. Couldn't make the trip. Slows to a 13.5. We'll see that wagon back in the next round. Once again, racers, Junior Street and Junior Dragsters, I need you to staging. Junior Thunder, lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Junior Street, lane 3. This is your third call, racers. Let's get those cars moving. I need license and test on standby, please. That's license and test on standby. Richard Love, final competitor in the box class, going to get a single pass. 704 is dial. Basically nothing you can do wrong in a single hit other than maybe cross the finish line or the sideline and hit the wall. That will disqualify him immediately. But other than that, it doesn't matter if he red lights. Doesn't matter if he breaks out. He has got an easy pass into the second round. Yep. SS Motorsports bringing you this 89 S10, 350 small block under the hood. Richard Love's 0-1 reaction time. Imagine that, he wins the round with a 7:12, 99 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test, staging lane 6, please. Licensing and test to staging lane 6. This is your first call. This is your absolute final call for Junior Dragster and Junior Street, please. Again, looking for licensing and test to staging lane 6. Can I have Outlaw 275 on standby, racers? That's Outlaw 275 on standby. Yeah, you folks at home, I asked them if they could slow down that camera a little bit, and they're going to see what they can do. Matt McKay Smith, MTMM Performance 18 Suzuki. Now normally, folks, this would be an elimination round 1 for the motorcycles, but there are only 2 motorcycles. So these guys, we're going to let them make a few hits. Then maybe they'll pair up and see which one of them is happy guy for the day, gets the bragging rights, the big piece of pie. 472 in the 8th, 6, 7, 6 forward, 162 mile an hour for McKay Smith. Again, final call for juniors and street. Final calls for junior and junior street. I need licensing and test to staging lane 6. This is your second call. Again, licensing and test cars to staging lane 6. Second call. Thank you. Not got any information on this motorcycle, and I'm not sure if it's necessary because they're shoving him back out of the start line. Yeah, first time we've seen this motorcycle down here today, or this weekend for that matter.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Can we have licensing and test to staging lane 6, please? That's licensing and test to staging lane 6. This is your second call. Again, I need Outlaw 275 on standby. We have found a wallet on the facility. Jamie Rose, we have your wallet if you want to come to the timing tower. Either that or lunch is on Jamie. But again, Jamie Rose, we have your wallet.
Call Outlaw, qualifier 275. Wait, Wayne.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, listen up. This is your first call to staging lanes. If you want the right-hand lane, staging lane 4. If you want the left-hand lane, staging lane 3. Again, this is for Outlaw 275. This is your first call to staging lanes 3 and 4, depending on which lane you want to hit on the racetrack. Staging lane 3 for left lane, staging lane 4 for right lane. Outlaw 275, this is your first call. This is your third and final call for licensing and test to staging lane 6. Also, 275 racers, just so you know, we will be doing a little touch-up on the track, so there will be a slight delay after the licensing and test, but we do want you in the lanes, please. Wesley Armstrong in the junior dragster class, brought to you by JK Speed Shop here in the Tower Lane. Young Hunter Gallant, first-time racer, racing out of BDL Automotive and Super Steve Tires. Again, his father right now, Justin Gallant, #1 qualifier in the Outlaw 275 class, which you're going to see in about 10 to 15 minutes, their fourth and final round of qualifying. Again, this is junior dragster eliminations. This is the Thunder class. Hunter dialed 11.9, 16.7 for Wesley. Wesley's going to get about 5-second head start. We'll see if young Hunter can sit there and watch him run away down the racetrack without getting impatient and red lighting. Again, folks, it's not as easy as you think it is to bracket race. There's a lot going on in these racers' heads. It's more than just stomp and steer. Got to cut a light, and you got to run a number. Clean tree by both races, advantage to Gallant by quite a bit, 3/10. Gallant goes too fast, trying to run him down, hands the win to Wesley Armstrong. Armstrong goes 16.74 on a dial. Hunter Gallant, over a 10th too quick, goes an 11.79 on a 90 dial. Congratulations to young Hunter Gallant anyways for getting this far. He's had a great weekend. That car's working well. Alex Green here in the Tower Lane, paired up against Abigail White, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, rear engine junior dragster. Win goes to Alex Green, 15.3 on a 14.9 dial. Attention in the pits, Outlaw 275. You racers were not paying attention. Again, if you want the left lane, staging lane 3. If you want the right lane, staging lane 4. We have 275 cars at staging lane 1. They're not supposed to be there. So again, listen to your calls, racers. Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4, depending on which lane you want on the racetrack. Carson Brimacone, the Lord co-sponsored 2015 Junior Dragster, goes 280 red, but in this single pass, it doesn't matter. 1283, 42 mile an hour. All right, being told that was in fact a licensing pass, not an eliminations. Again, Outlaw cars, we will be doing a quick, slight prep on the track before we send you down it. But we are looking for you in staging lanes 3 and 4. Left lane on the racetrack, you want staging lane 3. Right lane on the racetrack, you want staging lane 4. Attention in the pits, can I have non-electronic on standby, please? That's no box, on standby, racers. Colton Marin here in the tower lane, Tires Plus JBS 2018 chassis, paired up against Emma Debris, B&D Lift Truck Services sponsored machine. Just under a second difference in the dial, 9 flat for Emma J, 807 for Colton. Emma's gonna get 9/10 of a second head start. And Colton goes red, hands around to Emma J. Emma goes 07 on the tree, 909 on the track, 70 miles an hour to put herself into the next round. Colton Marin, 200ths off his number, goes an 09 on an 07, but he was 08 red. I suppose. Cody Blues racing out of Anvil Towing here in the tower lane, or the TCS Mission Raceway Park lane, paired up with Lexi Winterbottom, Hobo Racing Alcohol Rear Engine Dragster. Lexi dialed 850, 942 for Cody. Cody's gonna get just about a full second head start. Little over a second head start. No, a little under a second head start. I can't do math. I'm a tow truck driver and a drag race announcer. I don't know numbers. .05 reaction time for Winterbottom. Cut Blues in half on the tree. Wins the round easily, goes 858 on a 50 dial. Blues running out the back door just a little too fast, 2 full tenths too fast on his 42 dial. See Winterbottom back in the next round. CL Gagnon, Big Kids Racing sponsored rear engine dragster, she calls whatever. 795 to dial in on this Thunder Junior Dragster. Again, 795 out of a Junior Dragster with a little single cylinder with a piston about the size of a tomato paste can. And this thing probably makes about 40 or 50 horsepower, folks. This ain't no slouch. Like I said, all aluminum power plants, billet inside, alcohol getting shoved down its throat. Throttle down, hair straight back for these kids. Again, Outlaw 275, staging lanes 3 and 4. Racers, Outlaw 275 if you want left lane on the track, staging lane 3. If you want right lane on the track, staging lane 4. This is your call to staging. Again, we're going to do a slight bit of prep, but you guys are up after test. I need no box cars on standby, please. CL with an excellent pass. 200s off her dial. She goes 797 on a 95 dial. 81 miles an hour for that machine. That's incredible. Junior Street sitting on the line. Pair of school-aged young racers. Emma Sidden in that 1997 Dakota. Charles Sidden in the shotgun seat along beside her as the ride victim, co-pilot. This is round 1 and your final round, all rolled up into one. There are only 2 machines. Bo Dickey out of Mission. Morin Motorsports 1993 Chevrolet S10. So we got truck-on-truck crime for the Junior Street Final. $10.5 dial for Emma, $9.18 for Dickey. Emma's gonna get a head start. 0.3 light, Bo Dickey creams her with the tree with a 0.86 reaction time. Anybody's race until it's over. Win goes to Bo Dickey, 9.32 on an 18 dial. Emma goes 1/100th too fast, goes 10.505 on a 51 dial, 5 thousandths too quick. Do that math, folks. 5 thousandths too fast. That's an eyelash. Looks like we're going into licensing and test. Outlaw 275, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That's Outlaw 275, staging lanes 3 and 4. Again, if you want the left lane, lane 3. If you want the right lane, lane 4. Thank you, racers. Please pay attention to the calls. I need no box, non-electronics on standby, racers. That's no box on standby. Titanium Auto Group, Chevy Nova. 08 red. 6.48 mile. 9.96 in the quarter. Again, these are licensing and or test hits. Patco with a clean pass, 001 on the tree, goes 10.48, 127 mile an hour for that test pass. He'll like that data. 144 on the 60 for just slightly above a streetcar is pretty good. Again, these are test and or licensing passes. Darren Buck, that beautiful 67 Chevy 2.
Well, Todd, thought I'd pop up. Haven't spent any time up here yet today. And yeah, you're doing a good job, buddy.
Thank you, John. Coming from you, those are big words to a little man like me.
Oh, now come on.
Well, like I
So-
said, John, I'm jealous of you. You're still going rounds, man. You're in the program.
13 total. Hand in the straight back. I'll take it.
This is your final call for Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4. Again, racers, pay attention to the call. Left lane on the track, you want lane 3. Right lane on the track, you want lane 4. Thank you.
Oh, licensing pass. Darren Buick. In 67 Chevy 2, 944, 147. That'll work. 609, buck 17 at the 8th mile. Here comes that Cadillac. So he was in the lanes with us for no box and didn't have a dial on. Kind of he was a little lost up there. So
Well, when they were first up there, they hadn't paid to be in the round, so they weren't supposed to be there anyways. It's a husband and wife sharing that car, and they can't seem to get a text slip into us. $12.80 for that machine. 12.803, 113 miles an hour out of that Cadillac. Nothing wrong with that. We're going to do a little tiny bit of track prep here, folks, and then we are going to bring out the Outlaw 275 cars. I do believe this will be their final qualifying round. Yes, in fact, it is. Going to see some of the quickest and fastest, almost street legal cars in British Columbia today. Again, these Outlaw 275 cars are fantastic. Way over 1,000 horsepower and a skinny, tiny little 10.5-inch tires. Knees and elbows flying, trying to keep that car off the wall and the center line.
Just send it. MojoMedia.com. Gen 3 Speed Trackside Tuning. With over 50 years experience. Any power adder from X275 to Pro Modified. Specializing in Hawley EFI. We offer complete engine tuning, chassis setup, and one-on-one driver training. With multiple record and race wins across North America, take your program to the next level. Gen 3 Speed Trackside Tuning. Next generation power.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Donuts, again, all located just behind the grandstands here on the pit side.
We want to partner with the dairy.
Make sure you walk around and check out some of the merch being offered by these fantastic machines in both the West Coast Pro Mods and the Northwest.
An introduction to our team.
Pardon me, the West Coast Door Slammers and the Northwest Pro Mods.
Hi,
Get it
my
right,
name's
Todd.
Todd. I'm the president of Total Dairy
Even some of the
Solutions,
Outlaw
and I'm part of
275 cars have got some pretty cool
As
merch.
dairies continue
Again, we
to
will be
scale,
giving away a whole lot of
technologies
stuff here this
evolve.
afternoon. We're just
We at
trying to
our company
logistically
have
figure out
employed
how to
some
do
of
it.
the top
We have
dairy
got
professionals
online people
and are really
watching
looking forward to
on
taking
both
these
YouTube,
technologies into
Instagram,
the
and Facebook. And we have people here at the racetrack. We're going to be trying to throw giveaways at everybody that we possibly can. So just bear with us. We'll figure out the logistics of all this, and y'all are going to be getting some free merch.
I look forward to being part of an
Sounds
organization
good.
that
Well,
will
you have yourself a well-deserved break there, Todd. I'll hold down the fort for a little while. Final qualifier for Titanium Auto Group. Outlaw 275 coming up as soon as we
to develop strategies to help my
finish making the track all that it can be. Currently working down there on the starting line, left side of the racetrack.
I'm Ryan Calistro, Chief Commercial Officer and partner of TDS. I'm in charge of making sure that on a day-to-day basis we are delivering our promises.
Oh, great day so
living up our
far.
end of the bargain, and look forward to servicing you.
My name is Jake DeWitt. I am the Chief Technical Officer and partner at TDS. My background is in electrical engineering and managing big install projects. Going forward, I look forward to putting a team together around myself and the partners to bring our company and this industry up to the next level.
We hope you enjoyed that short video and the introduction to our team.
So electronics
Look forward to
class,
showing you what we're
also known
capable
as
of not only
box.
today,
You guys are
but in the
on a
future. We
ladder.
continue to bring innovations forward in our industry.
10 of
We
you
appreciate
left.
your time today and consideration.
Looking at the junior ladders. How about that? Hunter Gallant and Wesley Armstrong, our two newest junior dragster racers here at Mission Raceway Park, faced off in round one. And it was Wesley Armstrong moving on. Wesley will face Emily White in round number 2. Pretty sure it's Abigail White and possibly Abby Green. I might be wrong about the Green name, but it was Green with the win. If it is Abby, she's got a bye in the semi-final round. So that's what your Thunder ladder looks like. Junior Lightning. CL Gagnon had the bye in round 1, so she advances to round 2, where she will face Jade Debris Coots. Young Miss Winterbottom getting the win over C. Plews. Not sure how you pronounce that last name. Hopefully I didn't butcher it too badly. Miss Winterbottom moving on and getting the bye in the semifinal. So again, big shout out to all those tuned in on the live stream. Valley Tech Production Limited on the premises this weekend, putting together the live stream for us. Man, are they doing an outstanding job. Along with Informal Art bringing us the drones. They're part of the show, a big part of the show, I should say. Well, obviously, I'm going to be guilty of a little bit of favoritism. I think with that aside, I can honestly say when I got home last night and started checking out the live stream, if not the best live stream I've ever seen of a drag race, it's way up there. So HMK on the property once again. They've got all kinds of lunch options ready for you. I don't know if you're able to check out that kind of dinosaur display. That's kind of cool. Over by the Pro Shop. They've got burgers on. They've got dogs on. They're ready for you. Barry and Shelley are here with us this weekend. Ice cold fruit smoothies. That are the the perfect complement. Bag of those little donuts. Oh, safety's moved over to the right lane. Now you need rubber on the surface. There's no doubt about that. However, you don't want to have too much. You don't want to have too little. At this point, before we get to the point where we have too much, we're scraping it down a little bit. So I'm kind of guessing that there's someone on the property by the name of Jamie Rose Kelly. Jamie Rose Kelly, are you out there? If you're wondering why would they be calling me, well, you should have a little look for your wallet. We've had it turned into the timing tower. It's full of your ID. There was a bunch of cash in it. There's not very much left. Just kidding. So we have your wallet up here in the tower. Jamie Rose Kelly. So again, if you take a look down there at the starting line right now, see a lot of hard work going on. I'm sure if you're outside, you're thinking, man, this is a pretty warm day. Well, would you want to be performing hard manual labor in this kind of heat? Well, probably not. Well, those guys have stepped up to do exactly that. So my hat's off to them. So anybody on the property with a VIP pass, just in case you weren't aware, the third floor of the tower is open for you now. The AC is working. We've made the VIP room the priority. Apparently the announcer's booth is not the priority. I've noticed. But it's all good.
Telling us probably another 5 or 10 minutes before they'll be finished this touch-up here. I'd like to thank everybody, racers and fans, for their patience. Again, trying to make sure this track is perfect for these 275 radial cars. Not an easy car to get down the track.
Well, I don't want to be the bringer of bad news, but from what I'm seeing taking place out there, we're going to be a little more than 5 minutes. I would say you can count on at least 10. I'm no track prep expert. From what I'm seeing, I'm thinking they're going to spray after that and then do a little dragging. Hopefully they'll be finishing up soon with the scraping portion.
That being said, maybe take this opportunity to go on down to the HMK food truck.
That's always a good idea.
Always a good idea. Or the BS Espresso for a cold drink. Maybe some of them mini donuts. Point being, yes, we are in stand down for a few minutes, so grab yourself a cool beverage.
So what do you think BS stands for? It's not what you're thinking.
Big speed.
Barry and Shelley.
Well, that's a good idea. Boss man Kevin here thinks that we should find a way to give away some of these shirts, so we're going to do that. John, how are we going to do this?
Well, why don't we'll go back to figuring out a random question, and we've got both chats open now, so we can see the Facebook chat, plus we can see the YouTube chat. So we'll give one T-shirt to each one of those. And how about a third T-shirt to somebody in the stands?
That sounds like a fantastic idea. Now we just got to come up with a question.
Well, why don't we make
more
it
than just you knows the answer to?
real simple. We'll kind of keep it easy. We've got a round of qualifying coming up for X275 or Outlaw 275. I have said that it is the final round, but what round number is it? First person that comes up with the correct answer.
Again, that's YouTube, Facebook, and the stands. What round number of qualifying are we in Outlaw 275?
Okay, Max Bodali has it.
On Facebook.
On Facebook. And on YouTube.
Jeff Seeley, we see your answer, but what round number? Again, what round number of qualifying are we going into for the Outlaw 275? Yes, we know it's the last one, but what round number? How many have we already done, and what one are we going into? We do have our answer on Facebook. We're still waiting on YouTube, and still waiting on one of the fans from the stands to come and tell us what qualifying round number we are going into.
If you're on the property and you know the answer, just come to the side of the tower or possibly in front of the tower, get our attention, and if you've got the right answer, you got a t-shirt coming your way. All right, so we've got a winner on the YouTube feed, Sandra Schmidt. Sandra Schmidt.
All right, winner on the YouTube, winner on the Facebook. Now we just need one of our loyal on-site fans here at MRP to tell us what round number of qualifying we're going into for the Outlaw 275. We will have a West Coast Pro Modified Association shirt for you. Oh, we've got a young lady right here. We got ourselves a winner. Young lady down here beside the tower. And we have our winners all on Facebook and YouTube, so we can tell everybody publicly it is going into round number 4 and final round of qualifying for the Outlaw 275. Thanks to everybody for the response online as well as here in the stands. Young lady roasting down here, we'll have it to you in just a second. And again, we're still waiting for this Kelly Jamie Rose to come and pick up her wallet from us. Right there. That young girl in there. All right, shirt is on its way to our MRP on-site fan. Shirts are in the mail to our online fans. Thank you very much, everybody, for your response. Again, we apologize for the hold-up, folks. We expected to do just a real quick touch-up on the track, but there was a big hump of rubber there at the starting line. Track crew refuses to leave the track in that condition, so they're going to make sure it's perfect. So thank you for your patience. You racers sitting in your cars in the sweltering heat, we apologize for that. We will get back to this round of qualifying just as soon as we possibly can. Thanks, everybody, for your patience.
So we're just having a little discussion on exactly how it is that we're going to get the t-shirt to the winner with regards to our people tuning in on the live stream. So if we call you out as a winner, make sure you message the track, get a hold of us somehow. We're going to need an address along with your full name, and we'll get it out to you.
Yeah, for you folks down there on the track surface, our starting line crew and safety crew, there are people online saying thank you for everything that you're doing here today. They can see you out there sweltering the heat, scraping, scrubbing, spraying, doing everything you got to do to make sure this remains the house of hook for each and every pass.
So Titanium Auto Group, along with Bubba's Speed Shop, bringing us the Outlaw 275 portion of this weekend's event. Big shout out to them. Once again, Valley Tech Production Limited, along with Informal Art, getting together to bring us this awesome live feed. Good to see some fans sitting in the stands out there. Hello there, welcome back to Mission Raceway Park. Fence lines looking pretty good over there. Grandstand on the pit side. Probably going to say 30-40% full. That is awesome. And if you know somebody needs something to do today, make sure you get a hold of them. There's all kinds of options. You can come on out here and catch the show live. If that's not an option for you, well, then there is the live stream. That is a pretty good production, if I say so myself. On that, we also want to thank Lucas Oil. They're the sponsor for the replay. And Rocket Coatings, sponsor for the Finish Line Cam. So I'm hearing little rumors that we're about 10 minutes away. About 10 minutes away. It gets really spotty. And then you got to go. Not like just, you know. Want him in the grandstand, or are you going past the grandstand?
Oh, that's right. 2 on this side for now. These will come apart when I throw them.
Well, for now we can throw. But hey, why don't you So we are getting near the end of track prep before we roll into this final qualifier for Titanium Auto Group Outlaw 275. Hey, you folks in the grandstands, on the pit side, look down at the front of your grandstand. Todd's down there with a couple of T-shirts. He's going to be chucking them into the crowd, but you got to encourage him. Like, he's looking for some direction right now. Help him out. There we go. All right. Apparently Todd doesn't have quite the arm he thought he did. So there we go. Now I think the game plan is he's going to find his way over the fence, head across to the other side. And don't worry, folks. We got quite a stash up here in the tower. We will be doing this again. So Todd will make his way over to the other side. I'd have picked a shorter route if it was me, but, you know, I guess Todd's getting his exercise. Todd, just so you know, next time you can skip the bridge and just, you know, run across.
Yeah, I'm used to staying off the track surface. I'll be...
Again, you folks on the parking lot side grandstand, Todd's making his way over to you. He's got a couple of T-shirts to give away. So I think the track is just about ready to go. Todd is just about ready to go. Hey, you folks in the grandstand, parking lot side, you got to get Todd's attention. He's down in the front of you there with a couple of T-shirts. Now, I'm thinking if you're closer to the starting line, you're probably in better shape because Todd's not going to want to walk that far necessarily, right? So he's down to one shirt. Who's going to get it? Come on, make some noise. Todd needs some convincing. Oh, what happened there? All right, Todd. Todd still Oh, look at that. Look at that. He just about threw it at himself. Nice job, Todd. Nice job. And again, folks, we've got quite a stash of merch up here in the tower, so we'll be giving it away on a fairly regular basis.
Test. Check. Test. I tell you, it's a long walk over here. Somebody send me a golf cart, my gosh.
Well, yeah, the route you went. I don't know how you feel about climbing fences, but that's what I'd do right now and just make a beeline for the tower from where you are. So big shout out to all the race teams that have donated merch to us. I would go through the names I see, but I'm afraid I'd miss somebody. So you all, you know who you are, and we'll make sure they know who you are. So I think they're just putting the final touches on the surface now, a little drag, and we should be set to go with what will be round number 4 of qualifying for Titanium Auto Group Outlaw 275.
I tell you, John, it's a good thing I didn't go down to the 1,000-foot club. You'd need an oxygen mask for me.
Well, next time we'll swap positions, and I'll use my mini bike.
Okay, word, brother. I also hear we got a T-shirt cannon here somewhere.
Yes,
Like
we're
Kevin
looking
Ness.
for it.
We are looking for it. Because I tell you, my arm got that thing out about a foot.
Well, that last one, it's like the wind almost blew it right back at you.
I tried.
That's talent. When you can make a T-shirt operate like a boomerang.
All right, I guess we should have our 275 guys start making their way back to their machines. Track crew says they are almost finished.
I think I just heard a race car fire up. I think we are ready to go.
Fourth and final round of qualifying for the outrageous Outlaw 275 class.
Up rolls Chris McGraw, Larry Yampolsky. So it's going to be Chris McGraw over in the right lane. Larry Lampolsky over here in the left lane. Larry would like to thank JS Power Sports and Diversified Metalwork for all their help this off-season as he transformed his Malibu from just kind of a pro bracket car to a legitimate Outlaw 275 ride. So McGraw on the board in the number 11 spot. 590 with a 0. So Yampolsky up in smoke and sideways right at the hit. McGraw goes 599, buck 23. Picks up some mile per hour, but does not improve on the ET, so they're just going to stay right where they are.
Geez, Teresa at home, we should shoot you a shirt just for asking. Here is your currently #1 qualifier in the Outlaw 275 class. Justin Gallant, that little notchback Mustang, actually hatchback Mustang, paired up against Tej Sanja, 88 Bubble Mustang, 347 small block. Again, Justin qualified #1, Sanga number 10 going into this fourth and final round of qualifying. Justin would like to thank Diversified Metalworks, tuned by Duda.
Along with Bob Love at BDL Automotive. So Gallant on and off the gas a couple of times. Not going to improve. Settles for a 609. Sanga struggling a little bit too. 605 was all he could manage. Buck 25 for the speed. So again, picks up a little bit of mile per hour, but no improvement on the ET. So there's two more that will not be shaking up the ladder any in this final round. But we are far from done. Kurt Thompson and William Wood. Kurt Thompson kind of stole the show last night.
Put that 68 Camaro on the back bumper just about to half track. Put all of our safety crew into a complete fit. Landed the thing smooth, straight, and carried on through the run. Never blinked an eye. .427 big block Chevrolet in the Camaro. 427 poked and stroked small block Ford for William Wood in the Mustang.
So Thompson rolls up to just short of the pre-stage beam with a little help from his crew member. William Wood over on the right side all by himself. Pre-stages the Mustang. Now we got 3 bulbs lit, and that's 4.
I think he's just showing off.
Yeah, he's having fun. That was all for naught, however, as no numbers for the left lane. Kurt Thompson not able to hold it in the beams. Well, I'll go ahead and call my own class. First call coming up for non-electronics. No box, non-electronics. This is your call to the lanes for round number 2. Once again, non-electronics, come on down to the staging lanes. And we'll give a standby call to box, electronics class. This is your standby call. Please be ready to go.
All right, John, thank you. Go on down there, jump into your pickup, go another round, man. Justin Collin out of Airdrie, Alberta, 1983 Mustang GT. Parm Jawanda, regular here in the night shift 91 GT. 5.4 mod motor in that black machine. Ryan, I think Ryan is at home. I haven't seen him here in the facility this weekend. He may be here, but I haven't seen Ryan H. Justin Collin, Parm Jawanda here, 4th and final round of the Outlaw 275 qualifying. Wow, that was close. Parm Jawanda, inches from the wall, throws that thing sideways and gathers it up to race another day. Collin goes 5:31, doesn't improve on his last hit. Jawanda 6:48, nowhere close to his 23 number 7 qualifying spot. Rick McLeod Jr. coming in number 5 on the ladder, 589 cubic inches, a Hemi, big Mopar power plant. He'd like to thank Tyson Carr and the crew for the help. Paired up against Justin Gibson out of Surrey, that 88 Fox body. 427 small block Ford in that machine. Again, Kelly Jamie Rose, we still have your identification up here in the tower. If you want your wallet back, you'd have to come and get it. Perhaps at the end of the day, we'll mail it to you if you don't show up, but I'm not sure what the procedure is. Again, McLeod Jr., that big bad Mopar racing out of Kelowna. Justin Gibson out of Surrey. Open your eyes, cover your ears. Final round of qualifying for the Outlaw 275 class, brought to you by Titanium Auto Group. Well, look at that. Justin Gibson throwing parts out at the 100-foot. Rick McLeod, nothing but tire smoke out of that machine. Neither car improving on their past runs. McLeod will stay in the number 5 spot. Justin Gibson still in 9th. Well, here's a pair of heavy hitters, folks. Radio Flyer with Jordan Lazick at the wheel. Gonna take on Smoke and Steve Skoke and that very fast notchback Ford Mustang. 445 cubic inches of Pro Charger equipped small block Ford. He'd like to thank the LMS Group and Pale Horse. Jordy Lazick out of Kelowna, brought to you by JS Power. Gen 3 speed, they call this the Radio Flyer 1970 Nova with a V8 under the hood. Once again, I need no box to staging, please. That's no box, non-electronics to staging, second call. I need electronics cars on standby. Well, I really don't know what that was all about, but it is about the ET, not the reaction time. Skokin goes 5:43. Better than his 470. No, nowhere close to his 477. Lasic's going to stay in the same spot with that 37, still in 9th. Well, folks, Nitrous Nick Richards racing out of Kelowna coming into the burnout box. I know all of my friends are at home watching Nick. Ron's Performance, all the guys there in Kelowna. Tall Dave, Big Dave, and Tall Ron Fazio. That's a name you people at MRP know. All of them sitting at home watching the live stream feed. Hello, gang. Good to know that you're watching. Nick's picking it up, putting it down, coming into this round qualified number 6. 598 cubic inches of nitrous-fed big block Chevrolet. 2 kits of nitrous oxide. Big kits. Empty that big bottle of nitrous on every single pass, folks. Jason Gagnon, we know him as Angle Plug back home, didn't bring his big bad Nova, but he's got this 65 Chevy that he borrowed locally. He's trying to go rounds in the X275 class. Nitrous Nick taking on Angle Plug Gagnon. Nick a little soft in the lead, but he picks it up. 5:45, 137 for Nick. 6:06 at 97 for Gagnon. Nick will hold on to his 6th spot so far. Jason qualified at this point, number 11, folks. Well, here it comes, single pass for Daniel Rodriguez. Currently qualified number 2 in the class with a very strong 471. Going to see if he can't pick it up a little. But remember, this is a heads-up elimination class. These guys don't show all their cards and all their power in qualifying. It's when they're into eliminations that they really let their hair hang out. Rodriguez not giving me a whole lot of information here. 81 Malibu. 598 cubic inches of nitrous-fed big block Chevrolet. That is all I know. Well, maybe one thing, racing out of Yarrow, British Columbia. As I said, Daniel Rodriguez, basically defending champion of the Kelowna fastest streetcar shootout 2 years ago, the last time we held one. I'm pretty sure that Daniel took the crown home. Beating out guys like Nitrous Nick Richards, Skokin, Gallant, and many other big names. This guy can get it down the track. As I said, coming in number 2, hoping to bump Justin Gallant off the top. No box, this is your final call to staging, please. No box, I need you to staging immediately. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, electronic cars. I need box cars to the head of staging, please. Pardon me, the tail of staging. That's electronic cars to staging, please. This is your first call. Absolute final call for no box or straight up pro cars. Daniel purging the nitrous system, getting that bottle pressure just right. Eases that big bad Malibu up to the line. Says this is a completely new chassis setup from what I seen running Kelowna 2 years ago. And they are still sneaking up on this car, he says. Once again, I need electronics cars to staging, please. That's electronic cars to staging. This is your 1.5 call. Can I have motorcycle on standby, please? Well, folks, I changed that up before I could tell you, but basically the run order or qualifying order did not change much in that round. Justin Gallant still on top of the X275 class. Daniel Rodrigue right there in second place, but going into eliminations, it is anybody's race because, as I said, it is a heads up. Run what you brung, hope you brung enough class. Whoever gets to the other end is into the next round. And these guys saved their power for eliminations rounds. We are setting up for round 2 eliminations of the no box or straight up pro class. Glad you folks at home are enjoying the feed. Again, this is a first for Mission Raceway Park. First for me as well, having to deal with this much input and output going on because I'm answering questions in the tower, answering questions online, and doing the announcing. Glad to have John here helping me out, lead me through all of this. Truly wonderful to work with a professional announcer. I've never done a tag team announcing deal before. I've been having a heck of a good time here. Yeah, Travis Hameline at home. I think I agree with you just a tiny little bit maybe. But I'm not going to say that out loud to our track crew, that's for sure. As I said, MRP's crew doing a fantastic job here today. Again, 140-degree track temperature. These guys are just cooking down here, and gals. Again, from staging to the burnout box, pre-stage, the starting line, the safety crew at half track, top end Bob, the ambulance, the ET shack, everybody doing a fantastic job here at MRP. Kelly Rose, I still have your wallet. Has nobody told you yet that it's missing? Again, I've got your credit cards, I've got your driver's license, your social insurance number, everything. Please come and get it. Sounds like top end is clear. We are ready for round 2 eliminations of the no box class. No box, no electronics, also known as pro class at some racetracks. Again, no throttle stops, no delay boxes. Basically no driver aid whatsoever other than your big right foot and what your right hand and left hand can do in the car. Kevin McCauley, the old school 1983 Cutlass 355 under the hood, paired up with Dave Jung, 96 Camaro with a 305. Jung racing out of Surrey. Dialed 707, McCauley a 755. You see about 4/10 of a head start for McCauley in the Cutlass. Both racers in, tree is hot. Wheels up and gone for Dave Jung. McCauley goes red, hands the win to Dave. Jung wins with a 707 on a 707 dial. A nearly perfect run for Dave Jung. Larry Rodenzer, 1946 Ford, paired up with Grant Gordon, the 69 Dodge Dart out of 4 Cycles Customs in Surrey. .029 on the tree. Rodenzer gets him by 2/10. Fender racing at the other end. The win goes to Rodenzer in the 46 Ford. 94 on a 94 dial. Another perfect run for Larry Rodenzer. Gordon throws away a 43 and a 41 dial. Ray Bollinger, 63 Pontiac, brought to you by testandtune.com. Paired up against that wheel stand in 68 Acadie and Hal Peterson. Bollinger goes 002 red, hands the win to Peterson in the malfunction. 682 on a 75. Bollinger ran the perfect number, 667 on a 67 dial, but again, 002 red. That's barely a red light, it's like a pink light, but it still burns your face a little bit when you go by it. Lorenz Schwartz, racing out of Titanium Auto Group, that 83 Monte Carlo, paired up with Russ Walker in his 66 Chevy 2. Walker's machine powered by a 427, he trailered in from Langley. Box cars to staging, please. Electronic cars to staging. This is your third call. Again, I am looking for box cars to staging. I need motorcycle on standby. Win goes to Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy. Lorenz couldn't run the number when a 57 on a 55. Walker a 42 on a 41. 0.04 of a second difference at the end of the track. Dennis Wilton, that big bad 66 Bel Air with a 327 in it, up against the scary Canary. Tony Mendonça, 73 Maverick with a 408. Both cars going red, first or worse. The win automatically goes to Dennis Winton with the smaller red light. Again, 012 red against Mendonca's 027. We'll see Winton back in the next round. Craig Johnson, the G-Wagon, taking on Ralph Pritchett in that 65 Nova, 383 under the hood. Both races away clean and green. 0.3 of a second going to Johnson on the tree. He wins around easily. 703 way off his 91 dial. Jamie Roth, that 1964 Comet 347 small block Ford, taking on some guy named John Tabac. 89 S10 brought to you by Red Extreme Torque Machines, Fortins and Big O. 365 under the hood. As I said, this is the announcer from MRP. I'm just filling in his shoes for him here on and off this weekend. Tabac in the second round, hoping to make it one more. So far, so good. 07 on the tree. Roth with an 06. It's anybody's race. Tabac on the brakes, and he sends the win to Jamie Roth. Roth in the show, 653 and a 51 dial. Wow, Tabac, he basically got treed, folks. Jamie Roth won that race on the starting line because Tabac just about run his number. Roth was quite a bit off. But the win goes to Jamie Roth. 0.1 of a second reaction time. Barry Checklock, the RX-7, taking on Glenn Martin in his 72 Vega. Checklock too fast. Glenn Martin wins with a 669 on a 56 dial. Check luck went at 12 on a 17 dial, just a little bit too quick. He's going to be going back to the pits and sucking on a beverage for the rest of the day. Daryl Stowe, general contractor out of Abbotsford, 64 Chevelle with a small block. Taking on Charles Sidden, another one of the Thunder Mountain racers. Charles racing out of Lake Country in Kelowna. Dodge Dakota with a small block, sharing that machine with his daughter Emma. Wow, Daryl Stowe just slapped the tree all over Charles Sidden. Charles breaks out, gives the win to Daryl Stowe. Stowe goes 651 on a 51 dial, nearly perfect. Charles Sidden off his 05 light goes 1032 on a 33 dial, 1/100th too fast. Jeff Whitworth, that Chevy S10 long box out of Precise Mechanical Repair, taking on Jason Graw, that very strong Chevy Z28. Red light for Jeff Whitworth. We're going to see the Camaro back in round 3. Goes 6891 on an 88 dial. Again, final call for electronics cars to staging, please. Absolute final call for electronics. I need bikes on standby, please. That's bikes on standby.
Junior Thunder lane 1, Junior Lightning lane 2. Standby lane. Yeah.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, staging lane 4, please. That's motorcycles to staging lane 4. Junior dragsters to staging, please. I need Junior Thunder in staging lane 1, Junior Lightning in staging lane 2, and can we have Junior Street in staging lane 3, please? That's Junior Street to staging lane 3. This is your first call. I need license and test on standby. Mike Robinson getting the win in the right-hand lane in that 27 Roadster. Goes 581 on a 77 dial. Peter Lacana's a little too quick. Goes 557 on a 58 dial. Again, we need Junior everything to staging, please. That's Junior Dragsters and Junior Street. Junior Thunder in 1, Junior Lightning in 2, Junior Street in 3. Richard Love, 89 Chevy S10 taking on Al McKay Smith out of Merritt, that beautiful 65 Nova wagon. I call that car electric fuchsia. Win goes to Richard Love, 702 on an 02 dial. All right, for my online friends asking questions and listening, Pro Mods will be coming up in moments. They are in the run order of this round. So again, for you online folks, you are going to get to see the Door Slammers and the Pro Mods make some more hits yet. Don't turn your computer screen off just yet. Ron Fawcett, Mike Stewart. Stewart in the right-hand lane, brought to you by Lordco. Ron Fawcett here in the TCS Converters Mission Raceway Park lane. 603 the dial. Here for Fawcett, 641 for Stewart in the Chevy 2. Four-tenths of a second head start for Mike Stewart in the Chevy 2. He'd like to thank Ken's Specialty, Gibson's Transmissions, and Horizon Paint and Auto Supply. Red light by Ron Fawcett, and the altar gives that round to Mike Stewart right on the starting line. Martin Rochelle out of Surrey. 78 Malibu, that G-body stuff with a 468 big block paired up with Herman Chan. 67 Chevy Camaro also with a 468. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need motorcycles, lane 4, motorcycles, lane 4. Junior Dragsters and Junior Street. I want Junior Thunder in 1, Junior Lightning in 2, Junior Street in 3. Licensing and test on standby. And Door Slammers, this is your 30-minute warning, I'm told. That's Door Slammers, this is your 30-minute warning. Win goes to Herman Chan in the 67 Camaro. Martin Rochelle was a little too quick, goes a 41 on a 43 dial. Again, we need Junior Dragsters and Junior Street to staging. Motorcycles, this is your final call. Again, Junior Thunder, lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Junior Street, lane 3. License and test on standby. Door Slammers, 30-minute warning. All right. Cut that, make that 20-minute warning for the Door Slammers, guys. So 20-minute warning, you can start getting suited and booted slowly. Emily Gerard, that rear engine dragster, dialing a 482 in that machine. She'd like to thank Shear Solutions, 2001 undercover chassis. Sunset Racing Engines built 582 between the fender rails. Paired up with Andy Andrew, the Antle Towing sponsored 2011 Chevrolet Cobalt. Again, Door Slammers, 20-minute warning. Test and licensing on standby. Motorcycles, final call. Junior Dragsters, third call for Junior Street, Junior Lightning, and Junior Thunder. Andy Andrew easing into the beams. Emily Gerard doing the same. 523 the dial for Andy. 482 for Emily Gerard. Almost 0.4 of a second head start for Andrew, and we're going to let that young lady Gerard go. Let's see if she can sit there and watch him run away for half a second. While Andy Andrew goes 008 red, hands that round to Emily Gerard the easy way. She goes 483 on an 8.2 dial. Nice package. 02 on the light. Again, final call for Junior Dragsters and Junior Street. Motorcycles, you should already be there. I need licensing and test on standby, please. That's license and test on standby. Just for you folks online who are looking at your run schedule, we are planned to run Outlaw 275s and then Door Slammers and Pro Mods. We're going to spin it around a little bit. We are going to run Door Slammers, then Outlaw, and then Pro Mod. Just for you folks at home, letting you know that we are switching it up a little bit. This. Again, reminding you the HMK kitchen is available behind the pit stands, as well as mini donuts, espresso coffee, cold drinks at the coffee shop BS Espresso. Flipping burgers down there in front of the pro shop. And if you need some awesome MRP merchandise, it is available at the pro shop. We do not have a vendor's court, but we do have several teams that have brought some great looking shirts, hats, hoodies, all kinds of stuff. You need something to cover your head, go grab yourself a hat in the back. There are all kinds of very cool merchandise floating around this facility. Just waiting for our juniors and junior streets to get set up. We will send you those rounds. I do believe motorcycle is up next. Last round of motorcycle should have been an elimination round, but because there's only 2 motorcycles, those guys have opted basically just to do time passes all day as opposed to doing elimination. Again, racers, final call for Junior Dragster and Junior Street. License and test on standby, please. Just moments to your call. Licensing and test on standby. Door slammers, about 15 minutes left now. Gary Barton online. Yes, sir, you are correct. Gerard did just get her license yesterday. Pretty impressive, huh? Pair of very cool pro class motorcycles sitting here in the burnout box. A lot of CCs between the knees down there in the burnout box. Matt McKay Smith, MTMM Performance Suzuki over here in the TCS lane. Paired up with Austin Christopher out of Hope, 2014 Kawasaki, 1428cc power plant in that machine in the Lordco lane. Again, no dial-ins, no eliminations because there's only 2 bikes. We are just going to let these guys make passes when it's time for the motorcycle class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Licensing and test. First call to staging lane 6, please. That's first call to staging lane 6 for licensing and test. I need door slammers on standby, please. That's Canada West door slammers on standby. Wow, nearly identical reaction times. 142 for Smith, 146 for Christopher. Christopher gets there first, 675 at $1.84. McKay was right there, 698, but going 191 mile an hour at the end of the track. Whoa! All right, attention in the pits for you guys burning race fuel. JS Power Sports tent has VP fuel. They just brought the shipment in, so if you need fuel, go down and see Cats at the JS Power Sports camp. Again, looking for licensing and test to staging lane 6, please. That's licensing and test to staging lane 6. Gonna be a single hit for this junior dragster as far as I can tell. Emily White. Patiently waiting. She'd like to thank TNT, Morin Motors, and Lordco Auto Parts, just putting a little heat in that alcohol engine. Oh, she's gonna wait patiently for a competitor. And that junior is, in fact, making its way to the starting line right now. Emily's going to be paired up with Wesley Armstrong, racing out of JK Speed Shop, and that rear engine dragster. Armstrong family wearing their support shirts the other day for that young man in the hospital undergoing cancer surgery or cancer treatment. I believe it was Dylan Putz, I think. So if you're still watching, Dylan, hope you're enjoying the show. Get well soon, little buddy. We'd love to see you here at the track instead of watching us online. Again, licensing and test, staging lane 6. This is your call. Licensing and test to staging lane 6. Wesley goes 0.2 red, hands around immediately to Emily White. Emily wins with a 1293 on an 1190 dial, 41 miles an hour, but she had a long time to sit and look at Wesley's red light. Again, final call, licensing and test to staging lane 6, please. Final call for licensing and test to staging lanes. Again, door slammers, you are on standby, and it is almost that time. Brad Patterson at home. Thank you for that information. I'm just reading it off a screen, but I'll get that right from here on. Thank you for correcting me. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It's time. Kick the tires, light the fires. First call for Canada West door slammers, staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That's first call for Canada West door slammers, staging lanes 5 and 6. Thank you. Outlaw 275, you are on standby, please. Outlaw 275 on standby. Again, I am looking for Canada West door slammers to staging. Single hit by Carson, that 2015 Junior Dragster out of Lord Co-Auto Parts. 1087 with a 258 miles an hour. 013 red light on the starting line. Again, racers, Canada West door slammers lanes 5 and 6. That's door slammers, staging lanes 5 and 6. We need Outlaw 275 on standby, racers. Next round of Junior Dragster Eliminations coming at you right now. Ciel Gagnon, the Whatever Machine, racing against Emma Debris out of the B&D Lift Truck Services. $7.95 the dial for Ciel, $9.06 for Emma. Over a second head start for Emma Debris. We'll see if Ciel can sit there and watch that silver dragster drive away from her before she pulls the trigger on that dragster. Attention in the pits. Can we have Dan Rodrigue to the tower, please? That's Daniel Rodrigue to the tower. All right. Emma breaks out, hands the win to Ciel Gagnon. Gagnon off an 02 light, goes 795 with a 181 miles an hour. Again, Daniel Rodrigue, Outlaw 275. We need you at the tower, please. I don't know what you did, but they want to talk to you. Canada West door slammers, second call, lanes 5 and 6, please. Canada West door slammers, second call to staging. Outlaw 275, you are still on standby. Lexi Winterbottom out of the hole strong. That Hobo Racing rear engine digger goes 854 with a 3, 76 miles an hour. Colton Morin, Tires Plus and JBS, the sponsors on this machine. 2018 Bosley chassis. Again, Canada West Door Slammers, third call for you to staging lanes 5 and 6. That's Canada West Door Slammers, third call. Staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pardon me, third call. Colton away strong, 0.43 reaction time. 8.05 in the 8th at 81.4 miles an hour. This is going to take us into Junior Street. Because there's only 2 of them, I'm not sure if there's much point to elimination rounds. Young Emma Sidden racing out of Lake Country. Racing out of Tops Auto Repair in Kelowna. Competitor at Thunder Mountain Raceway up at the top of the mountain. Paired up against that Chevy S10. As I said, the Sidden family, a racing family. Mom, dad, and daughter all race. I'm not sure if her brother races anymore. He was, but he kind of pulled out of it. But again, family that races together stays together. Bo Dickey out of Morin Motorsports, a 93 Chev. .067 light for Dickey, and he's going to drive away that S10, making a little more power. 923 to Emma's 1050 at 64 mile an hour. All right, final call for Canada West Door Slammers, please. Final call for Canada West Door Slammers. Outlaws on standby.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
I do believe this is a licensing or a test hit. Not an elimination round. Not getting any information on these cars. Brought to you by Mission Raceway Park, the staff volunteers. 07 reaction time here in the tower lane. And 11:35 ET. 11.52 for the little Chevy 2. Awesome footage at home with these Lucas instant replays, the finish line camera. I still say you folks at home are getting a better view and more information than I'm getting here trying to watch it through the tower. Kevin Padko with a test pass. 10:27, 130 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275s. Can we have you make your way to staging, please? That's Outlaw 275s. Make your way to staging, the tail end. If you know who you are paired up against, you can make your way directly to lanes 1 and 2. If you don't know who you're paired up with, they will tell you. So again, Outlaw 275, first call to staging, please. All through the day, the VIP lounge upstairs is open. If you're a VIP pass holder and you've not yet gone upstairs and enjoyed the air conditioning, you're missing out. Darren Buick, that 67 Chevy 2, 915 with an 8. Almost 150 mile an hour for that car. Telling me they're gonna tickle the racetrack just a tiny, tiny little bit. Track crew not exactly happy. They want to make it just a little bit better if they can. Thanks for your patience. We will be back in just a moment.
So make another call for Outlaw 275, Titanium Auto Group, Outlaw 275. We need you guys to get rolling. Looking for 275 in the lanes. We've got our door slammers rolled up to the front and ready to go, which will be their third round of qualifying. I believe they're on the sheet for 2 today and then 1 more tomorrow morning before they start eliminations. But again, we call 275 to the staging lanes. 275 to the staging lanes, please. Big shout out to Titanium Auto Group. Welcome again to everybody on the World Wide Web. Big shout out once again going to Valley Tech Production Limited. These guys do awesome work, along with Informal Art. Well, if you're in on the feed, that Camaro at the front of the line you were just looking at, Adam DeYoung, 16 years old, running with the door slammers. Kinda cool, if you ask me. So here we go, round number 3 of qualifying for Canada West Door Slammers, brought to us this weekend by Paradise Homes. Rod Leclerc. Rod Leclerc, of course, is Paradise Homes, not who's on the starting line right now. So, first pair have the burnouts done. We've got Adam DeYoung and we've got James Kennedy. James Kennedy in the right lane. The blue Pontiac Grand Am. 600 cubic inches exactly of BBC. Well, so the screen says anyway. James Kennedy out of Langley, BC. Adam DeYoung over here in the left lane. Adam, just 16 years old, racing the family Camaro.
That is DeYoung fella, isn't it?
That's quick, that's quick.
I guess sometimes I gotta reach a little. Not
Sure,
too far.
wow, why not? We all do from time to time. So, pre-stage bulbs lit both sides. Kennedy in first. Now DeYoung, here comes the pro tree. Kennedy leaves well. Oh, 12 reaction time. That'll get you a lot of rounds once we get into eliminations. Kennedy slows from yesterday, 788. DeYoung also a little slower, but still in the 840s, 846. So here comes the Paradise Homes Camaro. Once again, Paradise Homes. This weekend's race sponsor for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers Series. Rod Leclerc, one of the principals of the company, has worked for decades in the construction industry, and has a remarkable eye for details and organization. If you are even remotely thinking about building yourself a new home, if you are in need of a builder, I would highly recommend investigating the possibility of that builder being Paradise Homes. Thanks again going out to Rod LeClaire, this weekend's race sponsor.
Paired up with Chris Stone, that strong 55 Chevy. Brodix Head 620-inch big block Chevrolet. He also would like to thank Winter Harbor Marina, racing out of right here in Mission City.
So Leclerc, number one qualifier, 677, baby. 207.03 miles an hour.
Wow.
Leclerc moving around a little bit early. That'll no doubt scrub some ET off, but hey, still well into the 6-second zone. 683, 205. Nice looking pass right there. Chris Stone, an 846, 158.45 miles per hour. So both cars a little slower compared to last night's data. Now Terry Shaflita coming up left side of the racetrack. While maybe not completely up to date, basically a NHRA Pro Stock drivetrain in the left lane right now. Gonna hear Terry roll through the gears, all 5 of them. So Mark Thompson over in the right lane, the Marvel Racing Studebaker. The Dude Stewed. Currently number 6 qualifier with a 755. Best number so far this weekend for Mark. Shaflita, not yet on the sheet. This will be his first qualifying attempt. Again, there's a part of me that almost wishes he was running by himself, because this will be a high revving big block Chevy, and it is a clutch car. Well, hello, Ray Curtin. Hope you're doing well. So Shaflita's car making a big move on the starting line, forced to say, okay, hey, that's enough of that. So Shaflita with a throwaway run in the left lane. Mark Thompson, however, goes 758 at a $181. So 3 hits for Thompson, 755, 757, and 758. I would say the Studebaker is running all right. Man, is John DeYoung's car ever loud over there. He's doing his burnout, and I'm looking around on the tower here for the open window, because that just sounded like twice as loud as the last cars that went down the track. And there are no open windows. That car is just that loud. John DeYoung, with almost 600 cubic inches of blown big block Chevrolet over there in the right lane. I believe the car is fuel injected, with a couple of throttle bodies on top of the blower as opposed to a hat. Cam Chance in the left lane, 1937 Chevrolet. Sits number 8. DeYoung leaves well. Looks like he drove through a little bit of tire shake, and he's off the gas well before the finish line. Coast through with an 834. Was looking very strong early 104 to the 60 foot. Well under 3 seconds to the 330 foot. Car looked to be on a good pass.
I saw a sticker in the pits earlier today that said, I think we lost something, and I think it was traction.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the case for a lot of cars so far this weekend. We've seen some pretty decent numbers. Now Mr. Winter Harbor Marina and RV himself, Henry Zacharias, left side of the racetrack. 1953 Corvette. Just 665 cubic inches under the hood.
Just.
And Andy Hatton in his new car. The Grinch, the green Camaro in the right lane. Andy, currently number 18 qualifier with an 848. Henry Zacharias, your number 7 guy, with 759. Well, Henry certainly had his Wheaties this morning. Henry 005 on the tree, then 765 at the finish line. Andy Hatton with an 853, so that does not improve on his earlier 848. He'll stand pat. Now a couple of black Chevys. Brian Ritchie, left side of the racetrack in the Chevelle. Devin Jansen, black Nova, right lane. Hello, race fans. So good to see you. You know, it's always good to be at the racetrack, no matter what's going on. But over the last year, a lot of the time we've spent here is looking out at grandstands that were completely empty. So it is absolutely awesome to see you people here today. Thanks for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. We certainly appreciate having you. So, seeing a number of questions on the live feed. When are Pro Mods racing? Well, we are getting close. Currently running door slammers down the track. And I believe following this third round of qualifying for the Canada West Door Slammers, we will be going into round 1 of eliminations for Outlaw 275, brought to us this weekend by Titanium Auto Group. Following that will be third round of qualifying for the West Coast Pro Mods. So if you're on the live feed and you're one of a number of people that I see have been asking recently, when are the Pro Mods running? I would say in about 20 minutes. Round 1 of 275 coming up next. And look at that. If you're listening real close, you probably just heard the radio tell me to call Pro Mod to the lanes. How about that? Pro Mod, let's get Pro Mod to the staging lanes. Pro Mod to the lanes, please.
Can we have Big Tire No Time on standby, please? That's Big Tire No Time on standby, racers.
Crasdale to the stripe first, 7:14. Paul Stretch not far behind with a 7:33. Stretch, 32 and 33, not bad. Next pair doing their burnout, Zach Joyce and Derek Shirk. Derek Shirk, owner of Titanium Auto Group, bringing us the 275 class. Hey, listen up in front of the tower, listen up in front of the tower. Unless you're up there with a car that is currently running, you're not supposed to be out in front of the tower. So we've got a few too many people out there right now. Please, unless you're with a car that is currently running, you should not be in the area. Thank you.
Bulbs are lit, tree is hot.
Derek Shirk with an 8:23. That's, well, he was well off the gas, just doing 139 miles an hour. Zach Joyce gets himself on the sheet with a 7:85, 172 mile an hour pass. He completed licensing last night and is good to go, and he's on the sheet. Now Kerry Young and Paul Debris Jr. Paul Debris Jr. out of Shawnigan Lake, BC. For straight line race cars in that tough looking Valiant over there in the right lane. So once again, Pro Mods, West Coast Pro Mods, West Coast Pro Mods. We are looking for you in the staging lanes. Pro Mods, please start making your way to staging. Stand by call going out to Big Tire No Time. Big Time No Tire.
Now I gotta try and remember not to say the time.
Debris Jr. with a nice 17 light. Leads the way in the Valiant. 8:42, getting there just ahead of an 8:47. Johnny West coming up right hand side of the racetrack. I know I saw the car here, but he's not yet on the sheet. Thinking they were having some kind of rear end issue, axle problem. But obviously they've got the 57 back together. It is ready to go. Be a good time to thank his sponsors, Kingsway Trucking and JL Drive-In. JL Drive-In in Port Alberni, BC. That's and what I call our small tire door slammer, Jason Field, left side of the racetrack. Local guy from right here in Mission, BC. Spun the tires in the right lane, or sorry, the left lane. Johnny West with a nice looking pass, 7:24, 187 miles an hour. A little bit of a haze of smoke coming out of the car towards the finish line. So safety out there, going to give things a quick drag. Hopefully that'll be all it is before we roll into round one of Titanium Group Outlaw 275.
I would say Johnny West did well in that round because he went from being not on the board all the way up into the fourth qualifying spot.
Absolutely. Nice looking lap there, no doubt about it.
Got their gear together just in time, I would say. Third call, Pro Mod to staging, please. That's third call for Pro Modified to staging. Again, we need big tire, no time, on standby, racers.
So Rod Leclerc, still number one with last night's 677. John DeYoung right behind him with a 683. Dale Grasdale rounding out the top three with a 707. John West, as we just saw, grabbed the number 4 qualifying position with that 724. Paul Stretch rounding out the top 5 with a 732. There to round out the top 10, we've got Jan Christensen, Mark Thompson, Henry Zacharias, and Cam Shantz. Scott Robinson, the reigning champ, our number 10 qualifier. So once again, we want to give a shout out to Rod Leclerc and Paradise Homes. Paradise Homes Limited is an all-inclusive real estate development firm that works from beginning to end on their projects. They purchase and rezone the land where necessary, service the project, then build out and sell their own product all in-house. Once again, Paradise Homes, Construction and Development. Big shout out to Rod Leclerc bringing us this weekend's event. And if you're looking for a home builder, be wise to consider Paradise Homes. So while it is quiet out there, all you people sitting in golf carts in front of the tower and along the fence there, the rule is if you're part of the crew with a car that is running, we're okay with you being out there. But obviously there's no cars running right now. I understand you may be there anticipating your car running, but you should be back in the lanes with your car until your car is actually running. Then you can be out here in front of the tower. So you know who you are. It's currently pretty quiet out there, so I'm sure you can hear me this time.
I'm reasonably sure they can hear you. I can hear you.
So we are looking for a little, the word I'm looking for. A little cooperation. Thank you. Hey, big tire, no time. Big tire, no time. Come on down to the staging lanes. We'll take big tire, no time in the staging lanes, please. Top Fuel Harley, Top Fuel Harley. Please be ready to go. You're on standby. Top Fuel Harley, this is your standby call. Big tire, no time. Come on down to the lanes. Okay, attention in front of the tower. Everybody out there in front of the tower. Wow, you guys really don't listen. I'm looking for you to look back at the tower so I know you have your attention.
I call that selective hearing.
Totally.
Hey, you guys down in front of the tower. Yeah, they are literally ignoring us, John. Again, we need big tire, no time to make their way down to staging. You can jump on behind the Pro Mods. Outlaw 275 and Pro Modified, you should already be in lanes, racers. Outlaw 275 and Pro Mod, if you're not here, you're about to miss this round. Going into round 1 eliminations of the Outlaw 275 class. Just doing a little touch on the track. Getting those drivers suited and booted, strapped into their cars.
Well, we've got one tractor off the track. That's good news. We're halfway there.
Sounds like they're going to give it a light spray, maybe give it a little bit of sticky happening.
His future, full of fun and promise. And Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner will help keep it that way. Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner substantially reduces greenhouse gas emissions, including nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrocarbons, while improving fuel mileage using less fossil fuels. His fossil fuels. Just one little bottle with each fill-up, and his future can stay that much brighter.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
So, crew down there, ready to put the finishing touches on the track surface before we roll into round one of Titanium Auto Group, Outlaw 275. Well, I think it's time we gave a little bit of merch away. So you people over on the parking lot side, I'm going to be heading for you first, and then I'll come back to the pit side grandstand, and we'll get rid of some merch over here as well.
Just send it. GetMojoMedia.com.
Check one. Yeah, it's working. So who wants a t-shirt? Well, I'm going to make my way a little farther down because I think they kind of got burned when Todd was out here on foot. I'm a little smarter than him. I brought my mini bike. Check. Well, looks like the equipment's off the track. That's always a good sign. Outlaw 275, round one, coming up.
Good job, John. Poor guys sitting out in those cars cooking. Hope we can get them rolling down the track.
So we're told 90 seconds till we send the first pair. This will be the first pair in actual eliminations as far as what we'll call
Gen 3 Speed trackside tuning. With over 50 years experience, any power adder from X275 to Pro Modified, specializing in Holley EFI. We offer complete engine tuning, chassis setup, and one-on-one driver training. With multiple record and race wins across North America, take your program to the next level. Gen 3 Speed trackside tuning. Next generation power.
So here we go, folks. Those of you out there on the World Wide Web, here we go. Round one of eliminations. A moment ago, I said it'll be the first pair in actual eliminations of the official Doorwarz classes. Well, I guess I was lying, because we're going to start with the bye. Number one qualifier, Justin Gallant, gets to have the whole track to himself. Qualified number one with a 4:69, 157 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Basically, he'll be awarded the win as soon as he stages the car. Those are the Justin Gallant backs up the number one qualifying position. A nice 4:77 in the heat of the afternoon, 155 miles an hour. A to B, making it look easy. That's the thing about small tire racing. When everything goes right, it looks simple. It looks really easy. When things aren't going right, well, that's when it becomes challenging. So again, we're going to have just a single car going down the track. Justin Gallant's case, it was an actual bye run because he was the number one qualifier in a odd-numbered field of cars. In this case, it's what we call a competition single. Daniel Rodriguez not able to make the call here for round one. Man, that is heartbreaking. I can tell you without a doubt that that team spares no effort. They give it their all. And this Doorwarz event at their home track is top priority. So tough deal for the Boo team. William Wood, the benefactor. William Wood was in tough shape, let me tell you. He was our number 15 qualifier, which paired him against our number 2 qualifier, Daniel Rodriguez. Williams' best run so far this weekend, a 6:17. Which is about a second and a half slower than Daniel's car runs. There he is out there all by himself, makes his best run of the weekend. Wow, Pulls almost 0.3 off the number. Goes 592 at 117 miles an hour. Solid looking pass for Willie Wood.
Top Fuel Harley, we still have you on standby, gentlemen. Top Fuel Harley on standby, please. You fans in the stands here on the pit side, throw your hands together for Daniel Rodrigue. Robbed from second position in the qualifying ladder. The car would not fire when it came time to make his hit. From number 2, all the way back to camp, done for the day.
Well, now we've got a pair, don't we, Todd?
These are a couple of quick machines, John. Justin Cullen here in the 83 Mustang GT, paired up with J.R. Lazick in the Radial Flyer, racing out of JS Power Sports and Gen 3 Speed in Kelowna.
You know, arguably, on paper anyway, this should be our closest matchup in this first round. Qualifiers number 8 and number 9.
Exactly, only a few hundredths between the two of them in the qualifying rounds. But this is Eliminations, and this is when they start pulling it out.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jamie Wellworth. Jamie Wellworth. Please make your way to the staging lanes. We've found a part for you. Jamie Wellworth. Jamie Wellworth. We've got a part for you. Start heading for the staging lanes, please. If you know where Jamie is and you heard this and possibly he didn't, please let him know. Justin Collin and Jordy Lazick. Collin, our number 8 qualifier. Lazick, number 9. Collin with a nice leave, has the lead initially and hangs on for the win. Look at that, matching 490s, ladies and gentlemen. 490 on the reader board, both sides of the racetrack. Justin Collin doing a $144. Jordy Lazick just a $132. Justin Collin with the starting line advantage. His reaction time, 20 thou better, and that's kind of what gave him some room.
Justin throwing parts in the finish line. We got to go down there and pick up his bumper. Rolling into the next pair. Parm Jawanda here in the tower lane, the night shift 1991 Ford Mustang. Justin Gibson in the notchback, racing out of Surrey, that 88 Fox body, 427 poked and stroked small block in that machine. Number 10 qualifier coming into this elimination round. Parm Jawanda, number 7. Couple of tenths difference between the cars.
Gibson well out front, but not able to hang on.
That was something. He was behind it, half track by a big gap. Pulls it out, drives around him by 5 tenths. 500s, pardon me.
So Gibson picking up, well, about 600ths of a second on the starting line. Was drastically better to the 60-foot. 126 versus a Parm Jawanda 154.
Wow, folks at home getting to see the replay. Hunt him
Jawanda.
down and passed him like it was parked almost.
Yes, Jawanda still well behind at 330 feet. Getting to the stripe first by 12th thou. You saw it on the instant replay a couple of times there. Oh, here we go. One more time. Look at this. Coming, coming, coming. Nips him right there at the finish line.
All right, big bad Chevy Camaro out of Sturgeon County, Alberta. Kurt Thompson, that 68 Camaro, 427 Fat Block Chevrolet, paired with Chris McGraw. Chris, a local out of Abbotsford, piloting that 89 Ford Notchback Mustang.
So, Kurt Thompson struggled through testing, comes up here for round one of qualifying, and makes his best run of the event so far. Well, no, actually, I think he went 523 first, then on possibly his second hit, went 487. However, he's been doing a lot of smoking the tires ever since then. So, on paper, Kurt Thompson with a huge advantage. However, if you look at his recent performance, I would say McGraw's got a very good shot at this. Needs to make a solid pass down the left side. Thompson's gonna get him. Started soft, made sure he did not smoke those tires, and once the car was planted and settled down, on came the power, and it was goodbye Chris McGraw. 523 getting there way ahead of a 595.
Rick McLeod Jr., one of the Kelowna favorites. 1970 Dodge Dart, almost 590 cubic inches of Hemi. Yeah, it's got a Hemi power plant under the hood. Paired up with Tej Sangha. 1988 Mustang 347 small block. Cars easing their way into the beams. Rick McLeod qualified 5th. Tej Sangha, top end of the ladder, and number 12.
A little bit on and off the throttle, but McLeod Jr.'s got this one in the bag. 539 gets there way ahead of the 598 by Tej Sangha. So Rick McLeod, although he was well off of his qualifying number, he will advance to round number 2. Once again, thanks to Rocket Coatings, Finish Line Cam sponsor, along with Lucas Oil, bringing us the replays. Again, just cannot say enough about Valley Tech Productions, along with Informal Art.
Steve Skokin out of right here in Surrey, British Columbia. The Pale Horse LMS Group sponsored 1981 Mustang. 445 cubic inches of Pro Charger equipped small block Ford paired up with Larry Yampolsky. See, they changed the letter here in the sheet. Brought to you by JS Power Sports and Diversified. 81 Malibu. Over 600 inches of big block Chevrolet in that Malibu.
Polsky goes up in smoke big time.
Skokin was smoking as well, but not nearly as badly. He managed to pedal it, pick it up, and go. 488 with a 347 for Skokin. 10th off of his 77 qualifying time, but enough to get him into the next round. Like to send a little shout out on behalf of Nitrous Nick Richards sitting down there in the burnout box. He'd like to thank Dustin and Tyson, 87 Motorsports. Those are the guys doing the tune-up on the car. And he says they've got this thing coming around. He's been struggling with it until they put their hands on it. So Tyson and Dustin, the tuning gurus of 87 Motorsports, thank you very much, guys. From Nick Richards and Ken to you. Paired up with Angle Plug Jason Gagnon. 65 Malibu, borrowed from a local man. Jason's racing out of Kelowna, but the car is from here on the coast. Top Fuel Harley, you are still on standby. That's Top Fuel Harley on standby, please. Nitrous Nick, Lazic rolling into the, or Jason rolling into the beams. Both staged, pre-staged, now mixed stages. Jason is in, tree is hot. Nitrous Nick, smooth A to B pass off an 08 light, 518, 141 miles an hour for Nick. We have got no, well, looks like eventually Jason's gonna make it. 12:22, 34 miles an hour for Jason. Clearly all kinds of issues with that Malibu. Congratulations, Nick, into the next round.
So, there we go. Round number 1 of 275 in the books.
Just send it.
For qualifying round number 3. So down to 8 cars in Titanium Auto Group, Outlaw 275. Round number 2 will look like this. It'll be Gallant and it'll be Colin. Then Thompson versus McLeod Jr. The other half of the ladder, we've got Wood versus Joanda and Skokin versus Richards.
That will be your lineup for second round of Outlaw 275s.
So again, the crew just giving things a quick little drag before we roll into round 3 of qualifying for West Coast Pro Mods.
Just watching the replays. The Lucas Oil replays online. Wow, talk about closing speed. Incredible footage by the drones online. You folks here in the stands can't see what I'm watching, but with the video production that's going on, we are broadcasting around the world, live streaming from here at MRP for the first time ever. We have people from across the planet here on my screen making comments, watching, talking, listening to everything that we're doing here, and talk about a show that they're getting to watch sitting at home. Again, thank all of you great fans for coming here to Mission Raceway Park. Great to see your smiling faces for the first time in over 18 months. Take off your mask and breathe, people. Have a look around, enjoy the racing. As I said, it is great to be able to get out and about and see the people again. Been choking on my own exhaust for over a year. Finally, we get to inhale some alcohol burnt fuel. Getting ready to go into another round of qualifying for the Northwest Pro Mods. West Coast Pro Mods. Hey, how do you like that? No wings for me, thank you, John. Again, for you VIP pass holders, VIP lounge on the 3rd floor of the tower is open, air conditioned. Got some snacks, some cold drinks up there, so if you are a VIP holder, tell you the view is great from the 3rd floor. I wish the microphone was up there. All right, we are in fact rolling in to Q3, 3rd qualifying round. Third qualifying round for the Pro Mods. Dan Vogt, Regina, Saskatchewan, 1963 Corvette. Gary Urlacher, Spruce Grove, Alberta, the All-Star Show Industry 63 Corvette. 903 inches over here in the tower lane. All right, you folks abandoning your golf carts down here in the safety area, you know you got to tighten them up. J622 would be the car number on the golf cart we need moved soonest. Little out of the groove for Dan Vogt. Urlacher will get there first, a 4.01 at 185 mile an hour. Not what he was looking for. Dan Vogt 5.16 at 111.
Nice run for Urlacher. 4.01, big improvement there. He was a sub 1 second, 60 foot. So coming up for his first qualifying attempt, it'll be Jay Severston in the left lane. The JS Power Sports 57 Chevy. Jay just showing no mercy to those rear tires.
Do we have your attention now? Taking on Sea-Doo Dean. 2017 Camaro racing out of Red Deer, Alberta.
Oh, Dean Bettinson in the right lane has made the call for each of the 2 prior qualifying rounds. He has, however, not been able to get down the track. Best he's produced so far is a 12.93 at just 54 miles an hour. So Dean Bettinson currently holding down the anchor spot on the qualifying sheet. And again, in the left lane, Jay Severston not yet on that sheet. He's making his first hit here this weekend.
That big Brad Anderson Hemi sounds angry, John. Hasn't been able to make a hit all weekend so far that I know of, not since I got here on Friday, so he wants to get down this track.
Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronics, no box. Non-electronics or no box. This is your call to the lane. So Bettinson, as we were talking about, hadn't made it down the track yet, and he just did it and did it in style. 394, 190 miles an hour. That will be good for, as soon as the screen switches over, we'll tell you the number 2 spot.
Wow, from 0 to hero for Sea-Doo Dean.
From the bottom to the top. So a 394 in the right lane for Sea-Doo Dean to go to the number 2 qualifying position. Big J will have to regroup and try it again a little later. Good news is he'll get another chance. So next pair making their way into the water box. Dal Sanga, tower side in the Mustang. And Joe Delahaye over there in the right lane. So on behalf of Joe Delahaye, we'd like to wish a very, very happy birthday to Carol Delahaye. Carol, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. All right, you guys know the rest of it. Again, happy birthday, Carol Delahaye.
From all of us here at Mission and primarily your husband, Joe.
At least we hope that Carol's his wife, or we're kind of looking a little bit foolish up here.
So Delahaye in the right lane, Sanga in the left. Delahaye, a veteran in this class without any doubt whatsoever. Joe Delahaye with decades of experience. Always with a blown combination.
Always very, very fast.
Dal Sanga also goes back quite a ways in this class, more so in the class of Pro Street, which was a whole lot like Pro Mod, but in the formative years, Sanga has always been a turbo guy. Wow.
Just a little out of
Both cars
shape.
on a wild ride. Oh, Joe Delahaye. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Delahaye turns it around at the big end of the racetrack, but I think he kept it off the wall.
I'm not sure if he was possibly sliding around on his own fluids there, but not sure whether he made contact with the wall either. We might catch that on the replay. He's awful close if he didn't. Hopefully he didn't.
Oh, perhaps the drone picked it up as well. Folks in the stands won't see it, but the folks at home will. Again, Joe Delahaye. Car gets out of his hands, turns the thing sideways at the big end of the track, but I don't think he punted the wall. Oh, here it is, the replay. And he just touches the wall with the nose. Wow.
That just might buff out, though, I'm thinking. You know?
That might buff out.
That could
Our
be
tower
buffable.
crew here says that was actually a pretty good save under the circumstances. That car was out of shape, people.
Oh, it absolutely is. Now, you can bet. I'm going to say there was at least 1,500 PSI of brake pedal pressure on Joe's behalf there. Going, stop!
That'll put a potato in your pants, but I'm not sure which end.
So I was just about to comment when I looked up and saw Joe in all kinds of rough shape, and I was about to comment on some pretty violent tire shake that I saw in his lane. So often what is the result of that kind of tire shake is a broken fitting or some other calamity that takes place from the extreme level of vibration that goes along with tire shake. And just absolute speculation on my part right now, but possibly those two are connected, because it sure seemed to be that he was sliding around on, in all likelihood, his own fluid up at the top end of the racetrack. So safety is there. They're currently in the middle of helping him clear his car off the road. Once we've got Joe's car safely out of the way and the track surface is what it needs to be, we'll continue with the program. For right now, we're going to be down for just a couple of minutes. Hey, attention out there, Joe Delahaye's crew. Joe Delahaye's crew, you need to go attend to your car and get them pulled off, please. Joe Delahaye's crew, please make your way to the car. So a little update on Joe Delahaye's incident. I speculated that possibly sliding around on his own fluid. In fact, what happened is he got off the gas, the rear end decided to lock up. I don't know if you've ever played around with your e-brake, but yeah, Joe had himself a handful there. But fortunately, he's okay. We'll get him out of the way, and we'll continue on.
Here at TDS, we want to do more than just work for the dairymen. We want to partner with the dairymen, showing them that they are number one priority no matter what. That's why we've assembled the team we've assembled at TDS. Please enjoy this short video and introduction to our team.
Hi, my name's John DeYoung. I'm the president of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner in the company. As dairies continue to scale and technologies evolve, we at our company have employed some of the top dairy professionals and are really looking forward to taking these technologies into your dairy.
I'm Kevin Fisk, CEO and partner at TDS. I'm responsible for the overall administration of the company. In addition to TDS, I own an electrical company and a dairy farm here in Colorado. I look forward to being part of an organization that will help producers adapt and thrive in an industry that's rapidly changing.
Hi, I'm Yoav Levski. I'm the chairman of the board of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner. My role in the company is to develop strategies to help my customers and our employees to be better prepared for the challenges in the future of the food ecosystem.
I'm Ryan Klistro, Chief Commercial Officer and partner of TDS.
Looks like we're down to 4 cars, possibly just 3 cars in this third round of qualifying. Number 1 qualifier rolls up in the right lane, Mike Gonziola. Eric Horvath in the left lane out of Kelowna for EnviroMulch. His 1968 Firebird, number 9 qualifier with a 5:04 best so far. However, he did that at just 97 miles an hour, so obviously off the gas way before the 8th mile finish line.
And from my own personal point of view, a big shout out of thanks from myself to Horvath and Gordy Abagouche, another pair of gentlemen that helped bankroll my trip here to Mission Raceway Park this weekend. Thanks, guys.
So we'll make another call for no electronics. No electronics or no box. We need you guys in the lanes. No box. You guys should, if you're not in the lanes, you should be well on your way. We're also now going to make a first call for electronics. Box class, electronics. Please start making your way to the staging lanes. Gonzo with some pretty mean looking tire shake there. Front wheels way up in the air at 330 feet. Forced to get out of it. Just a 513 up there on the reader board. Of course, now the numbers have disappeared kind of on the quick side. So, oh, there we go. 513 in the right lane. 458 for Eric Horvath. There you go, Eric on the sheet. Now in the number 8 spot. 152 miles an hour. Nice looking pass in the left lane for Eric.
Tom Mahedon, racing out of Calgary, Alberta. I'd like to thank Elite Belts for the support on that 94 Chevy Beretta. 801 cubic inches of nitrous-fed big block Chevrolet.
So Tom Hedden will be the final car in this third round of qualifying for the West Coast Pro Mod Association.
Third and final call for no box cars to staging, ladies and gentlemen. Third and final call for no box to staging. Again, this is your 1.5 call for box cars to staging as well.
Nice, 4:24 for Tom Hedden, improves over his earlier 4:31.
Shut the thing off at 3/4 track. That's not bad.
Will not improve, however. He's going to remain in the number 7 spot. So, big tire no time coming up next. So we're going to turn the scoreboards off. That's a very big part of this class, is that ET, all the incrementals that go with them, that's all that racer's business. He doesn't have to share it with anybody he doesn't want to. So no box, non-electronics. This is your final call. If you're not in the lanes, you should be on the way at the very least. No box, final call to the lanes. And we'll give another call to electronics. Electronics, please make your way to the staging lanes. Here comes Doug Hesh.
Doug Hesh getting ready to make a hit, racing out of Regina, Saskatchewan, the KB Speed 2004 Cavalier. 820 inches underneath that massive hood scoop. You folks down there in Agassiz Speedway, friend of mine, Chevy Carlson, making some passes at your racetrack here this weekend, turning some laps in his Hornet car. Shout out to Agassiz Speedway, watching the live feed on their screens. Looks like Hesh is ready to take the beams. The tree is hot. Nice pass for Hesh, 441. 162 miles an hour. Does not improve on his already #1 spot. These cars making big power. some fantastic paint jobs. Beautiful Corvette. Cross-border drilling 2004 Corvette, also out of Regina.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters and Junior Street. We need you to start making your way to the lanes. Junior Lightning, Junior Thunder, and Junior Street. Please start making your way to the staging lanes. Once again, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, Junior Street. Come on down. Lanes 1, 2, 3 in that order. Thunder, lane 1, Lightning, lane 2, Junior Street, lane 3.
Thank you, John.
So, Wade Bullich out of Regina, Saskatchewan for cross-border drilling. Number 3 qualifier with a beep. Yeah, I got bleeped out there because I was going to say his time.
What can I say? I'm a rookie. Sometimes I slip.
So I'll be making a single. Right-hand lane.
Big tire, no time, John.
Wade Bullich on quite a ride over there in the right lane. Car leaving pretty hard, starting to get upset a couple of 100 feet out there. So that'll do it once again for Big Tire No Time. Now, with thanks to Big Kids Racing, got some Top Fuel Harleys coming at us.
Need you folks down there around the burnout box area to step back just a couple of feet, please, please, and thank you.
So Top Fuel Harley Davidson's brought to us by Big Kids Racing. Here this weekend, all a part of Doorwarz 9.
Can we have motorcycles on standby, please? That's motorcycles on standby. Second call for Junior Dragster and Junior Street. Again, second call for Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and Junior Street to lanes 1, 2, and 3 respectively, racers. Second call for juniors. Again, can we have motorcycle on standby, please? Thank you.
Don't have anybody in. So we have fire. Burning a little nitro.
Boy, that'll make your eyes itch, won't it?
It sure will. Just 4 cylinders between both bikes.
Yeah, but those cylinders are about the size of a JB coffee can, John. 200 cubic inches, just short of each. Brought to you by Big Kids Racing. Nate Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach. I'd like to thank Sonic.
So Pete Wall with the best number so far this weekend, went 675 last night, 212. Nate is up in the left lane. Actually produced a better mile per hour number, but was forced to get off and on the throttle a couple of times. Let's see what happens now. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. How about that? Nate Gagnon, 687, 213 miles an hour. Pete Waugh, who actually was out in front for most of that run, settles for a 746 at just 150. Obviously not on both cylinders as he finished out the run. So Nate Gagnon puts a 6 up there on the leaderboard for us. Nice job, guys. Thanks once again to Big Kids Racing.
Matt Farmer at home. Jay came up to make his one and only qualifying pass all week that we've seen him. And the car died on the beams and they had to roll him out. Now you know.
And just a little further to your question, they've only got the 57 here. I do not believe the Willys is on the property.
Third and final call for juniors to staging, please. Third and final call for junior dragsters and junior street to staging.
So next thing around the corner is Jamie Roth. My opponent from round 2.
Oh, the one you slipped a little at the big end of the racetrack.
Yeah.
Standing on the brake pedal just a little bit.
I'll bet you it looked very cool on the 8th mile finish line, Cam, with just a 9/10,000th stripe that I created for him.
I told you not to blink.
Well, no, I was getting there first. I just wanted to tighten it up a little, and I tightened it up a little too much. Oh, man, are you kidding me? It was for the buy? Well, no, not necessarily. Daryl Stobie not able to make the call here in round 3. Jamie Roth with a competition single. Shows red by 20 thou, but that's all right. You're allowed to do that. 656. 105 miles an hour for Jamie Ross, so we'll see him come on back for round number 4. Now Ross Walker and Jay Graw. Graw in the Camaro, right-hand lane, dialed in at 690. Ross Walker in the left lane, behind the wheel of his 66 Chevy 2. 640 the dial, exactly 1/2 a second separate these two cars by the dial. Camaro gets the handicap on the starting line, and oh my gosh, they left way too close, didn't they? For cars that were supposed to leave a half second apart, that was pretty close. Does not look good for Jay Graw.
Well, when Jay sleeps just a little bit and Ross doesn't, there you go.
Ross Walker, 0:38 reaction time. Jay Graz, well, We'll say it started with a 1, but was actually closer to 200. Sure he'd like to have a do-over. Now it'll be Rodenizer and Winton. Rodenizer. Tower side, Winton. In the spectator lane. Winton's your winner. Rodenizer, red by 28 thou. Man, hate it when that happens. Dennis Winton says, right on. I was 097 on the tree. I kind of needed a break.
Next round. Sometimes better to be lucky than good.
Absolutely. So Mal Patterson
Sometimes.
in the malfunction. 68 Acadian, right lane, dialed in at 671. He'll get a small starting line handicap, and that Glenn Martin is dialed a little quicker behind the wheel of his Heads Unlimited Vega. Martin, 653. Whole bunch of wheel spin on the starting line for Glenn Martin. I'm thinking he's not even part of this. Patterson goes 676 on the 671 dial, and that's plenty good. He was 009 on the starting line. He was absolutely set on kill. Glenn Martin was very, very late. So now Dave Jung and Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson in the freshly powered wagon. Dad's old car. Dave Jung, in his super stock Camaro. I heard you comment earlier, sure that's a 305 in there. It absolutely is a 305. A super stock prep 305, mind you. Dave Jung is your winner, 710 on the 706. He had this in the bag with an 018 light. Craig Johnson, 044, then goes 689 on the 691 dial. Takes the stripe first, but runs under in doing so. So Dave Jung moves on. Craig Johnson done for the day.
White on white crime here. Chevy power in both lanes. Mike Stewart, 67 Chevy 2 with a 421 paired up with Herman Chan. 67 Camaro, big block powered. I'd like to thank Lordco Auto Parts. Chan goes 003 red, hands the win to Stewart. Stewart breaks out a little, 636 on an 82 dial, 108 miles an hour, but he is into the next round. Emily Gerard, Shear Solutions 2001 undercover chassis, 582 cubic inches of well-massaged, well-tuned big block Chevrolet. Just got her comp license in this machine yesterday, race fans. Richard Love. Well, she is good on the tree. Yesterday I seen her go 004, 004, 001 on the tree.
Yeah, well, you know, you spend a whole bunch of years hitting that tree in a junior dragster, makes the step up to driving a real dragster a whole bunch easier. So we'll also make a call for license and test. License and test. You can come on down to lane number 7. License and test. Come on down to lane 7. Motorcycle, we're looking for you in lane number 1. So Emily Gerard.
Emily Gerard, welcome to the Triple O Club. 0-0-0 reaction time for Emily Gerard. That is a perfect light.
Yes, it's a perfect light. She was trip zip, but what makes it really special is she was dead 2 at the finish line. 2,000 total. You try beat that.
That is an unbelievable package, John. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen anybody cut numbers like that at both ends of the racetrack.
So Mike Robinson with the bye. Automatic player in round number next. 579 on the 577 dial. Robinson moves on to round number 4. So Emily Gerard, 2 total. You gotta like that. Trip, zip, and dead 2. While not mathematically impossible to beat, it's virtually impossible to beat that. Well, that'll complete round number 3 for both no box and box. I believe Junior Street should be the next thing we see going down the track. So, license and test. We are looking for license and test in lane number 7. License and test, you can come on down to lane number 7. So apparently just 2 Junior Street entries here today. So their earlier rounds were just kind of like extra time trials. We're going to call this the final round. This is the round that counts. They're actually in competition this time around. So, a couple of pickup trucks. In the right lane, Bo Dickey wants to thank Morin Motorsports. Little 93 S10, 918, the number of choice. Emma Sidden in the left lane, 1997 Dodge Dakota, dialed in at 1050. Well, Emma Sidden's your winner. Bo Dickey turns it red by 21 thousandths of a second. Emma Sidden gets the win. So looking at ladders for next round of no box and box. Dave Jung has himself a bye at 5 cars. Ross Walker and Dennis Winton will be the pairing on that half of the ladder. Jamie Roth and M. Patterson will be racing for a semi-final bye. We're down to just 5 cars in no box. Box, we're down to just 3. Mike Stewart with the bye. And Mike Robinson will face Emily Gerard to decide our finalists. So, Junior Thunder, final round, I'm told. Emily White and Alex Green. Emily White in the left lane. She is ready to go. She's already up there at the starting line saying, let's do this. Wants to thank Lordco TNT and Morin Motors. Kind of think it's supposed to say Morin Motorsports, but Alex Green in the right lane. Alex Green, get the starting line handicap dialed at 1495. Emily White will have to be patient on the starting line with her dial of 1190. Both cars pre-staged. Now we're 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. Trees coming down.
Watch her drive away for 3 seconds and pulls it off.
So Alex Green with the win. 1521 on the 1495 dial. Emily White with the advantage on the starting line. Unfortunately, she ran a little too quick up there at the finish line. So Alex Green with the win light on. Attention the pits. Canada West Door Slammers. Paradise Homes, Canada West Door Slammers. We need you in lanes 6 and 7. Carson Brimacombe with an 1172, 53 miles an hour in the left lane. Nice looking pass for Carson. So a lot, very good to see lots of young blood, lots of newcomers in the Junior Thunder class. So the next generation. So once again, we need door slammers. Door slammers, come on down. Paradise Homes Door Slammers, we need you to the lanes, please. So we were talking about Emily Gerard in the dragster. Well, this is her old Junior in the left lane. So whatever, car. Whatever. So the ex-Emily Gerard ride, now piloted by CL Gagnon, part of the Big Kids racing team. So a couple of young ladies down there. Lexi Winterbottom in the right lane. Hobo Racing. It's going to be 852 and it's going to be 792. Lexi. Get the starting line handicap, 0.6 of a second to be exact. Dad / crew chiefs turn it over to the drivers. Now it's all up to the girls. So, red light for CL in the left lane by just 19 thousandths of a second. Lexi Winterbottom was green by 54. The finish line, she comes up 8:57 on the 8:52 dial. CL was closer, 7:95 on the 7:92. But it's Lexi with the win light on in the right lane. Now young Mr. Morin. Morin Motorsports Junior Dragster Colton.
Geez, that thing gets up on pretty good. Gets up on the tire pretty good for a junior dragster.
Oh, Colton certainly taking his time down there. Well, certainly worked, didn't it? Young man goes 0-14 on the tree and just drills it.
Dad'd be proud.
Absolutely.
8:07 with a 5. 81 miles an hour for Morin.
That'll work.
Pro Motors.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
All right, please, again, we are looking for Canada West door slammers in the staging lanes. Realize we were going to try and give you a little bit of lead time, but guys, we're in a little bit of a hurry-up program here. We're over an hour behind schedule. Oh, we're not anymore. I guess the guys picked it up some down there in the starting line. But again, trying to move along the program, so please, Canada West door slammers to staging. Outlaw 275, you are on standby, racers. Getting into the pro motorcycle class. Again, no point to eliminations when you've only got 2 race cars or bikes. Matt McKay Smith out of Merritt, British Columbia. The 2018 Suzuki brought to you by MTMM Performance. Austin Christopher out of Hope, 2014 Kawasaki. I'll be right here. McKay Smith directly into the beams, double bulbs his opponent. Not a very big deal when you're basically just doing time passes. Nothing at stake here. Bragging rights on the ET maybe. Austin Christopher, big inches, 1,428 cc's between the knees over here in the tower lane. All engine and a place to sit. Christopher breaks traction immediately. Smith goes through the lights, 705, 192 miles an hour. Second call, Canada West door slammers to staging, please. Second call, Canada West door slammers to staging. Test and licensing passes coming up. Just waiting for that motorcycle to clear the top end. Test passes for both of these cars. '63 Corvette taking on an 81 Malibu. G-Body versus C2. .844 with a 7 and 11.11 with a 1 for the G-Body Malibu. Third call, Canada West door slammers to staging, please. Third call for Canada West door slammers to staging. Outlaw 275 getting just a little bit closer to your next hit. Steve Horn. It's Steve Horn, brand spanking new ride. Supercharged alcohol rear engine dragster. Eighth mile burnout for that machine. Looking over his tech sheet here, not a lot more information than what I just gave you. It's Horn, it's a dragster. It's a Brad Anderson engine. What you see is what I know. Like to thank Rad Torque Systems, JS Power Sports. All right, you folks on the crossover bridge, you're gonna have to keep moving along, please. That is not a spectator area. Again, up on the bridge, we need you to keep moving along, please, and thank you. Good 100-foot hit. 109, 60 foot. All right, you folks on the bridge, you're going to have to keep moving along, please and thank you. All right, looks like we're going to right into Canada Door Slammers' next qualifying round. Outlaw 275, just about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes to your first call. Again, just waiting for those Canada West Door Slammers, getting all paired up, suited and booted for their next qualifying pass. Track crew's just going to give a little touch to the racetrack. Everybody just stand down for one moment. Russell Stewart, the bunker junker, is here. Put down a .84 60 foot last night. Jordy Lazick did. Put us all in shock. We will see the car run again, I'm sure. Russell Stewart at home. Just to answer your second question, he is here driving the radial flyer and the bunker. Can we have Pro Modified on standby, please? That's Pro Mods on standby, racer. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275. First call to staging. Outlaw. Oh, I see. As soon as we start running, so just hold up another minute. They're just parking the track equipment now. Oh, not quite.
So tough break for Adam DeYoung. Not sure exactly what happened down there, but a little bit of a starting line malfunction. Rolls through the beams. No numbers for Adam. So he's already well placed on the sheet with an earlier series of 840 passes. Devin Jansen. Went 8:59, 157 miles an hour. Paul Debris Jr. and Jason Field. How about that for a couple of lights? 001, 002. Both Jason Field and Paul Debris Jr. absolutely mow the tree down. And at the finish line, 8:42 and an 8:98. So the 8:98 ain't good for anything. Hey, listen up, 275, 275, Outlaw 275, we need you to the lanes. Titanium Auto Group, Outlaw 275, to the lanes, please. Now, Kerry Young and Chris Stone. Kerry Young, right-hand lane, Chris Stone in the left. I'll thank Henry Zacharias on behalf of Chris Stone. Henry, the owner of the 55 Chevrolet you see in the left lane. Chris Stone would also like to say thanks to Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. Stone, 6th out too early on the start, then 8:45 at 158 miles an hour. Looks very good against today's earlier 8:46. 8:50, the number for Kerry Young, so he'll fall back on his earlier 8:37 as a qualifying number. So this should be the final round of qualifying this evening for the Door Slammers. They'll get one more tomorrow before we roll into eliminations. That was the way I understood it. 2 Friday, 2 Saturday. Well, no, that I'm looking at an updated run order. I think they're on there for 5 tonight. Well, no, they're 5th round. They're 5th qualifying. So James Kennedy, 784. Paul Stretch, 745. No improvement for either driver. Up now, Mark Thompson and Brian Ritchie. So Mark Thompson, still 758. That car's been within 0.03 of a second all weekend long. Brian Ritchie slows down a little bit, 797. Now Andy Haddon. Titanium and Bubba's Speed. Currently sits in the number 20 position.
On the tree for Andy. Trips the quarter 850, 157 miles an hour. Not going to help his qualifying position whatsoever. Outlaw 275, second or third call to staging, please. Outlaw 275, second call to staging.
Now a couple of our upper qualifiers, we'll call them, number 1 and number 4. Rod Leclerc, number 1 qualifier over there in the right lane. This Rod Leclerc, also this weekend's event sponsor. Him and his company, Paradise Homes. Johnny West has made 1 hit and 1 hit only. It was good enough for the number 4 position. 724 at 187 miles an hour. .26 and .024 the lights. It's again a little haze of smoke out of John West's car, but it did that last time and it was fine, so should be fine this time. He improves by 4/100ths of a second, 720. Will remain in the number 4 position, and Rod Leclerc, who went 684, no improvement on his 77, will remain number 1.
Absolute final call for Outlaw 275, please. Final call for Outlaw 275.
Attention in the pits, Pro Mods, Pro Mods. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Pro Mods in lanes 6 and 7. Once again, West Coast Pro Mods to lanes 6 and 7, please.
Derek Shirk, Dale Grasdall, ready to lay down a qualifying pass. That's Chevelle stepping out. 02 light, goes 709. 193 miles an hour. Doesn't improve on his 07 number 3 spot.
Nice lap nonetheless for Dale Grasdale.
Derek Shirk almost 3/10 off his number. Runs in the 8.0s. He's hoping to go 7.8 or faster.
Little 48 Austin now. Zach Joyce, number 12 qualifier. So far. Oh, look at the 2 big guys in the little Jeep. Isn't that cute? Lorenz Schwartz and you guys are killing me right now. So we got our Outlaw 275 cars rolling up to the front of the staging lanes. Zach Joyce about to make his run. That'll finish things off for Door Slammer for this round of qualifying anyway. So we'll make another call for Pro Mod. Pro Mod, West Coast Pro Mod. West Coast Pro Mods, come on down. Lanes 6 and 7. Zach Joyce, 789. No improvement over his earlier 785. So we are looking for our Pro Mods to lanes 6 and 7. Gonna do just a little touch up on the track. So apparently we had a bit of a latecomer for the Door Slammers, so I think he should be gonna roll around the corner. We'll send him down the track. Then we'll get it ready for the next round of Outlaw 275. Outlaw 275, once again brought to us this weekend by Titanium Auto Group. Thanks to Derek Shirk and everybody over at Titanium and Bubba's Speed Shop. So remember a little earlier I was talking about Terry Shaflita's car, and if there's one car you want to hear go down as a single, it's probably this one. Well, look at this. We're going to see Terry Shaflita make a single pass down the right lane. Now, why do I think that's cool? Well, because he's pretty much got the powertrain out of a pro stock car in that 97 Firebird. So it's a clutch car. It's a 5-speed. So if he goes to A to B, we're going to hear 4 shifts and a whole bunch of RPM. Naturally aspirated combo that they stretch quite hard. Terry Shaflita coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. Have a listen to this. Well, that looked pretty good, didn't it? 7:12, 194 miles an hour for Terry Shaflita. Absolutely beautiful looking run, and well, yeah, you got to listen to it. That was pretty much a pro stock combo rolling through the gears, going down the track. 7:12, good enough for the number 4 position. Now we'll be doing just a little bit of touch up on the race surface before we roll into Outlaw 275. Round number 3, I believe. Round 2. Man, just when I gain some confidence in myself, I go and screw it all up. I was just going to say round number next because that's always safe. You can't go wrong with that. Robert Feddick, good to see you. Big shout out to all the photographers here this weekend. I know we've talked about Valley Tech Production and Informal Art doing such a fantastic job on the live stream, but for years and years and years, the sport of drag racing would not be what it is today without photographers capturing the action. This is a sport that happens very fast, and, well, if you blink, you miss stuff. Photographers catch it for you.
Gen 3 speed trackside tuning with over 50 years experience. Any power adder from X275 to Pro Modified, specializing in Holley EFI. We offer complete engine tuning, chassis setup, and one-on-one driver training. With multiple record and race wins across North America, take your program to the next level. Gen 3 speed trackside tuning. Next generation power.
His future, full of fun and promise. And Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner will help keep it that way. Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner substantially reduces greenhouse gas emissions, including nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrocarbons, while improving fuel mileage using less fossil fuels. His fossil fuels. Just one little bottle with each fill-up, and his future can stay that much brighter.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Here at TDS, we want to do more than just work for the dairyman. We want to partner with the dairyman, showing them that they are #1 priority no matter what. That's why we've assembled the team we've assembled at TDS. Please enjoy this short video and introduction to our team.
Hi, my name's John DeYoung. I'm the president of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner in the company. As dairies continue to scale and technologies evolve, we at our company have employed some of the top dairy professionals and are really looking forward to taking these technologies into your dairy.
I'm Kevin Fisk, CEO and partner at TDS. I'm responsible for the overall administration of the company. In addition to TDS, I own an electrical company and a dairy farm here in Colorado. I look forward to being part of an organization that will help producers adapt and thrive in an industry that's rapidly changing.
Hi, I'm Yoav Levski. I'm the chairman of the board of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner. My role in the company is to develop strategies to help my customers and our employees to be better prepared for the challenges in the future of the food ecosystem.
I'm Ryan Calistro, Chief Commercial Officer and partner of TDS. I'm in charge of making sure that on a day-to-day basis we are
Looks to me
our promises,
like Big John's getting
holding
ready
up
to
our end of the
fire out a
bargain,
couple more
and look forward
t-shirts to the
it.
fans here at MRP. Out there in the stands.
My name is Jake DeWitt.
Northwest
I am
Modified
the Chief
shirts.
Technical Officer
Maybe
and partner
Bubba's
at
Speed
TDS.
Shop.
My background is in electrical,
Possibly Lazik's
engineering,
Hot Rod Shop. We don't know what you're going to
managing
get
big install
until you
projects.
catch it. Going to be sending
Going
John
forward,
out there.
I look forward to putting a team together around myself and the partners to bring our company and this industry up to the next level.
We're going to have t-shirt throwing bodies on both sides of the track.
I hope you enjoyed that short video
And a
introduction to
poster.
our
Hey,
company.
not just
Look forward
t-shirts.
to showing you what we're capable of.
Can't
not
wait till
only
Kevin
today,
finds our
but in the
t-shirt
future,
cannon.
as
We
continue
have
to
one.
bring innovations
They
forward.
packed it away and nobody can find
We
it.
appreciate your time today and consideration.
.609X possibly has some water or oil leaking. 609X, check your machine.
Just send it.
Again, first time almost all of us have been let out of our cage. Take our masks off and look around, take a deep breath, and enjoy a little bit of drag racing. Nolan over on the far side, big fella with the red shirt, white hat. On the spectator side of the track, couple more goodies to give away. Good job, John. Thank you very much. Nolan on the far side, walking to the far end because I didn't go very far. Whoa, there's one. We got a winner.
Winner, winner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Again, just waiting for those 275s. Tighten up their belts. We will bring you those almost immediately. Laying down just a tiny bit of magic on the racetrack. Again, folks, we've got this lost wallet up here in the tower. Still trying to find... Looks like Jamie Rose Kelly. We have your wallet in the tower. All your identification cards and everything else. So again, Jamie Kelly, we have your wallet. If you want it back, come and get it.
So safety out there. Spraying a little bit of glue. Then we'll move on.
Looks like the rest of our equipment and crew are making it off the racetrack. Hopefully, we will see round 2 eliminations of the Outlaw 275 crew. Looks like we are almost ready for those outrageous Outlaws. Again, Titanium Auto Group bringing this awesome class. 275 radial. Just a 10.5-inch tiny little tire underneath these machines. Again, not one of them making less than 1,000 horsepower. They do the dance. Once again, just waiting for this final prep before the 275 cars. All right, number 1 qualifier in the Outlaw 275 class up first. Justin Gallant. Paired up with another Fox body.
So the number 1 qualifier in the left lane.
Justin on Justin Crime. Justin Cullen taking on Justin Gallant in the Little Bruiser. Justin would like to thank BDL Automotive, a little love going out to Bob Love. Diversified Metalworks, tuned by Duda. Justin Cullen racing out of Airdrie, Alberta.
Hey, Big Tire No Time. Big Tire No Time, come on down. Top Fuel Harley. Top Fuel Harley, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Big Tire No Time and we'll take Top Fuel Harley in the staging lanes.
Number 1 qualifier, Gallant. Number 8 qualifier, Justin Cullen. This is Heads Up Eliminations. Run what you brung, hope you brung enough.
Now, there's a reason that we don't drag race on paper, that we don't decide winners with qualifying sheets.
That's exactly right.
It's one thing to post your best number over the course of a couple of days. It's another thing to perform when you have to. When you line up 2 cars side by side, well, anything could happen. On paper, you got to think Gallant's got the advantage, but you never know. If he smokes the tires, that'll open the door for Justin Cullen. And yet it's Justin Cullen who smokes the tires, puts the thing nice and sideways before he gets out of it.
Well, he got it right up on the tricycle, John. 3 wheels.
So Justin Gallant with the round 2 win, 477, 155 miles an hour. Nice A to B pass down the left-hand lane. Justin Cullen, as we mentioned, probably tried to step it up because he knew he had the number 1 qualifier. And, well, just a little too much sauce on the starting line.
A little bit hot indeed. Well, when you're paired up against the number 1 qualifier, you got to take a swing at it. Rick McLeod Jr., one of my homeboys, racing out of Kelowna. 1970 Dart, almost 600 cubic inches of alcohol injected Hemi. Paired up with Kurt Thompson out of Sturgeon County, Alberta, that very strong 68 Camaro.
Now Kurt Thompson wisely put a tune-up in it last round that had him leaving very soft to ensure he wouldn't light up the tires. Of course, that kills a bunch of ET. Now, in his earlier round, well, he had a guy who he had quite a bit of ET advantage over, so he could afford to give some up. The end result was, I believe, he ran like a 520 or something like that. Well, if he does that again and Rick McLeod Jr. gets it all hooked up and gone, it ain't going to happen.
I agree 100%, John. 87 versus a 92 for qualifying times. These guys are very close on paper. Again, they play a little bit of poker, though, not always showing their entire hand until it's time to show it.
Tough break for Kurt Thompson. Not sure exactly what happened, but not able to hold it in the beams. No numbers, automatic win for Rick McLeod Jr. Still advanced to round number 3.
Pair of Fox body Mustangs. Parm Joanda, the night shift Ford Mustang, paired up with William Wood. Willie at the wheel of the Ripper 1992 Ford Notchback, 427 poked and stroked small block.
It's the night shift versus the Ripper.
Wheels in the air for William Wood. Win goes to Parm, 527, 146. William not quite there, 576 at $120. Joanda moves on. All right, folks, firing up these cars outside, the burnout box. I am at the edge of my seat watching this one. This is a pair of good friends of mine, Smoke and Steve Skokin, racing out of Surrey, the LMS Group Pale Horse 81 Mustang, pairing up against Kelowna's own Nick Richards, racing out of Nick's Performance Automotive. As before, he would like to thank Tyson Carr and Dustin Sutherland for the tune-up.
Nasty Nick and Smoking Steve.
Again, Tyson and Dustin of 87 Motorsports back home in Kelowna. Again, tough draw for both racers. These guys are good friends. They're pitted next to each other. The last thing they wanted to do is draw each other halfway through the show. Skokin, number 3 qualifier to 77. Nick Richards, number 6 qualifier with a 509. But again, this is eliminations. This is not dial-ins. This is not a bracket race. This is heads up. Whoever can pedal themselves to the other end first is going to move on to the next round.
So here we go. Steve Skokin left side. Nick Richards. Where did I get Nick Hastings? I think he makes piston rings or something. So Nick Richards in the right lane. Three-stage bulbs lit. We got 3 now. Waiting for Nick. Puts the Camaro in there, and we are off. Skokin with a huge starting line advantage, and he's going to hold on to it. Wind light on for Steve Skokin. 486 getting there ahead of a 511. That was pretty much going to be the case anyway. Had Nick Richards been a little sharper on the starting line, he still would have been in tough shape.
Yeah, that was a pretty big bite to try and take. Skokin puts Richards on the trailer. That's it, I quit. I'm going home. I've seen everything I need to see, John. Bye. Thanks, everybody, for having me. MRP, it's been a wonderful show.
Now, come on,
No, but
Todd.
seriously,
Come on.
seriously, folks. Having a great time here. Hate to see one of my homeboys put on the trailer, but it is what it is. That's racing, exactly. Again, big tire, no time. What was the other one we were looking for, John?
Top Fuel Harley.
Top Fuel Harley. We're waiting for you guys down here in staging. They're telling me for you folks on the Facebook feed, live stream feed, that they're having some issues with it. If you go to the YouTube live stream feed, it is higher quality, better sound, just saying, and the feed is still running. Again, the Facebook feed apparently having some hiccups, but it is clean and clear on the YouTube feed.
And the Facebook feed should be back up shortly. They're working on it.
Boy, I tell you, I've never been part of a production like what they've put together here at MRP this weekend. The cameras, the people, the wires. It is amazing. And make sure where you step, stand, or look.
Yeah, you might not believe it, but they still use wires for some stuff.
We're talking thousands of feet of cable that these people drug out. We got cameras at the end of the racetrack, cameras in the stands, cameras in the air, for crying out loud. This has been absolutely amazing watching this crew work. I get to sit here and look at this TV screen that's showing everything that's going out on the live stream, and this has been amazing to watch. Down to the final four in Outlaw 275. You will see those elimination rounds here tonight. Again, just booting up the Pro Mod cars back here in the staging lanes. Big power.
Gen 3 speed trackside tuning with over 50 years experience. Any power adder from X275 to Pro Modified. Specializing in Hawley EFI, we offer complete engine tuning, chassis setup, and one-on-one driver training. With multiple record and race wins across North America, take your program to the next level. Gen 3 speed trackside tuning, next generation power.
So safety just giving the track just a little rub before we roll into the next round of qualifying. For West Coast Pro Mods. So if you're tuned into the live stream on Facebook, welcome back. So if you were wondering, Steve won. Were we giving the wallet back?
Just send it. MojoMedia.com.
Well, here we go with another round of qualifying for West Coast Pro Mods. How about it, folks? Are you ready for this? Hey, everybody on the World Wide Web, both on the YouTube feed and the Facebook feed, which is back up and running. Time for Pro Modified. There goes Gary Urlacher in the right lane. Nick Duda, who tends to keep his burnout a little shorter. We'll let him back up first a little bit. Duda is one of these 10-5 guys who, well, if he crosses the starting line, it's not by much on the burnout. So that dark blue 63 Corvette that you see in the left lane is actually quite a historic car when it comes to Pro Mod racing. That car originally campaigned by the Stott family way back in the day, and it was the first car to ever generate a 5-second time slip. That had never been done before it was done by this car in the left lane. Since then, it's been transformed a little bit. When it ran that number, it was a full-on Pro Modified with a blown Hemi combination. Nick Duda, as I mentioned before, tends to make the most of the least. He's got a little small block Chevy with a single turbo, and man, does he make this thing work. Oh, Duda goes for a little bit of a wild ride and said, no, that's enough of that. Urlacher with a nice run down the right-hand lane. He had to drive through a little bit of shake to do it, but put a 390 on the reader board, 189 miles an hour, good enough for the number 2 position. We now have 4 cars in the 3-second zone, Gary Urlacher being the latest one to do it. Mike Gonziola still sits number 1. How about this? Side by side, 57 Chevys coming at you next. Jay Severston over in the right lane, who has not yet made a trip down the track. CJ's problem. Big tire, no time. Big tire, no time. We need you to the lanes now. Big tire, no time. We need you to the lanes now. So as I was saying about Jay, what commonly is his problem, his company's called JS Power Sports. And actually works with Jordy and the Lazic family quite a bit. Gen 3 speed, but they spend so much time helping everybody else, they sometimes run out of time for their own programs, and that's often Jay's problem. So Severston did come up for the last round of qualifying, but then suffered some kind of incident and was not able to make a pass. So hopefully they've got that taken care of. Looked pretty good on the burnout. Jordy Lazic in Dean Bettinson's old 57. Aptly named Bunkers Junker. Built by Bunkers Race Cars. That's where the bunker part comes from. The Junker part, well, comes from the patinaed paint job.
And a little shout out to the Kelowna boys. Jordan out of Kelowna, British Columbia. The many out of the Lazic's Hot Rod Shop. Uncle Roy out there working on the car. Says he doesn't do the tune, he just carries parts around the pit.
Well, they're ready to stage.
Side by side, Finn Crime.
So Severston getting out of shape over there in the right lane, decides to throw in the towel. Jordy Lazic goes 394, 193 miles an hour.
Whoa.
That'll put him in the top 5. We now have 5 3-second players. Jordy Lazic takes over the number 4 spot. 394 at 193 miles an hour. So had a short little chat with Jordy regarding last night's run. You know, the infamous 370 with an 841.60, and yes, it was as I suspected. They were hanging the diaper down behind the front tire. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box. No box. Come on down to the staging lanes. No box, this is your call. We'll also get box moving, electronics. You can start making your way to the staging lanes as well. So that would be no box and box. That would be no electronics and electronics. That would be pro and super pro. All kinds of names for the same thing. Dan Vogt. And Eric Horvath. Eric Horvath getting pushed back. Tough break over there in the right lane.
Kelowna boy might be headed home early. Horvath racing out of the Abagoosh camp. '09 Supercar Street Nationals or Streetcar Super Nationals winner, Dan Vogt out of Regina, Saskatchewan, that 63 vet. Andy Klosky. Hello on Facebook.
How you doing, Andy? Why aren't you here? So Dan Vogt, his car makes a little move towards the wall, shakes the tires a little bit, but he says, no, I'm not lifting. The end result, shaves almost a full second off his previous best. Moves up to the number 8 position with that 4:19. He was a 5-second player prior to that, so nice looking run for Dan Vogt in the left lane.
Sea-Doo Dean. 2017 Camaro out of Red Deer.
Sea-Doo Dean. Check out the drone footage. How cool is that? So Bettinson getting the Camaro backed up in the left lane. And as you're looking at this view, as he's backing up, oh, actually we're on the Facebook feed, so we're possibly a little bit behind. Well, as you're watching him back up, you might have noticed that behind him is Mike Gonziola's car. Our number 1 qualifier will be next. And I think we got some Top Fuel Harleys ready to go. Should have our big tire no time guys in the lanes. Looking good. Improves again. Was 394, now 392. Sea-Doo Dean has overcome whatever his problems were earlier in the weekend where he couldn't get down the track. Well, he's consistently getting down the track now. Nice job. So Mike Gonziola, our number 1 qualifier, has the burnout out of the way. He's getting himself backed up to the starting line. This will be a single left side of the racetrack. So we'll give another call to no box and box. Non-electronics and electronics. We're looking for you guys in the staging lanes. I'm thinking we're down to 5 cars in no box and 3 cars in box. Don't think we, wow. Gonziola. He wanted everybody's attention. Well, he got it. Car made a violent move towards the center line, and it was all he could do to just get out of the gas and gather the thing up before he got into the cones. So nice job doing that. Nice job keeping it in the lane, in one piece, off the wall, all of that. Thanks to Lucas Oil for the replay. Here we go again if you're watching on the live feed. Didn't really do justice to the angle that car was on from that view, I would say. But
no, from my angle, it was way further sideways than that.
The sound of burning nitro. Top Fuel Harleys, here we come. So another round of qualifying in the books for the West Coast Pro Mods. So again, Pete Waugh and Nate Gagnon. Pete Waugh in the left lane this time. Nate over in the right. So we've seen both these bikes in the 6-second zone so far this weekend. The best for Pete, a 675. The best for Nate, a 687. I'm thinking both of them like to go sub 650. Mile per hour record for a Top Fuel Harley air emission, I believe, is about 235 miles an hour. So Nate out in front, leading the way, wheels up at 1,000 feet. Hey, baby, check out that reader board, 687. I thought it was going to be 637. That's more like it. Wow. What were we just talking about? Sub 650? And we get it. 637, 197 miles an hour. That was a run. The whole key to getting one of these bikes down the track and putting a big number on there is keeping both cylinders lit. They throw so much fuel in these things. Check it out on the Lucas Oil instant replay there. He kind of had his hands full there at the finish line. But as I was saying, they pump so much fuel into these things that it's hard to keep both cylinders lit. It's clearly audible when they drop a cylinder. Hello out there in the pits. Emily Gerard, we need you in the lanes. Emily Gerard, please report to staging. Emily Gerard, we need you in the lanes. Hey, junior dragsters, we need our junior dragsters back to lane 1. Junior dragsters, lane 1, please.
Jamie Ross, 64 Comet. Mel Patterson, Malfunction, 1968 Acadian. Big block Chevrolet stuffed between the fenders.
5 stinking thou. Jamie Ross says, hey, I'm fine with that. I'll take it. I went 139, but I got me a win light. Wound up 648 on the 651, but got the win light. Jamie Roth will be coming back. Now we've got Dennis Winton along with Ross Walker. Walker in the Chevy 2, Winton in the wagon. Winton will get the starting line handicap over a second's worth as he's dialed in at 768. Ross Walker have to be a bit of a patient guy on the starting line. He's dialed in at 640. Red light for Winton. Red by 8 thou. Ross Walker is your winner going to the semifinals. So Dave Jung with the bye. He'll face Ross Walker in the next round. Jamie Roth has the bye in the semifinals. So Jamie Roth, running a clutch car here at Non-Electronics, is going to the final round. Pretty cool. Dave Jung with a nice 0.23 launch, then 7.05 through the finish line. So as just mentioned, Dave Jung will come back in the semifinals to face Ross Walker. Jamie Roth will have the bye run in the 3-car semifinal round.
Again, Junior Dragsters, second call to staging, please. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, to staging.
His future, full of fun and promise. And Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner will help keep it that way. Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner substantially reduces greenhouse gas emissions, including nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrocarbons, while improving fuel mileage using less fossil fuels. His fossil fuels. Just one little bottle with each fill-up, and his future can stay that much brighter.
Again, that's Junior Diggers to staging, please. Junior Diggers to staging. Robert Rachel at home. I believe it's $25 for a game. Thank you, buddy at home. I'll pass that on to the production crew. I agree, they are doing a fantastic job.
So Emily Gerard and Mike Robinson. So Emily coming off a 2-pack. Emily Gerard was trip, zip, and dead too. Her last time down the track.
Down to our final three in the electronics class. One of these pair going to the final round. Emily dialed 780. 577 for Robinson.
Hey, license and test. License and test. We'll take you in lanes 6 and 7. License and test to lanes 6 and 7. Just
Wow.
1 thou separate them by the tree. Emily Gerard is going to the final round. 481 with a 0 on the 480 dial. She was 26 total with a 16 light. Mike Robinson, 578 on the 77. He was 11 off the number at the finish line, and 17 thou, 29 total. Margin of victory, just 0.02 of a second for Emily Gerard. Now that right there was a drag race. I don't know if I did not look at the monitor to catch the replay. I'm sure it was stellar.
Hey, I know that she's an accomplished junior dragster driver, but that is her first weekend in that long rail. That girl is picking it up and putting it down too.
So Mike Stewart now with the bye. He'll be an automatic player in the final round where he will take on Emily Gerard. Stewart, kind of a streetcar guy, as he would like to fashion himself. So what's with the 16 and 17 lights, you know? Stewart goes 17 on the tree, 638 through the top end on a 635 dial.
I said, I think they're getting tired. These are long days. Like I said, I've never worked. Going into the junior dragster classes, Junior Thunder, Carson Brimico out of Courtney, 2015 Junior Digger. Carson 04 red on the tree, doesn't matter in a single pass. $13.27 in the 8th, 49.02 miles an hour. Big tire, no time. Just waiting on our test and licensing cars to get suited and booted. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Emma Sidden, Alex Green, and Lexi Winterbottom, we need you to come down to the winner's circle, please. Again, that's Emma Sidden, Alex Green, and Lexi Winterbottom. We need you to come down to the winner's circle, please. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your call. We need you in staging lanes. Again, Canada West Door Slammers, you're up. First call to staging. Getting down here to the end of the day. 2 cars left in Super Pro. 3 cars left in Pro or Electronics. 4 cars left in the Outlaw 275. Again, racers, Canada West Door Slammers to staging, please. Canada West Door Slammers to staging. All right, going into test and licensing. Gonna be a full pull out of this Corvette. Full quarter test pass. Clearing the pipes on that strong Chevrolet. Oh, wait on the tree in this single pass. 848 with a $1.45. Again, Canada West Door Slammers to staging, please. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your third call. Again, Canada West Door Slammers, please make your way down to staging. We need door slammers and we need them ASAP. As I said before, I know you'd like to have a warning, but guys, we're getting down to the end of the day and the rounds. If you want to stand by, well, when you finish your last pass, you are on standby for your next one. Again, licensing and/or test pass for this machine. Mahedon gonna lay down a pass. That very, very quick Beretta. Again, long time regular here. Purging the nitrous system. Ready to lay down a test pass. Then we will see one of those pro motorcycles. Looks like he's queued himself up. Once again, Canada West door slammers, please make your way down to the staging lanes. Winter Harbor Marine and RV door slammers, we are looking for you. Well, that was kind of anticlimactic, isn't it? Not exactly what we were expecting out of Mahedon. Pushing Mahedon out of the burnout area. Unable to refire the car.
Gen 3 speed trackside tuning with over 50 years experience. Any power adder from X275 to Pro Modified. Specializing in Holley EFI. We offer complete engine tuning, chassis setup, and one-on-one driver training. With multiple record and race wins across North America, take your program to the next level. Gen 3 speed trackside tuning. Next generation power.
Just about your final call for Canada West door slammers. Again, we're looking for door slammers to the staging lanes, please, and thank you, racers. Outlaw 275. This is your first call to staging, please. Outlaw 275 to staging. Can we have electronic and non-electronic semifinals and finals on standby, please? That's electronic and non-electronic on standby. Outlaw 275, this is your first call. Again, last call for Canada West door slammers, please, and thank you, racers. Cycle easing into the beams. Pro class motorcycle. Stretched out just a little bit. I believe this is the 1400cc machine. I'm not getting any information on my computer. And unfortunately, I can't do these cars from memory just yet. Front wheel just dancing. 6, 7, 6. 178 miles an hour. Again, 676 at a $178. Nice, clean test pass. I see those Canada West door slammers are paired up down here behind the tower, waiting for the X275 cars again. Outlaw 275, to staging, please. You are a beautiful little fella. Track crew just double checking the track before we send these big power cars down the strip. Again, about to bring you Canada West door slammers. Brought to you by Winter Harbor Marine and RV. And of course, our feature players here this weekend. This is, after all, Doorwarz 9. Once again, I'd like to thank all of you spectators for coming out to MRP, joining us on this beautiful Saturday evening. Getting into the semifinal and final round of our box and no box bracket class. Semifinals coming up in the Outlaw 275 class. A round of qualifying still left for the door slammers and the pro mods. Show's far from over, but we are getting down to the end.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Gen 3 speed trackside tuning. With over 50 years experience, any power adder from X275 to Pro Modified, specializing in Hawley EFI. We offer complete engine tuning, chassis setup, and one-on-one driver training. With multiple record and race wins across North America, take your program to the next level. Gen 3 speed trackside tuning. Next generation power.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Again, just doing a slight touch up on the track here. Outlaw 275 making their way down to the lanes. Box and no box, electronic, no electronic, on standby, please, racers. Again, finals and semifinals, we need you on standby, racers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are missing 275 cars. Oh no, I see them. They just haven't made their way all the way down yet. Final call for X275 to staging, please. Final call for Outlaw 275s. All right, track crew is saying they're not exactly happy with the track. They're going to give it a little bit of a spray and a drag before these big tire cars come out. So take this opportunity, go on down in front of behind the grandstands, grab yourself a coffee or a cold drink from the HMK food concession truck or the BS Espresso. Espresso coffee, cold drinks, and mini donuts. Everybody goes nuts for mini donuts.
So big shout out to all of you tuned in on the World Wide Web. Lots of nice comments on the live stream. Thank you very much for that. We certainly do appreciate it. Appreciate you tuning in with us. So Brian on the Facebook feed wants to know what class Jamie is in. Jamie's in non-electronic. Jamie's in the final round. Apparently we've decided to put a little glue down. We'll drag that in, and then I'm hoping we'll be done prep for the night. Can finish out the run order. Not much left on it. So all you race fans tuned in on the live feed, as well as those on the property with us right now, we love having you. Good job. These are sometimes long days, just a wee little bit, and very much appreciate you hanging out with us. So I see the question asked on the Facebook live feed, what's left in the way of the run order? Well, we've got Canada West Door Slammers in the lanes. This will be their final qualifier for tonight. We are heading into semifinals of Outlaw 275, so 2 more rounds of eliminations for them before the night is over. We are down to the final round in electronics, semi-final round in non-electronics. Then I believe we'll have 1 more round of qualifying for Pro Mod, Big Tire No Time, and Top Fuel Harleys.
All right, racers, get suited and booted. The track is clean, green, and ready to roll.
Hey, Andy, if you're listening, Todd Evans. He's, I guess, the track announcer, or the house announcer up in Kelowna.
Andy Klosky, John and I here are racking our brains. What in the heck was your little Chevy called? I remember it had a name on the side of it. What was it, Andy? James Kennedy gets there first. 783. Jason Field leaves the red light behind. Adam DeYoung, 16 years old in that 1967 Camaro. Strip teaser, that's right. That's what the car was called. And it wasn't Andy that answered the question. Thanks, Dave. Out there in viewer land. DeYoung paired up against Chris Stone. The Winter Harbor Marine, a 1955 Chevrolet.
So Adam DeYoung, left side of the racetrack, just 16 years old, had trouble holding in the beams on his last attempt. Well, worked much better this time. How about that? Goes 0-16 on the tree to mow it down. Side by side, him and Chris Stone matching 8:43s at the finish line. How about that? Hey, listen up out there in the pits. No box, non-electronics, no box. We need you back here right quick. And we'll also make the same call for electronics. Box class, you can make your way to the staging lanes as well. I know we're down to the final in electronics and the semi-final in no box. And we'll give a standby call to Pro Mod. Pro Mods, West Coast Pro Mods. This is your standby call.
Devin Jansen, 1970 Nova 565 big block Chevrolet paired up against Kerry Young. Young Mechanical bringing you this 2003 Chevrolet S10 high winding 406 small block under the hood.
So Devin Jansen leaves a little bit early. He fouled out once he deep staged the car, because you're not allowed to do that in Door Slammer. Goes 8:57 with a 3. That matches up quite nicely with his earlier 8:57 with a 2. Brian Ritchie and John West. John West has made only 2 runs so far this weekend. 7:24 followed by a 7:20. Brian Ritchie has been in the 790 zone all weekend. Oh, this will be the final hit at the track for the Door Slammers tonight. I understand that they will get one more tomorrow. For their first round of eliminations. Brian Ritchie in the left lane, John West in the right.
Ron, Jason, and Barb Mercer at home, thank you very much. Second call. Electronic and non-electronic. The staging, please. Second call for electronic and non-electronic. Pro Modifieds, you are still on standby.
So looking at the comments on the Facebook Live feed. Carson McLeod, what are the rules of the drone? How high can it fly? I don't know what the rules are, nor do I know how high it'll fly, but I know it can sure move. Apparently that thing will do up as quick as 150 miles per hour. So now Dale Grasdale. And Andy Hatton, 003. Nice. Grasdale, a nice 7-0 run, 7:08. Sits very nicely between his earlier 7:07, 7:09, and 7:10. Well, that's what these are. Hatton with an 850. No improvement for Andy, other than on the tree. That 003 light was pretty impressive. Nice couple of burnouts by these stretched out Camaros. 67 Camaro of Rod Leclerc in the left lane. Rod Leclerc, the owner of Paradise Homes. Paradise Homes Construction and Development, bringing us this weekend's Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers event. Hey, listen up in front of the tower. We need some golf carts moved. We got to keep the front or access open to the tractors.
Leclerc gets a little out of shape, gathers it up, turns 678, 205. Shirt goes 0.2 red. Still goes 784, 176. Leclerc still in the number one spot. Cam Shantz, 1937 Chevy, 700 plus cubic inches of big block power.
The champ, Scotty Robinson, Lord Coast side of the racetrack in the Triton Transport Rad Torque System sponsored Beretta. Number 11 qualifier with a 765. These two just, well, exactly 2/100ths of a second apart. Cam Chance is your number 10 qualifier, 763 with a 9. Robinson, 765 with a 9. Robinson appears to be having some trouble after the burnout. Sits there stationary. Don't know if the car's running or not. And they're pushing it back. So by the sounds of it, it's going to be a single for Cam Chance. So Cam Chance, no drama in the left lane, 776, 171 miles an hour, so doesn't improve on his earlier numbers. So apparently we put a little bit of fluid down over there in the right-hand lane. By the sounds of it, it's not too much, so shouldn't be too big of a deal to take care of. Okay, we just got a little more touch-up to do in the right lane before we head into the semifinal round of Outlaw 275. Before that, we're going to complete this 5th round of qualifying for the Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers, once again, brought to us this weekend by Paradise Homes. So, Henry Zacharias for Zacharias Investments Limited. In a 1953 Corvette that was formerly and, well, somewhat briefly owned by John DeYoung. John DeYoung, our number 2 qualifier, I believe. After 5 rounds of qualifying. Nice looking pass for Henry. Left lane goes 762, 177 miles an hour. So does not improve on his earlier 759. Still looking good nonetheless. And yes, that is it for Door Slammer.
Gen 3 speed trackside tuning with over 50 years experience. Any power adder from X275 to Pro Modified. Specializing in Holley EFI. We offer complete engine tuning, chassis setup, and one-on-one driver training. With multiple record and race wins across North America, take your program to the next level. Gen 3 speed trackside tuning. Next generation power.
Here at TDS, we want to do more than just work for the dairymen. We want to partner with the dairymen, showing them that they are number one priority no matter what. That's why we've assembled the team we've assembled at TDS. Please enjoy this short video and introduction to our team.
Hi, my name's John DeYoung. I'm the president of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner in the company. As dairies continue to scale and technologies evolve, we at our company have employed some of the top dairy professionals and are really looking forward to taking these technologies into your dairy.
I'm Kevin Fisk, CEO and partner at TDS. I'm responsible for the overall administration of the company. In addition to TDS, I own an electrical company and a dairy farm here in Colorado. I look forward to being part of an organization that will help producers adapt and thrive in an industry that's rapidly changing.
Hi, I'm Yoav Levski. I'm the chairman of the board of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner. My role in the company is to develop strategies to help my customers and our employees to be better prepared for the challenges in the future of the food ecosystem.
I'm Ryan Klistro, Chief Commercial Officer and partner of TDS. I'm in charge of making sure that on a day-to-day basis we are delivering our promises and holding up our end of the bargain, and look forward to servicing you.
My name is Jake DeWitt. I am the Chief Technical Officer and partner at TDS. My background is in electrical engineering and managing big install projects. Going forward, I look forward to putting a team together around myself and the partners to bring our company and this industry up to the next level.
We hope you enjoyed that short video and the introduction to our team. We look forward to showing you what we're capable of not only today, but in the future as we continue to bring innovations forward in our industry. We appreciate your time today and consideration.
Well, I hear race cars, and that's always a good thing. Here we go. Semi-final round of Titanium Auto Group Outlaw 275 coming at us. A couple of Fox Body Mustangs making their way into the water box. Tower side of the racetrack. We've got Steve Skokin, the LMS Group sponsored Pale Horse Mustang. Harm Jawanda, ready to do battle over there in the Lordco lane in the night shift. Now on paper, we definitely give the nod to Steve Skokin, but as mentioned earlier, we don't drag race on paper. We don't award trophies by a qualifying sheet. First one to the finish line. That's how drag racing works. So the best thing Joanna can do is just make a solid run down the right-hand lane. Cross his fingers that Skokin does not get off the starting line cleanly. Winner is going to the final round. And it's going to be Steve Skokin. Just absolutely runs away with it. Almost makes his best pass of the weekend. 478 for the second time this weekend. Is also went 477.
Bigger speed, though.
Skokin doing 147 miles an hour at the finish line. Parm Jawanda was the second one to leave the starting line. That was, well, kind of the beginning of his undoing. So a little bit of concern about the right lane. Safety just out there having a quick look. Hopefully that's all it's going to be. Man, have we sat through a little bit of track prep so far this weekend. So we're still awaiting news on the results of this track check. But hey, it's all good. We got one round of pro mods that are just about ready to roll. We've got another pairing in this semifinal round of 275, including our number one qualifier. So good news from the track check. We are clean and ready to go. So they're going to come back here, get out of the way, and we'll, well, we're already firing the next pair. Rick McLeod Jr. will take on Justin Gallant. So this will set up our final round in Titanium Auto Group 275. I would assume, since we're down to the just the semifinals in no box, that would be the next class to run. So it's kind of a fine balance. Last thing we want to do is spend the whole night prepping the track, but in order to maintain a safe surface and a good surface, whatever is necessary is what's necessary in order to do that. So that's always the first priority here. So this could be a good matchup. Number 1 versus number 5. Both of these cars qualified into the 4-second zone. McLeod having trouble getting it hooked up. Tries like 1, 2, 3 times and says, no, that's enough. It ain't going to happen. So Gallant straight down the left lane with another 470 pass. 475 this time. That car is working well. It's never a bad thing when your buddy is Nick Duda. So these cars not part of the semifinal round, just they are 275 cars, just making some test passes. It was definitely looking a little crowded in front of the tower. Cannot imagine that all you people are part of the crews for these cars. We do see some of you dissipating now. Thank you very much. So Chris McGraw over here in the tower lane. Not sure who that is over in the right lane. Couple of solid passes. Best run of the weekend, I believe, for Chris McGraw. 581. He was all over the 590s earlier. Check out the Lucas Oil instant replay, along with the Rocket Coatings finish line cam.
All right, another test hit in the 275 class. Nitrous Nick Richards out of Kelowna, going for a 4-second pass. Says the track conditions are right. Paired up with that big bad Camaro. Again, in test hits, we don't get any driver information here. But again, Nick would like to thank Ken back at the pits, Justin Sutherland and Tyson Carr. Tyson and Dustin out of 87 Motorsports in Kelowna, as they have brought his tune-up around. Nick getting taken out quarterfinals by Steve Skokin. Nick says he couldn't see the starting line. The sun was in his eyes, is what it is. Glasses fell off his face. Steve was gone. Wow! Nick Richards with flames out of the pipes. Runs 5.009 at a $142. 480 at 153 for that big bad Camaro. Going into the semi-final rounds of non-electronics, no box or pro class, depending on how you look at it, after the Mustang runs.
Justin Gibson, nice little 582 pass at 122. So we do have one more qualifying round for Pro Mods. That's on schedule tonight. Big Tire, no time. And Top Fuel Harleys. If you guys want to make another hit, you can just start making your way to the staging lanes
Jamie
pretty much
Roth,
anytime you want.
1964 Comet 347 small block Ford, getting the bye into the finals here in no box.
Jamie Roth, a regular runner with the BC Super Shifters Association here at Mission.
So he's rowing his own in that car.
He absolutely is. Staging and leaving with a clutch pedal.
Not an easy thing. I drive a stick, as does my good friend Bob Love. Again, not an easy thing to do, especially in bracket racing.
Jamie Roth lights both bulbs. Gets away nice with a nice 034 light. And 650. Exactly at the finish line. Now Dave Jung and Ross Walker. Ross Walker in the right lane, Dave Jung in the left. Jung driving his Super Stalker Camaro. The dial in the left lane for Dave Jung and his Camaro, 703. Ross Walker dials 640. Winner goes to the final to face Jamie Roth. Jung out in front trying to stay there. And it is Dave Jung going to the final round to face Jamie Roth. Ross Walker had a little starting line advantage. But at the finish line, check out a tight stripe. You want to see this on the replay. If we get the finish line cam on this, that's going to show you what's tight. 1/10,000th of a second. Here it comes on the live feed. It's going to be the Camaro in the left. That's what 1/10,000th of a second looks like. Congrats, Dave Jung. You might want to maybe not make it quite that tight next time. Final round in electronics. It's Emily Gerard and Mike Stewart. Mike Stewart, the streetcar guy, finds himself in the final round of electronics class. He's got his work cut out for him, I'll tell you. Because Emily Gerard has been nothing short of deadly the last couple of rounds. Two rounds ago, Emily Gerard was 2 total. Trip, zip, and dead 2. The Stewart dials in at 637. Emily Gerard with a dial of 480. A little over 1.5 seconds separate these two by the dials. Going to end up giving Mike Stewart a huge head start. And just about the time he's thinking there's no way she's going to be able to get there, he's going to have the mile per hour to get it done. Four bulbs lit, here we go. Stewart leaves, and he's red. 15th thou red light for Mike Stewart, took himself out. Emily Gerard, 19 on the tree at the finish line, well under. 477 with a 0 on the 480 dial, but she is your winner in electronics. Emily, you got one of them very cool, nice big checks coming to you. Well, we didn't really catch it in the tower here, but apparently there's somewhat of an incident up at the top end. So apparently we don't have any details yet, but we do have an incident beyond the finish line. As we get information, we will pass it on to you. At this point, I'm not even sure which car was in trouble. Once we know that for sure, we will pass that on. We'll wait for official information.
For you folks at home on the live feed, just as soon as we know what's going on at the end of the racetrack, we will let you know as well. we've been told at this time that for now there is not going to be a replay, so perhaps just wait for it. As soon as we find out how Emily is, we will let you know.
So, folks, I'm going to pass on some pretty good news. In fact, it was Emily Gerard who was involved in the incident beyond the finish line. And while we don't have much in the way of details yet, we are hearing reports that she is conscious, she is talking, she knows what's going on. So that's some good news to hear for sure. We're going to make her our first priority, and we'll go from there. So I believe they have made the call to 911. There should be an ambulance on the way. Don't read too much into that as far as anyone's condition. So again, we are we're reading the comments on the live stream, but we really like to avoid any speculation on the microphone in times like these. So
again, like you said, John, point is Emily is awake, conscious, alert, and knows where she is. She's talking to the crews.
She's in good hands. So obviously it does mean, though, that we are going to be down for a little bit.
Once again, kudos to the car builders.
Again, we will do our best to update you with any information as we get it, but I think we're just going to turn the radio up for a little bit.
As for spectators in the stands, etc., please do not make your way down to the scene. We need to keep you people out of the way of the safety equipment and the ambulance, which is on its way. So again, just stay in your seats and wait this out. As we find the information, we will pass it on to you. Again, Emily is conscious, speaking with the crews. Okay, they're just letting her sit in the car for a few minutes and gather herself together. As John said, as we learn more, we will tell you more. But at this point, she is talking with the safety crew and moving about. We need everybody to make way for the ambulance, clear the starting line area, etc., please, because they're not going to want to slow down very much, people.
Got an ambulance on the property now making its way. Just make sure, have your wits about you. Don't be that guy who gets in the way of the ambulance.
Again, they're telling us that she is talking to the crews. No visible physical injuries. They're just keeping her in the car until the EMTs get here, which is standard procedure. Again, everybody stay out of the way of the safety equipment, please. Get out of the way of the safety equipment. Again, as I was saying, Emily is conscious, talking with the crews. They're just keeping her in the car until the EMTs get here, which is standard practice. Violent crash for Emily. 145 miles an hour through the traps, and the car made a crazy move. Maybe take this opportunity, race fans. Attention in the facility, attention in the facility. Do we have a tow truck on the site? Did one of you spectators bring your work vehicle to the facility? We are looking for a tow truck. If you've got one, wave, yell, and please come and help us out. Just to be clear, tow truck is to move the vehicle, not to pull it apart or anything silly like that. EMTs are dealing with Emily as we speak. We'll let you know, obviously, more when we know it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are making progress down there. We got a dragster to get out of the way. Emily's in good hands. Is going to be just a little bit, hopefully not too long, before we're clear to run again. We've got our pro mods in the lanes for their final hit at the track tonight. And of course, we've also got the final round of 275 to run, the final round of no electronics. So we certainly have every intention of finishing out the evening as per the schedule. But we are going to be down for just a little bit.
For you folks at home on the YouTube live feed and Facebook, yes, Emily is okay. They will be transferring her from the facility, but she is all right. Again, to YouTube and Facebook, Instagram that have all been asking, Emily Gerard is okay. The car, well, maybe not so much. But fortunately, the car builder doing its job, it did protect her in the driver's capsule. She is all right. Also, for the live stream viewers, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, yes, we will be continuing racing this evening. Just give us a little bit of time to pick this dragster up, sweep up a little bit of a mess down there, and we will carry on for the rest of the evening. We got almost another hour of racing before we got to cut things short here. Still have the final round in no box. Final round in X275. So again, grab yourself a beverage, relax for just a couple of minutes. Just as soon as our crew have got this all cleaned up, we will carry on with the evening. We thank you for your patience, and again, Emily Gerard is all right. Carson McLeod at home, I 100% agree, man. Cars can be fixed, people can't. Again, folks, here at the facility, take this opportunity, grab yourself a drink or something, make your way back to your seats. right to the fans online and the fans in the stands. Emily is out of the car with her family at the other end of the racetrack, walking, talking, all of her limbs in order. So again, in fact, she is good enough that she will not be leaving in the ambulance. She will be staying here on site. So again, Emily Gerard is A-OK, folks. You can let your breath out now. Me too. Well, giving the Outlaw 275 class some good time to cool down. Again, still waiting on the final round of that outrageous class. Can we have Outlaw 275 and No Box on standby, please? That's Outlaw 275 and non-electronics on standby, please, racers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box cars, non-electronic. We want you to make your way down to the head of staging. We want you to come around the pro mods in the safety lane and make your way to the head of staging, please. We are going to run the pro class final. Again, we need no box to the head of staging ASAP, please. Outlaw 275, your final round is on standby, please. We need you racers to be ready. We have only got half an hour to get this done, guys and gals. So again, no box, non-electronic cars to the head of staging, please, and thank you.
So they're giving the track a little rub. We've got our pro mods back in the lanes. I believe the drivers are starting to get suited back up and ready to go. We'll finish off this evening. So non-electronics final. If you guys aren't back in the lanes, we'll take you at any time. Non-electronics finalists, come on back. Pro mods are in the lanes. I believe we've got the Top Fuel Harleys up here ready to go. Big tire, no time. If you guys are into it, you need to be up here. And non-electronics finalists. If you're not in the staging lanes, it's where you need to get to. So somebody asking on the live feed, will Pro Mod run again tonight? Yes, they are in the lanes, ready to go. Should be momentarily.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, we need you to staging, please. That's Outlaw 275, final round. We need you racers to staging as soon as possible, please.
So this is what's left. Pro Mod, Big Tire No Time, Top Fuel Harley, non-electronics finalists, and Titanium Auto Group Outlaw 275 finalists. That's all that's going to run tonight. No more license and test. So the equipment has made its way off the track. That's always a good sign. Of course, not quite all the equipment. We're almost got all the equipment off the track.
Still got something or somebody up at the top end. But again, we are bringing the final round for no box around, bringing down the Outlaw 275s. Got some pro mods and door slammers on deck. And 25 minutes to get her done, folks. Emily Carr won that race. Emily Gerard. Rented lips, only use them on weekends. Sorry, folks. Leanne at home on the Facebook. Yes, we do have to shut down 11 o'clock. We're going to try like mad to get these cars off the deck before we go home. All right. Looks like the top end of the track is clear. Safety crew are back into position where they belong. pair of sunglasses left behind on the starting line. If you're missing your glasses, your sunglasses, we have them up here in the tower. Going into Pro Mod, Gary Urlacher out of Spruce Grove and Mike Gonziola. Final qualifying pass of the night. Cool, cool air and a cool track. Again, we need Outlaw 275 to staging, please. Outlaw 275 to staging for your final round. All right, finally get to hear some fire in the pipes again. Gonziola, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan's very own 2016 Corvette in the Lordco lane. Gary Urlacher, Spruce Grove, Alberta, second gen Corvette, 1963. 900 plus cubic inches of big block Chevrolet stuffed into that machine. He'd like to thank All Star Show Industries.
So far this weekend, these are the two quickest cars on the property. Qualifiers 1 and 2.
Not far apart either, John. 390 for Urlacher, 386 with a 4 for Gonzo.
So for you race fans that are still with us, still sitting in the stands, we salute you. My hat's off to you guys. You are hardcore if you are still here at 20 to 11 after enduring the little bit of downtime that we had. For most people, okay, let's call it a night. That's when you leave. But no, for those that you hung out, again, my hat's off to you. We salute you. You are true race fans.
Also, once again, while I'm still thinking about it, huge shout out to the safety crew here at MRP.
So we got Glenn Brown. He's tuned into the live stream from Australia. Oh yeah. Urlacher on and off a couple of times. How about a 383 for Mike Gonziola? Improves over the already #1 time of 386 by, well, 4/100ths of a second. Urlacher manages a 762. He was looking strong early. So not sure, I was reading the wrong number. That probably wasn't Urlacher's number that we were seeing there, but the #1 qualifier improves.
Well, it is happy hour. Eric Horvath is in the house, racing out of Kelowna, British Columbia. The EnviroMulch 1968 Firebird 526 big block Chevrolet, paired up against Sea-Doo Dean.
Sounds like Eric's car refired momentarily. Now hearing a lot of silence.
Already had one job, put fuel in the car.
Yeah.
We'll reset the tree for a single hit.
So, big tire, no time. Not sure if you're back there or not, or whether you guys wanted to run. If you did want to run, you should be in the lanes now. So, if you're not there, I'm saying you missed your chance. Non-electronics final. An Outlaw 275 final. You guys should be in the lanes. And we will run out the program and complete tonight's event with you guys. Yeah, baby. Sea-Doo Dean, another 3-second pass, 394. 171 miles an hour, so well down on the mile per hour. But another nice 390 pass for Sea-Doo Dean.
All right, Gonziola taking out the track center line. We're going to have to go down there, put up a new foam block. Pardon me, Sea-Doo Dean, not Gonzo. Took out the 8th mile lights, the 8th mile an hour lights, and the finish line. Wow, just watching the repeat footage. Sea-Doo Dean using up both lanes to get her done in that pass. Started in the right, finished in the left.
So unfortunately, Dean Bettinson took out some timing blocks at the 8th mile, so safety out there. Oh, well, here you go. You can have a look on the replay. Thanks to Lucas Oil. Yes, car moving to the left, past the 330, and wham, yes. In case you missed it, back him up. There we go. Block killing Camaro. No, he was fully left of the 1,000-foot mark at that point. Oh, there's a nice shot of Dal Sanga's Mustang sitting underneath the bridge, raring to go. So I open it, I slide it, I put my answering, and then it just goes, right? Or no.
Well, it rang for a while and I'm running around. One more time, thank you, race fans, very much for your patience. Again, having to reassemble these timing blocks in the center of the racetrack. Dean taking them all out for us. But thanks for hanging out. Again, doing everything possible to finish off these staging lanes full of cars. We are running out of minutes fast here at MRP. Gary Barton at home. We're not done yet. We still got a couple of cars sitting on deck waiting to go down track. We're hoping we can get it done. Again, what's happened is the last car that went down the track took out all of the timing cones and the sensors for the 8th mile, and we need that because today is an 8th mile race. So we got to fix this up before we can finish. I believe we're going to run these cars out regardless. Got to pay a fine. Then we got to pay a fine, but we got to get this deck cleared, basically. Keith Dobransky at home. Gonzo, how about 194.5 miles an hour? Yep, just letting you folks know at home, yes, you're sitting there looking at cars, but we here at the track are watching the safety crew reassemble our timing system. So again, thanks for staying tuned. Hopefully they won't cut the feed short. I don't think they will because the production crew is right here behind me. So stay with us as long as you can, race fans. We are going to try and finish out the night. Not a lot of cars left in the staging lanes, but we do have some. We're going to try and get them down the track tonight. John K. on YouTube chat. The Nitro Harleys are sitting in the lanes and they want to run too, so it just might happen. Thank you, Andrew. I'm loving the broadcast as well from my point of view. Getting a lot of requests online for a replay of Emily Gerard's crash. So if you're online, here it is. Wow, that is incredible. Folks, I had my back turned to it. Once she got through the line, I turned around and started doing my spiel. That was an incredible wreck. Glad that Emily's okay. Again, fantastic job by the safety crew here at MRP. Again, thanks to the production crew. Went and asked them to replay, and they did. So there you go, people at home. Again, folks, we are actually physically replacing sensors at the other end of the racetrack. Took out all of the 1/8 mile sensors, and the 1/4 mile per hour sensor has to be replaced. Track crew all over it, doing it just as quickly as they can. Yeah, I agree with everyone online. That was a rough one. But again, she is fine. She was not transported off the property. She is sitting back in the camper with her family, going over it all in her head. Yes, Barry C., to a certain degree, I agree with you. Yeah. Nate Gagnon, the Nitro Harley, he wants to make a hit, so he's sitting here in staging waiting. Again, that comment being made more to the people on Facebook and Instagram, YouTube than anything else. But yes, sir, the Nitro Harley is on deck. All right, sounds like they're gonna fire these cars to life. Let's clear the starting line, kick the tires, light the fires, and finish off this round. Folks at home, turn your sound back up, get close to your TV. You folks in the stands, hunker down. We are gonna finish out the night no matter what. Dal Sanga, number 11 qualifier in the Pro Mods. Paired up with Jason Syverton. Jason out of Mission, that very cool supercharged 57 Chevy racing out of JS Power Sports. Travis Hameline. Joe Delahay's car is just fine. Just barely bumped the wall. Q4 of the Pro Mod class. Syverston taking on Dal Sanga. Blown Brad Anderson Hemi taking on a 471 Boss Hemi in the Mustang. Oh my God, people, everybody just stay still. Dal Sanga has left the course. We need safety equipment rolling now, people. I mean right now. All of you fans, stay in the stands. Do not go down to that end of the racetrack. Wow, race fans at home, I absolutely do not even know what to say to you. Dal Sanga with a hard crash right around the 8th mile mark. Well, race fans, I think that just about officially calls it here for today. Dal Sanga with a big wreck at the other end. When we have some information, we will give you some information. But simply put, we are finished for racing for today. We very much appreciate you all hanging out with us today. Thank you for coming to Mission Raceway Park. We light the fires, start the engines at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Is that correct, people? 9 a.m.? Yes, 9 a.m. tomorrow, both here at Mission Raceway Park as well as the live feed. I'm not sure if they're going to keep the live feed running or not. Again, we'll try and let you know how Dal is as soon as we know the safety crew is down there now.
At this point, we're kind of just speculating a little bit, but the likelihood that we're going to run anything more down the track tonight is just about null. So obviously you all saw what took place. Dalsanga started out in the right lane, made
and everybody
pretty
down
heavy
here
contact.
in front of the tower, we need to keep this area clear because we will have safety equipment coming through here immediately. Again, we need these golf carts. Need these golf carts in front of the tower removed before the safety equipment gets here. Thank you. Sorry, John, I didn't mean to step on you, man.
Not a problem. So as I was saying, the likelihood that anything else is going down the track tonight is virtually null. We await any kind of official word from the top end. Of course, our thoughts are with Dalsanga at this time. There will be an ambulance coming on the property once again. So some good news. Dalsanga is not out of the car yet, but he is conscious. He is talking. He knows where he is. So that is good news. A relief to say the very least. For anybody who was watching that, he made some pretty significant contact with the left-hand wall. And as mentioned, that is great news. For those of you on the live feed, again, we only have limited information so far, but he is awake, he is conscious, never lost consciousness, knows what's going on. So everybody out in front of the tower, we want this area completely cleared. So quicker you can move out of the way. We've got ambulances on the way, fire trucks, so on and so forth. More room, the better. And we've got pro mods trying to get themselves turned around and out of the way. So for those of you still tuned in with us on the World Wide Web, we're going to turn that off here very shortly. So just want to thank you once again for tuning in. And thanks going out once again to Valley Tech Production Limited, along with Informal Art, for the awesome job they've been doing for us this weekend. Ambulance has arrived. I don't know if you just saw that. And we certainly look forward to having you join us again tomorrow. The race schedule starts at 9 a.m. I think it'll be a fixed feed for the first couple of hours, and then we should be going live with the full production at 11 a.m. So for those of you on the World Wide Web, good night. Thank you for tuning in. We loved having you, and we look forward to having you back tomorrow. Good night, everybody on the live feed. For those on the property, we're going to hang out up here a little bit more, so we can pass on an update when we get it.